Welcome to the county ground for Game 4 of the Vitality County Championship game between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Northamptonshire and to the officials to this match, on field Mark Newell and Neil Pratt, and in the scorebox Terry Owen and Joe Clark. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the members' lounge, including hot food served at lunch.
Yes, I suppose it is.
In 2016, they were really very, very collections. Well, the thing is, the same thing. The problem
Wait on with the sunshine, you lot. It's coming. Proper cricket weather, dawn, damp, cold.
Good morning. It's day 4. Who thought we'd have got this far? Of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire, live from the county ground in Derby. A very good morning to everybody listening in. Interesting situation here. We're sort of treading water, although Ross Whiteley refused to sanction that suggestion when I asked him last night. 195 for 2 Northamptonshire. They lead by 255. They went at 5 and over in the 40 overs that were possible yesterday evening in their second innings. And there's nothing to suggest that they won't carry on in that vein. And we're just waiting for them to declare, really. Unless Derbyshire suddenly, because it is cloudier today than it has been, find something to cheer them up with the ball. Andrew Rad from a much more cheerful Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton's alongside me. I can't. I'm struggling to find positives at the moment, Andrew. So over to you, because I'm sure you've got plenty.
Well, morning, Fletch. Morning, everybody. Well, yes. I mean, the weather's not particularly positive. It's certainly much cooler and much more overcast than it was pretty much all of yesterday when it was an absolutely glorious day. But yeah, I mean, match situation, obviously Northamptonshire in a very strong position. And as I mentioned when I was talking to BBC Radio Northampton earlier this morning, Fletch, they're a bit out of practice at this, having had a fairly grim year last year. And this is like the old-fashioned 3-day championship cricket when you were always thinking about, you know, what was going to happen and how many overs, and it was a question of balancing the declaration, and it's something that, as I say, Northamptonshire haven't been in a position to do for a while.
But before I go and do my update, I'm sure they've had printed sheets with the victory song distributed around the changing room for later on. So we'll wait and see if they're actually used. I'll be back. As
soon as I pressed send, I thought this is probably not a good idea. But anyway, we shall doubtless discuss this later. Anyhow, it is going to be Darren du Pavillon to start proceedings from this racecourse ground end. 195 for 2 Northamptonshire, 255 ahead. Karen Nair facing the first ball of the morning on 37, and it's driven crisply out through the covers. What a great way to start the day. It's going out to the boundary for 4. That was a lovely shot. It was a little bit floaty from du Pavillon, just a hint of a loosener. But Karen there latching onto it and driving it away through extra cover for 4. So he's up to 41 off just 37 balls, and Northamptonshire 199 for 2. And Karen Nair was saying yesterday, this is the sort of innings that Northamptonshire haven't really seen him play so far. Back end of last season, of course, he made that super 150 at the Oval, and he has a double 100 this year, but that was sort of batting more or less at his own pace as de Pavilon's in and driven again by Nair. More runs for him, but this time it's only going to be a couple, I think. There is a man, Zach Chappell, out there sweeping on the cover boundary, and they're through for 2. So Nair to 43, Northamptonshire to 201 for 2. You have to add 60 to that, so the lead is 261. But this is the first time we've really seen him take the attack to the bowling. And yesterday, it was a bit of a revelation, I think. Emilio Gay's played very nicely for his 89 off 121. Talking to Ben Sanderson last night, I was saying, is there a figure in mind? Fully expecting him, of course, not to tell me if they had. But he said they need, obviously, to dangle the carrot to an extent. Just one slip in as de Pavilon's in. Bowls to Nair, more runs for him as he clips that away through mid-wicket. It's running out towards the boundary. Again, it's not quite going to go. I think long chase out there for David Lloyd, who just keeps it inside the rope, but they come back for 3. So 9 runs off the first 3 balls of the morning. And Karen Nair up to 46. And Northamptonshire to 204 for 2. After scoring at 5 and over Northamptonshire in that long final session last night. 195 for 2 overnight off 40 overs. 9 runs off the first 3 balls of the morning. We were discussing earlier, of course, what the equation might be, what Northamptonshire might look to leave. I don't think they'll want to bat certainly no more than an hour this morning, possibly even less than that. Just depends how it goes, but it's a brisk enough start anyway. Emilio Gay's facing his first ball of the morning. De Pavilon round the wicket to the left hand. He pushes it down to backward point. Karen Nair thinks about a single, but in the end thinks it will be a very bad idea, correctly. 204 for 2, but as I say, very different conditions from yesterday, and I don't think Northamptonshire will be too sorry. Well, the forecast, I think, is it's supposed to
it's brighten
up later.
Yeah,
but,
it's for the run chase. Yeah.
But I think Northamptonshire will be quite happy if it stayed like this all day.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
But I don't think it's going to. A little bit of breeze, but not too much, just billowing the flags on the members' pavilion as de Pavilon's in. Bowls to Gay, drives down the ground, just waited to see whether David Lloyd managed to get across from mid-off, which he does. So there was no run to be had. Stays at 204 for 2. Mel Farrell will be with us, of course, a little bit later on.
Yes, she is here, everybody.
Yes.
She's made it.
She's in the building.
Yeah, well done, Mel.
Having
She was only in Derby last night, so it would have been something if she'd had a disaster getting to the ground.
a walk into the town centre this morning just to stretch the legs. Very nice. Some lovely old churches and very pleasant. Here's de Pavilon round the wicket. Bowls again to Gay. Drops it down into the offside and he picks up a single. So 10 off the first over of the morning. 205 for 2. Emilio Gay is 90 and has kept the strike. Karen Nair is 46 and the lead is 265 with at the moment 95 overs remaining in the day. What's your sense about this, Fletch? I'm just saying I don't think Northamptonshire will want to bat more than an hour.
I think if they bat more than an hour, they're erring very much on the side of caution. They want to give themselves, I don't think it really is the target as much as the number of overs that they will have to try to bowl Derbyshire out for a second time, which is going to be the key. And the whole picture that we're looking at from the commentary position screams Derbyshire just waiting.
Yes.
Because there are no slips. Matt Lamb is at gully or backward point. Everybody else, there are 2 saving one or either side of the pitch. The mid-on and the mid-off are deep set, and there are men on the boundary square both sides. As Blair Tickner comes in and bowls, that one is there is a long leg as well, which is good news because that's where the ball's gone. Shortish delivery, and turned around the corner by Emilio Gay. Once he gets to his century, he might open up, which is a slight concern. And Karen Nair is, well, 46 off 39. He made his intentions very clear last night during that spell when they scored at 5 and over for 40 overs. And there seemed absolutely nothing that Derbyshire could do about it. We had short-pitched deliveries. We had all sorts. It was all relatively futile in the end,
Quite
sadly.
an impressive little cameo from Liam Patterson-White as well, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
no, I was impressed to see a lone player put his hand up and say, look, I'll go in and help push the score along. 17 ball, 17. He'd like to have been there longer, of course, but gave it a bit of impetus. As Tickner's bowls a full toss, which must have been quite close to being above waist height, and Nair turns it into the leg side. That's the Yorker gone wrong delivery, I'm afraid, from Blair Tickner. In only his 6th over of this second innings, David Lloyd got through quite a bit of work yesterday. 13 overs, 1 for 67. Managed to get rid of Ricardo Vasconcelos with a dismissal that must be on its way to going viral, as Tickner is in around the wicket, turns it, does Gay down towards square leg, where they pick up a single. Ross Whiteley does the fielding, 208 for 2, because not only did he lose his bails, but he lost his bat to square leg. It was quite spectacular.
It was lucky there was nobody in harm's way of the bat, because it was...
I'd like to have seen square leg catch the bat, although it being Derbyshire, they almost certainly would have dropped it.
Oh, dear. Deary me.
And here is Tickner in again. The facts are all there. That one is guided by Nair down to third man. Wide third man. Dupavillon's there, picks up a single, moves to 48, 209 for 2.
Well, as I mentioned, I feel your pain when Northamptonshire's analyst, James, was doing the stats last year. I think it would have been around about this time of the year when he said we've already dropped 50 and he decided to stop.
Yeah,
Stopped counting. I think it was probably into the T20 when he got to 50 and decided that they'd sort of declare.
Next delivery from Tickner is just sort of dead batted into the offside by Gay. He moves to 93 now. The partnership up to 91, 210 for 2 with 1 ball of Blair Tickner's over remaining. Plenty of work for umpire Mark Newell, because he's going from square leg to square leg, keeping himself nice and warm. They're wearing the light jackets today, the umpires.
Shirt sleeve order yesterday.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah, too hot. But today it's too cold. I mean, what is going on with the weather? Here is Tickner, bowls a short delivery. It's pulled up into the leg side quite straight, and it lands about 5 yards to the right of David Lloyd initially, and he races, or chases it to the boundary rather, and loses the chase because the ball gets all the way to the rope, and that's 50 for Karen Nair off just 42 deliveries. That was his 6th 4 to go along with a 6. And Northamptonshire move at the end of the over to 214 for 2.
As I say, I think anybody watching this will be seeing a side of Karen Nair that, as I say, Northamptonshire so far haven't really seen. And I think we'll realise he's a class act, but he really has done exactly the job that Luke Proctor and John Sadler would have been hoping for. The lead now then 274.
Are they an adventurous coach-captain combination, do we know?
I would, well, I say, it's not a situation they've found themselves in very often, so we'll see. Here's Dupavillon in bowls to Emilio Gay, drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. That's as good a shot as he's played in this impressive innings, and it's run away to the boundary. 97 to Emilio Gay, 128 balls he's faced so far. Northamptonshire 218 for 2. I'm not sure if Mum and Dad are listening. Hope they are, back home in Bedfordshire. I was talking to Emilio's Mum and Dad during the previous match at Northampton, and they were saying they found it very difficult when they hear me reading the news in the winter, because they think I'm about to say he's bowled him or it's gone for 4.
Well, I hope it's he's gone for 4 rather than he's bowled him, but yes, I know what you mean.
97 to Emilio Gay, 218 for 2. Dupavillon in, bowls 2, drops it down into the offside, come through for a quick single. Karen Nair very sharp to realise that there was one down to Tickner at backward point. Gay to 98 and Northamptonshire to 219 for 2. Yeah, I mean, I can't really give you an answer, Fletch, because I don't know.
Yeah.
My sense is that they're probably not sort of Colin Ingleby Mackenzie type gamblers, but the sense you got from Ben Sanderson last night was that they're well aware that batting Derbyshire out of the game is fairly pointless, and they do actually need to give them something that they might think about.
Those 16 points could be important, couldn't they?
Yeah. Here's de Pavillon. In and bowls short, pulled away by Karen there. It's gone up in the air. It's landed about 10 yards in front of the man at deep square. Just clothed it really, caught it a bit high up on the bat. But he gets a single, brings Emilio Gay back onto strike. Karen is 53 and Northamptonshire 220 for 2. I mean, my sort of best guess when I was asked this morning was something like 330, 340 maybe in 82, 83 overs.
You're going to have to slow down then.
They are, exactly. They're actually scoring too quickly. Gay on 98, faces de Pavillon, short, pulled away by Emilio Gay. That's 4 runs, and it's 100 for Emilio Gay. Well played. Comes up off 130 balls. Muted celebration, I think it's fair to say, for Emilio Gay. Acknowledges the applause from the crowd and from the dressing room, but sometimes in previous 3-figure scores he's been a little bit more demonstrative, but I think he realises he's still got a job to do here. But it's his 6th first-class century for Northamptonshire. Of course, he's got a double this year as well, 261.
I hope he gets one today. There won't be enough time to bowl Derbyshire out there.
No, well, this is very true. But 100 off 130 balls for Emilio Gay, and just dropped down into the offside. The next ball from de Pavillon, and it comes through for a single, shy at the stumps. And poor Wayne Madsen has worn one for the team there because he was backing up the throw from Blair Tickner. I think he might have taken it on the chest. Anyway, he's okay. So the figures of Emilio Gay's century: 100 off 130 balls with 9 fours. So second 50 coming up off, just 56 balls, which is decent going. Here's de Pavillon in bowls to Karen, who just drops it down again out to backward point, and they're through for a single, shy at the stumps. Karen's looking for 2. It's like a double play out there at the moment. There's people running around all over the shop. Anyway, end of the over. Karen is 54, Emilio Gay is 103. It's 226 for 2. The lead is 286. It's interesting, Fletch, because Emilio Gay's now gone past, I think, 600 runs for the season, and Northamptonshire haven't had anybody get to 1,000 first-class runs since 2016 in Championship cricket, and that was Ben Duckett, who obviously had a huge year that year in all formats. But Luke Proctor was the closest a couple of years ago when he fell just a handful of runs short. But it was, it seems like an eternity since anybody's got to 4 figures, but he's in a strong position to do so, let's say.
1,000 runs in the Championship isn't something that I've avoided, particularly with Derbyshire, as Tickner begins a new over. Another full toss that's pushed out into the offside by Nair for a single. He moves to 55, 227 for 2. Madsen's done it a couple of times in my time here. I'm fairly sure that Deploy did it. Shan Masood almost did it in April, a couple of seasons ago. Those days appear to be long gone. Thank you to Nick Buxton, who's the first correspondent via fletchcricket@gmail.com this morning. Let's be real, he says. If Northampton should declare now they'd have enough, when does the white ball stuff start again? Here is Tickner in around the wicket bowls, and that's guided beautifully by Emilio Gay down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. That was a really nice shot. Beautiful touch. And he moves on to 107, 231 for 2. The lead's 291, and I think you're right, Nick. They have enough already. Although, if Derbyshire batted sensibly, it's not a target that should be out of their reach. And then we have to remember they were rolled for 109 in 26 overs on the 3rd day of the last home game against Sussex to lose by an innings. 231 for 2. As Tickner is in and bowls. Oh, that has been smashed back over the New Zealander's head all the way down the ground for 6. That is a glorious, glorious shot from Emilio Gay. I told you once he'd got to 3 figures he'd start to open up, and he certainly has. 113 not out, 237 for 2. Wow.
You called that one, Fletcher, and I mean, it's interesting because Emilio Gay, I know, wants to play T20, wants to play in all formats, and I'm sure he's probably just looking up to the coach and saying, see, I can play like that as well if I need to. That was a magnificent stroke.
Superb. His first 6 to go along with his 10 fours in 113 from 133 deliveries. I think his target is to get the number of runs above the number of balls. Here comes Tickner again, in and bowls. It's short, and it's helped down round the corner for 4 more down to fine leg. And Blair Tickner's lost it a little bit here, I'm afraid, and that's very un-Blair Tickner-like from what we've seen so far. 117 to gain now, 241 for 2. It is interesting because last night we walked around to do the interviews. Because of the intense heat at the county ground, all the windows were open in the changing rooms. And you could hear Mickey Arthur's voice from some distance away, in fairness. So by the time I got to the top of the stairs, you could hear him reasonably clearly as Tickner bowls another short delivery. He tries that little touch over the keeper's head there, Emilio Gay, but didn't make contact. It goes through to Brooke Guest. And he was giving his team an enormous spray, as I believe they call it in Australia. He was not a happy man. He was talking about missed opportunities. He was talking about the failure to cope with the new ball earlier in the day. And everything that he said was absolutely true. 241 for 2. And this one is up in the air. Is it going to land in safely? Yes, it is. He tried to pull it into the leg side. It went over Lewis Reese's head, but nowhere near Ross Whiteley running in from the boundary. It's the end of the over, so he's pinched the strike, which is probably no bad thing. 118 to Emilio Gay from 136 balls. Karen Nair has 55 from 45. The partnership now worth 123 of just 101 balls. The lead has gone over 300. It's 302 Northamptonshire, 242 for 2. And it's time to start looking at the balcony every 5 minutes to see when they're going to pull them in.
Yes, it was. It was quite interesting listening, wasn't it? We were just, it wasn't a question of journalists earwigging. You couldn't avoid hearing it.
No, you couldn't.
And it was, it was fairly forthright. Might have needed the bleep on if it had been broadcast.
I think so. And he had his cap off as well. Whenever he's given them a real a tongue lashing, he's always removed his cap, Mickey Arthur. He did it at Nottinghamshire in a T20 a couple of years ago. And you knew at that time that he wasn't a happy man. So I always look for the cap.
Here's Dupavalon running away from us. Round the wicket to Emilio Gay. No slips now at all. Slower ball outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay trying to spear that one away over extra cover. Doesn't lay a bat on it. It goes through to Brooke Guest, who has nobody to talk to, because the field now, we have a backward point, an extra cover and a mid wicket in the ring, as it were, and then a third man on the boundary, man on the cover boundary. Mid off is deep, not quite on the fence, but about 10 yards in. A long leg on the boundary, deep square on the boundary. Here's Dupavalon in, bowls to Gay, wide outside the off stump. Emilio Gay almost did himself a mischief trying to get across and run it down to third man.
And now, if he does want to play T20 cricket, I might have a little bit of advice for him here. He's going to see an awful lot of deliveries like that. This is terrific T20 bowling from Darren Dupavalon. Those balls very close to the blue line, as it will be in the white ball stuff.
Yes, have to get used to all this stuff again, won't we, very soon? Still one round of championship matches to go, of course, after this, with Derbyshire down at Bristol, playing Gloucestershire, and Northamptonshire at home to Yorkshire. Round the wicket goes Dupavalon again, a pull by Gay, doesn't really get hold of it, but it goes up to long on, where Wayne Madsen fields, and it's just a single. Gay to 119, and Northamptonshire to 243 for 2. The lead is 303. There are 91 overs remaining after this. Of course, you need to knock 2 off in all the calculations for the interval between innings. We've only been out there, 20 minutes this morning, and Northamptonshire have added 48 runs in not very long. In fact, in four and a half overs. So they're going along at 11 at the moment this morning.
Steady away.
Here's de Pavalon over the wicket to Caron, who is bowled. Middle stump, knocked flying out of the ground. Big swing. And Caron there perishes in the cause. Bowled by de Pavalon for 55 or 46 balls. Northamptonshire 243 for 3. The lead is 303. And it'll be interesting to see who comes in next. Whether... I don't think it'll be the captain, put it that way. I think he may decide to bunt somebody else up the order. But
I've just seen something relatively new from a Derbyshire perspective there.
what's that?
Bowling at the stumps. I'm not sure that'll catch on. Not sure that'll catch on.
Well, he certainly did bowl at the stumps because the middle stump was not flying out of the ground.
Yeah, terrific effort from Caron there. 6 4s and a 6.
So, who is it? There's nobody.
I'm leaving that to you. I have no idea.
No, there's nobody appeared yet. It looks as though it might be George Bartlett,
Okay.
who would be due to be in next, if assuming that it's not going to be the captain. It looks like Bartlett's walk. Yes, it is George Bartlett. I thought it was. To get to know although he hasn't been with the club very long, you get to know the walks, don't you?
Yeah,
And,
that's the only thing you
yeah.
can tell them by when they're coming in from a right angle.
But it is going to be George Bartlett. As you say, there is a danger actually that Northamptonshire are scoring too quickly.
They're scoring far too quickly.
Having-
Although, in fairness, they're not, because that will leave
No.
them more overs,
No,
won't
I
it?
know,
But at the moment, it's only going to be 3.5 and over.
We're cautious people, Fletch, in Northamptonshire. You know, we're roundheads rather than cavaliers. I think it's fair to say.
I think sadly that's people in cricket are so cautious these days. I'm talking about captains and coaches. I've been screaming. I spoke to Lewis Deploy, the former captain who's now at Middlesex, last season. I said, "Well, would you be thinking about setting something up?" "Oh, yeah, Fletch, yeah, we'll set something." Yeah, nothing, nothing.
Here's Bartlett facing his first ball from de Pavalon, and it's on the back foot. Bartlett playing it out to mid-wicket where Tickner fields, and there's no run. This is, again, you suspect not quite the situation that George Bartlett probably expected he was going to be finding himself in the second innings. It was an absolute art, wasn't it, in the days of 3-day cricket, and particularly 3-day cricket on covered pitches. So
Yeah.
we're talking about post-1981,
Yeah,
to set up the game and set up the declaration. We were saying Northamptonshire were very lucky in that time to have Jeff Cook, who was as shrewd as they come, and without a particularly strong bowling attack for most of his time as captain. Bartlett pushing that next ball out into the covers, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. So Bartlett's still looking for his first run. Emilio Gay is 119, and Northamptonshire 243 for 3. The lead is 303.
yeah, more than enough.
And yeah, but you know, without a particularly strong bowling attack and with a very strong batting side, teams were obviously reluctant to leave a lot.
Yeah.
With Lamb, Capel, Bailey, and so on, and Larkins. So Jeff had to sort of balance it, and he did it as well as I think anybody possibly could have done, given what he had at his disposal.
Yes.
And even if Northamptonshire didn't win things in those days, and certainly in Championship cricket, they were generally a very good side to watch. It was some very exciting games on the final afternoons.
We may yet get some excitement today, who knows. Here is Blair Tickner, continuing from the city end, bowling to Emilio Gay, who takes that one off his leg stump down towards long leg. They're only going to get a single, though. Gay moves to 120, 244. 4-3, the lead up to 3, just add 60. You know the drill by now.
I did say to Emilio Gay last night, actually, when I was waiting to have a chat with Ben Sanderson, and he sort of came as though he was sort of wondering if I was going to ask, and I said no. So we'll wait till you get your 100 today.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
But I don't like speaking to not out.
no, I don't.
batters at
And
all.
I don't think they like it.
No.
The coaches certainly don't like it.
No, absolutely. I think they're good enough to speak to us most of the
Yeah.
time. We can give them a bit of leeway on that one.
Absolutely.
David Lloyd's gone a bit further back at mid. Why not? A bit further back at mid on. As Tickner is on his way in, and Bowlesgate gives himself a little bit of room there by dancing outside the leg stump, and Tickner manages to fire one in close to the bottom of his bat, so there is no run. There's the thing.
I don't think. I think the only time generally you say you happy to do somebody that's not out is probably if they've got 200 or something.
Yes,
Not out of
yes.
the close, but no, I'm with you entirely on that one.
Gay waits as Tickner bowls to him, and he goes onto the back foot and pushes it out into the offside Reese Fields. Extra cover. And there's no run. A sprinkling of spectators in on the final day. It's off on the way. I wonder how many have arrived in hope rather than expectation.
I wanted to come up from Northampton, you know.
Well, it'd be the perfect day to come and watch it. As Tickner is in and bowls again, back foot shot punched into the offside, out towards the extra cover boundary. Around goes Ross Wiley, and the batters get through for a couple. Game is to 122, 246. 4-3 is the score. I'm just waiting for my to be summoned.
Oh, yeah. Summoned by bells.
I get summoned for 11:30 usually. Then we do a bit of a quiz as well, which is all very exciting.
Oh, I say.
Well, I just like the idea of everybody out there knowing where we are for the rest of the day, really, so I can't really say no. Here is Tickner again and bowls. That's pulled into the leg side nicely. Backward of square. Zach Chappell's out there, so he's going to get a single.
George Bartlett's
George
putting he's putting in a little case for the T20 now as well. They all want to sort of catch the eye.
Well, everybody wants to play in that, don't
Well,
they?
they do.
The
Northamptonshire.
excitement, the face paint,
Well,
that kind of thing.
The Edgbaston, was it when Northamptonshire first got to the finals day in 2009? It was the Edgbaston Cowgirls, which caused a certain amount of comment.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Not all of it universally positive.
Not sure the members would like it, as this next one is clubbed down the ground into the ground and down the ground by Emilio Gay for a single. 121 he moves on to. 248 for 3 at the end of the over. He's pinched the strike again as well, and Northamptonshire lead by 308. And of course, Derbyshire go to Edgbaston twice this year. It's terrific.
Oh, of course, yes, you're blasting off.
Well, you say blasting off. Yeah. Northamptonshire were advertising the game at Northampton as blast off. Durham, I noticed, were advertising their first game 24 hours later as blast off. And then the day after that, we will indeed blast off.
Well, here, I think Emilio Gay is looking to continue blasting off. 248 for 3. He's 121 not out. The field scattered far and wide. The lead is 308, and my thanks to James Maybe, the Northamptonshire analyst, who sent me some very interesting stats about run chases on this ground. Full ball from De Pavillon, driven by Gay, and it's fielded at extra cover by Lewis Rees coming round, and they only get a single. 122 to Gay, 249 for 3. And the highest successful run chase on this ground, fourth innings since 2018, 263 for 2 by Gloucestershire. Haven't been very many, and the only other one of over 200, 248 for 8 by Glamorgan. Here's De Pavillon in and bowls to Bartlett, who gives himself room again, trying to find the offside, but just picks out the man an extra cover, Lewis Rees, and there's no run. In terms of fourth inning scores to draw, 310 for 8 by Glamorgan, and Middlesex made 340 all out here, but that was to lose. So those are the figures since 2018, fourth innings at Derby.
I was going to say, I remember Rory Kleinfeld at that
yeah.
Northamptonshire side looking totally disinterested for 3.5 very, very cold days here, and then was set a target and suddenly came to life, as they tended to do.
Here's Dupavalon in bowls to George Bartlett, who's trying to drive back over the bowler's head. Doesn't time it, just jams down on it, and it rolls out to Reese at extra cover. Yes, so many thanks to James for those figures, which are illuminating, I think. But maybe that 340 all out, they'll be thinking, well, you see, you can get. I don't know how many overs that was, of course. I suppose that's the other thing to consider. But Northamptonshire 309 to the good at the moment. 89 overs remaining after this one, -2 for the interval. Sun's trying to come out as well. Here's Dupavalon in bowl, short, pulled away by Bartlett, and it's going to go down to fine leg for 6. It was a top edge, but it's a, yeah, it wasn't well, I'm not quite sure that bowling short at this stage is probably quite the thing to do. George Bartlett just got inside it and helped it on its way, really.
Yeah,
down
absolutely.
to long leg for 6. He goes to 9, 255 for 3.
Good fun for everybody except for Darren Dupavalon, I think, there.
Absolutely.
This wretched song that's in my ears is about to finish, so I'm just going to go for a minute.
Okay. Here's Dupavalon running in again to bowl to George Bartlett, short again, pulled down to all along the floor, down to deep backward square for a single. Ross Whiteley's down there. Bartlett into double figures, 10 off 10. And Northamptonshire to 256 for 3. Lead is 316. And Emilio Gay back on strike on 122, his 6th first-class century for Northamptonshire. The first 2 were both at Canterbury, and took a certain amount of ribbing as to whether he really fussed about playing anywhere else. He seemed to have a strong attachment to the St Lawrence ground, but showing his talents in other venues now. And that's smashed away through mid-wicket by Emilio Gay. Is it going to go all the way for 4? No, it's a super bit of fielding. Really good bit of fielding by 40-year-old Wayne Madsen. Down on the boundary at long on. That's a terrific stop. And keeps Emilio Gay to 2. 124 to him at the end of the over. 10 to Bartlett. It's 258 for 3. The lead is 318. Emilio Gay made a memorable century off the Surrey attack a couple of years ago at Northampton, and last year an equally good one against Lancashire at Old Trafford on the test pitch that had been used for 4 days at least for the Ashes test against Australia. Then of course it rained on the last day, but they used the same pitch for the championship match that followed, and Emilio Gay found it very much to his liking. Here's Tickner starting a fresh over, bowls a really good leg stump Yorker. It only just misses leg stump, but nothing really that George Bartlett could do about that. It stopped down the leg side by Brooke Guest. That's clever bowling from Blair Tickner. Just trying to limit the damage, as it were. But as Fletch said earlier, it's just a question of setting things up now. Here's Tickner, elbows jutting out, runs in and bowls to Bartlett, who has a bit of a swing at that, goes off a thick inside edge out on the leg side, and they come through for a single. Bartlett's now gazing somewhat quizzically at the toe end of his bat. One more to Bartlett, 11 to him, 259 for 3, the lead 319. The batters confer briefly. I don't think there's an awful lot really for them to consider. But here's Emilio Gay on strike as Tickner runs into bowl, down the leg side, and a really good scrambling stop by Brooke Guest, and Emilio Gay's down on one knee in the manner of, sort of overbalanced in the manner of the great Rowan Callagh. He used to finish up on his backside after hooking somebody for 6. I've been doing that to John Dye at Northampton many years ago in a Benson Hedges Cup match. Wonderful player. 259 for 3. Gay on strike, and he's driven that one away out over mid-wicket. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. So Emilio Gay connecting again with that one in one day white ball mode. He goes to 128. And Northamptonshire to 263 for 3. The lead is 323. My thanks again very much to James Maybe, who's now sent, having said about, I wonder how many overs those chases were, he's now very kindly supplied that information as well. So that's extremely handy. Thanks, James. I'll share that with you at the end of the over. A couple of balls to go. Round the wicket comes Tickner and just steered away, glided away by Emilio Gay. That's clever batting. There's the third man, but he got plenty on it and it raced away fine. Quite deliberate stroke by Gay, who's now unveiling the full range of strokes. 132 to him, 267 for 3. One ball to go in the over. So the lead is 327 now. Northamptonshire pulled out now. There'll be 86 overs left. Here's Tickner in bowl, short, pulled away by Gay. He's only going to get a single as it goes out to one of the 5 fielders on the leg side boundary. And he keeps the bowling. One more to Gay, 133 to him. And at the end of the over, it's 268 for 3. The lead is 327. 328, beg your pardon. And those successful run chases, Gloucestershire chased down 263 in 48 overs. The 248 to win was in 79 overs. And the 340 to lose by Middlesex was 112 overs. And the Glamorgan 310 for 8 to draw was in 55 overs. So there is a little bit of previous in terms of sides sort of chasing down at 4, 5 and over. Only not that many instances, of course, but, well, I'm sure all the facts and figures have been relayed to Luke Proctor and to John Sadler as we see the spin of David Lloyd for the first time this morning. The off spin, the first ball finds Emilio Gay trying to play the reverse sweep, doesn't connect. And for the first time this morning, it's a very good morning to Mel Farrell. Morning, Mel.
Good morning, everyone.
Here's Lloyd in filthy ball down the leg side that's paddled away. It was short, it was wide, and Emilio Gay says thank you very much indeed and pulls it away for 4. 272 for 3. Gay to 137.
That was ugly.
That was a that was a pie.
But it was a very misdirected pie.
Yes, it wasn't.
It was, yeah, you know, if you tried to throw a pie in someone's face, that would have ended up on their kneecap.
Yes,
Bless.
it wasn't even a straight pie, was it?
No.
Never mind. Never mind. Here's Lloyd in again. Bowls and Gay clips that one away off his legs down to deep backward square. And Zach Chappell sends in a good flat throw, keeps it to a single. The scoreboard that we've got in our commentary box here has frozen, so I'm now relying on the one on the main board, which is 273 for 3, and Gay to 138.
Old school.
Old school.
Old school. At least you can see it better today because it's darker. But, you know, I'd say that was an ugly ball from Lloyd, and it was. He'd admit that as well. But, he has taken on a lot of responsibility without a frontline spinner in the team.
No, absolutely right. Mind you, presumably had a say in picking the side.
Well, that's also true. And he has picked up wickets.
Yes, he has. He has. But anyway, he's now obviously placing the field with some care as he's bowling to the right-handed Bartlett. And Bartlett drives just behind square on the offside. It's running down towards the boundary at backward point. And that's 4 more runs to Northamptonshire, 4 more to Bartlett. He goes to 15 and Northamptonshire to 277 for 3. So the lead now is 337.
Oh, you're going to have to you actually got to do the maths.
Got to do the maths, I know.
Oh, impressive.
Here's Lloyd in again. Flights that one up and driven once again by Bartlett. Just a little bit square up, and he's only going to get a single down to deep backward point. Bartlett to 16, Northamptonshire to 278 for 3. Not quite sure why our board in here has has ceased functioning, but it has. Fortunately, the other board hasn't. Oh, that's a clever shot from Emilio Gay. Has just run that ball from Lloyd, trying to use the pace of the ball, because there's very little pace on the ball from David Lloyd. But he just managed to run it down towards third man for a single. Keeps the bowling as well. 139 to him. 16 to Bartlett. 279 for 3. The lead is 339. There are, I think, 87 overs now remaining. And we're going to see a bit of Zach Chappell, I think, Mel.
Zach Chappell, who had the unenviable task yesterday, a very obvious tactic of just bowling short, and did as he was asked, but again, it wasn't perhaps so flattering for what he can obviously do. It's just been...
It was an interesting... It was just a strange ploy, wasn't it?
Bowl short with the field spread.
Well, we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary in an arc between deep mid wicket and long leg.
They are all out.
There's some of them, they're only just in the ground, I think.
Yeah. Here it comes again then. Chappell in. First ball, well, actually, it wasn't so full, but it was outside the line of off stump, and Gay has just had a bit of a lazy waft at that one, really. Misses it.
If Long On backs up any more, he's going to finish up on Pentagon Island.
The wonderful Pentagon Island.
Wonderful Pentagon Island.
I'm getting to learn some of the local things. I had a lovely evening in Derby last night. Zach Chappell runs in over the wicket again. He does bang this one short, and he cuts in front of point. But of course, with all the field out, that means he's only going to get the single. Takes them to 280 for 3, which means they've got a lead of 340. Is it?
Correct.
Oh, yes.
Correct.
Oh, those years of school weren't wasted. I can add 60 to something. Hurrah!
Still had slates when I was doing that sort of adding up.
Okay, so we've got fielders who've come up on the offside now. So
we're working again. The board that does the maths for you is now working in the box.
Extra cover and backward point have come in, and this ball is fallen. There is an edge, but it is far to the right of Guest, and it goes all the way to the boundary, as you can probably tell by that thud into the sight screen below us here in the media centre. So another 4 to the total, and moves it to 284 for 3.
So Northamptonshire have scored 89 runs this morning.
Yeah, have a word, will you? Get them off. I want them in. Come on.
In 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I just wonder how long they're going to go. I want them to leave a little carrot at least. Here's Chappell in, short and wide, and he pulls across the line, Bartlett, but doesn't really get much of it, and it just goes down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, have a word. You know people at Northampton. Come on.
There is absolutely no prospect of them taking the slightest bit of notice of me, and nor should they. Nor should they.
I'm just being, totally selfish. I want a game of it. I want a thrilling chase, Radders.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, crikey.
Here comes Chappell, full, just inside a leg stump, and that's just flicked away in the end, down towards deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single.
I think thrilling's overrated as a rule, isn't it?
Oh, dear. Now, that is a curmudgeonly thing to say, Radders.
That's me all over.
Oh, Henry's come in to adjust the camera. He's a bit nervous, and he looks nervous as well, because he's got a sore shoulder as well. He pinched a nerve. Here's Chappell in, bangs that one in, and in the end, well, it's just paddled by Bartlett down to deep mid-wicket for another single.
That was anyone for tennis, wasn't it? It was just like a sort of a forehand smash by Bartlett.
Without too much smash.
No, not a lot of smash in there. 287, so the lead is 347. There are now, the board is now in the commentary box has frozen again. So 86, so if they bat on into this over 85, there would be 83 left. But the lead is 347, so it'll be 348 to win, but they're obviously not pulling out yet, because we're going to see at least one more over from David Lloyd. He's going to be bowling to George Bartlett, who's moved on to 22 in quick time, 22 off just 17 balls. And here's Lloyd, round the wicket to him, and Bartlett whips that away, out through mid-wicket. There's certainly one. Are they going to come back for two? Yes, they are. Emilio Gay's called through for the second run. And Dupavalon's throw to the bowler's end to Lloyd is a good one, but it can't stop the second run. Gay goes to 141, 289 for 3. Lloyd flights that one up, and Bartlett has gone for it. Is he going to be caught? Oh, no, he's not. It's one of those by Lewis Rees, just immediately down below us at long on. He got the ball in his hands, but realised he was going to overbalance over the rope. So he got rid of the ball, came back into the field of play, but the ball had gone too far for him to pick it up inside the rope. So they come through for 2. It's good thinking from Lewis Rees, but they could have done with him hanging on to it. 291 for 3. Down the pitch comes Emilio Gay and smashes that back on the bounce to David Lloyd, who feels very well off his own bowling. He hit that hard.
It was one of those ones with Rees where, because he took it above his head, when he
Just
threw it back
overbalancing,
in.
Yeah. Here's Lloyd in again, down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, but Emilio Gay is a bit frustrating, feels he's missed out.
But when he tossed it back in, it didn't go very high in the air.
no.
Sometimes you see if they take it lower, they then toss it higher.
Short and punched away by Emilio Gay out to deep extra cover for a single. Ross Whiteley, the man out there by the covers, I mean the pitch covers, not the covers, fields. Gay to 142, Northamptonshire to 291 for 3. Here's Lloyd in again, cut away by Bartlett. This is more runs, it could well be 4. It's beaten the dive at backward point, and it does indeed cross the rope for 4 more runs to George Bartlett, who's playing his part. Again, as with Karen there, it's a side of George Bartlett that Northamptonshire supporters won't really have seen so far. 29 to him, 295 for 3. He's made 25 now off 19 balls. The lead is 351, and there are now 85 overs remaining.
You can't imagine they would surely not bat for more than an hour.
No, I don't think they will. It's Chappell again. I have a funny feeling
This might be the last over.
this may be the last one. As Fletcher's pointed out, that board is kaput, at least for the moment.
Well, here comes Zach Chappell. First ball is outside the off stump, and again a little waft from Gay, and he's absolutely furious with himself. Walked away, shaking his head. He's kicked the ground. He's replayed the shot. I suggest that means he's annoyed he didn't put that one away.
I think so.
But that's the second time there's been a play and a miss first up from Chappell, and he's in again over the wicket. Field is out. It's driven hard. It was a full delivery. It's dug out, and it's going to go for 4. 2 fielders converging, and there's a dive out there. Nothing they can do about it. That's not a bad response from Gay to essentially dig out a Yorker and have it go to the straight boundary for 4.
Gosh, he hit that hard. He hit that very hard.
He certainly did. That was a lovely shot from him. A real determination to make up for the previous miss. Taps his bat and waits again. As Chappell's in, it's a wider one across the body of Gay, and he has another slash at it to no avail.
Fletcher made the point earlier that he thought Emilio Gay was trying to make sure that he kept the equilibrium between runs and balls faced, and if possible to finish up that he was runs were ahead of balls, and he's not far off now, 146 off 159.
He's certainly going for every ball. Here's another one from Crawley, and this was on leg stump, and he's just turned it down to deep mid-wicket. It's actually heading towards long on there. They run for a couple as the ball's fielded and sent back in, and that brings up the 300 for Northants. 301 for 3. Bartlett on 29 and Gay now on 148. He's got a chance to make it 150 here as Chappell is in, and he just guides that one neatly down towards deep point. Take a single. So he won't get the 150 on that. Brings Bartlett on to strike. But he's just going after everything now, isn't he?
Absolutely. But say George Bartlett's played
Yes.
a really good hand here, 29 off 20 now.
He certainly has. He's not just there to be a support act. He's going to grab a few headlines himself. He's on strike now, the right-hander, as Chappell is in over the wicket. And he does get underneath that one. It was uppish, but because the field's all out, lands safely. And as deep mid-wicket fields, they'll come back for a second run.
They were looking towards the balcony, weren't they? It must have been. I thought that might be the last over, but
They're still out there.
they are still out there.
304 for 3.
Yeah, lead now 364. And in terms of overs, we're looking at 84 left, so it would be 81, assuming they're going to bat this over. So that's 4.5 and over. It's stiff target. Anyway, Lloyd will continue. Emilio Gay on 149. And there's 150 for him as he turns it out away, out towards long on. They come back for 2. And it's 150 for Emilio Gay. 150 off 163 balls. So the third 50 coming off just 33 balls. First 50 was off 74. Second off 56, third off 33, which is just the direction that you want it to be, getting fewer and fewer number of balls the longer you're in. 306 for 3. Lloyd in again, bowls to Gay, comes down the pitch, looking to drive away out over extra cover, I think. In the end, it goes down more or less straight past the bowler. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it. He's got just a single. Takes Gay to 152, 307 for 3. The lead 367. And it brings George Bartlett back onto strike. Lloyd in, bowls short, pulled by Bartlett out to long on, where Lewis Rees is fielding immediately down below us. Little puff of sand as the ball pitched on the outfield. One more to Bartlett. He goes to 32, 308 for 3. The lead 368. Lloyd in again, bowls to Gay outside the off stump and leathered by Gay straight at extra cover. And it's a really good stop there, just on the edge of the square by Dupavlon, who's at this precise moment wishing he hadn't, because I think that stung his hand more than a little. Gay to 153, 309 for 3. 2 balls left in this over. Here's Lloyd in, bowls to Bartlett, who goes for a slog, I'm afraid. There's no other technical term for that. It goes out to deep mid-wicket for 1, and again, George Bartlett looks almost ashamed at that stroke. But he's doing it for the team. 33 to him, 310 for 3, the lead 370. And here's Lloyd in, bowls to Gay, goes for a big swing, misses, end of the over. And that, I think, is that. It is. The declaration has come. Thought it might have come at least an over earlier, but it's come now. And Northamptonshire have declared on 310 for 3. It means Derbyshire will need 371 to win in, I think, 81 overs. We'll just wait for that to be audited, but I think it is 81 overs. Emilio Gay, 153 not out. That'd be handy for his average. Off 166 balls with 1 6 and 15 fours. Applause for the batters as they leave the field. George Bartlett, little cameo from him. 33 not out off 23 balls with a 6 and 3 fours. and 310 for 3. So, I'll just run through the bowling figures quickly for you, if you'd like to keep your card up to date at home. Dupavalon, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 60. Tickner, 9 overs for 67. Anuj Dal, 6 overs for 19. David Lloyd, 16 overs, 1 for 92. Lewis Rees, 4 overs for 16. And Zach Chappell, 6 overs, 1 for 50. So, 370 is the lead. The target is 371. 81 overs left. Fletcher's moved in alongside me.
I think they'll probably be able to do that about midday tomorrow. It's too many runs. I don't think it's a realistic expectation. However, I've just been chatting to a couple of people and I entirely agree with them. I'd rather lose going for it than lose defending and trying to stay in the game for a draw. Personally, whether they take that approach or not remains to be seen.
Well, yes, it's as I say, they've gone on a little bit longer than I thought they might. I think I do feel, and it sounds a bit strange, but I do feel that they were actually slightly taken by surprise at how quickly they scored this morning, scoring 115 in 13 overs this morning.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. So, yeah, it was 195 for 2 off 40 overnight. The declaration coming after 53. So we had 13 overs this morning, and yeah, 115 runs added. A good chunk of those to Emilio Gay, who once again proves just what a talent he is. 153 not out off 166. He's now up to about 650 runs for the season. It's almost more than anybody made the whole of last year, but anyway, such are the altered times we live in. So 310 for 3, and how do you reckon Derbyshire will go about this? Fletch, to see how, just try and bat till lunch and see where they are.
My gut reaction, first gut instinct is they'll go about it fairly poorly. And I hope I'm proved wrong. I desperately hope I'm proved wrong, because I am convinced this team is better than it's showing at the moment, but at the moment it isn't showing anything that's helping me out in that argument. What's the actual required rate?
371, 371 in 80, so it's 4 and about 4.6, something like that.
Yeah, they're not going to do it. They might go after it, they might not. But yeah, get to lunch, see where they are, get to tea, see where they are, get to the close of play, and hope to goodness that they're not all out, really. would be the way forward, I think.
They're still there. There were, just to tidy up the scorecard, only 11 extras in that relatively brief innings, one by
second time following on against Sussex and were dismissed for 109 in 26 overs.
I thought you were about to tell me a good story
No,
to say.
I have no good stories. I've only been doing it since 2016. If I'd have been alive in 1936, I'd have had some great stories. But unfortunately, I've been doing it since 2016. I've seen them go through 2 complete seasons without winning a championship match. They don't win very often. It's more than 1,700 days since they've won a game here at Derby. Back to 2019 for that one. So I've got absolutely no idea what to say if it happens. I'll have to leave it to you.
No, it'll be your moment.
No.
It'll definitely be your moment.
Well, fingers crossed, eh? Fingers crossed. Yeah, 1,707 days today. The last time they won. Wow. The previous worst was 1,579 between 1974 and 1978. They didn't play it for 2 seasons. Because they were in dispute with the council. And they played a lot more games back then, of course. Anyway, David Lloyd will open the batting for Derbyshire, along with Lewis Rees and, of course, Ben Sanderson, a fifer in the first innings, his 19th for Northamptonshire. Will open the bowling. From the racecourse end, there are 4 slips, which is 4 more than Derbyshire had for any of those 13 overs this morning. And Sanderson is on his way in and bowls to Lloyd. Oh, goes past the edge and through to the keeper. They're all claiming a wicket. Lloyd didn't go anywhere, but that one shot through. Absolutely took off. It wasn't that far short of a length.
Wow. What a start. I thought for a second it might have got a little tickle, but fortunately for Lloyd, it didn't. But that really does set the tone, doesn't it? They're on the attack, and Sanderson is after another fifer.
He's in again and bowls to Lloyd, who gets bat on ball, turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. Of course, Lloyd was dismissed by Sanderson in the first innings, but largely down to the best catch of the season. I'm having no arguments about that. From Justin Broad at 4th slip down to his right. Oh dear. Andrew's not cheering me up either. Here comes Sanderson again. That one is defended out into the offside. Of course, everybody knows, because I mention it almost every time Derbyshire are chasing, and they never get there. Their highest successful run chase was 371 for 9, which, and I apologise now, Mel, was against Australia in 1997. Kevin Dean, morning Kev if you're listening, was out in the middle when I think he might have scored the winning runs.
You don't have to apologise.
You thought it would have been harder opposition, wouldn't you? This one is defended by Lloyd back to Sanderson. You don't want Australia to... It's a bit like all these people having the highest score against Derbyshire. You don't want your highest successful run chase to be against Australia. You want it against one of the top sides like Surrey or Essex. Goodness sake.
That's quite a good sledge from you, that one. I'll take that. I'll pay it.
They did make 396 at Leicestershire, at Grace Road against Leicestershire, but lost in 2007. Sanderson bowls, and that one is leading edge out towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Luke Proctor. No runs scored. You know, there are. That's fine. How did they get there? No, there aren't. I'm looking at the number of balls faced. No runs scored yet. I was getting excited there. I've missed 5 runs. What's happening? What I have done is I've watched 5 dot balls. That's what's happened.
Well, one thing, Sanderson must be looking up at the quite dark grey clouds that are above today and licking his lips.
And this next delivery from Sanderson, the ball pushed out into the offside by David Lloyd, and now Derbyshire need 371 from 80 overs, because that was a maiden. They're yet to get off the mark. David from Chesterfield, David Pickering, says, if Derbyshire get too boring this afternoon, I could ask Mel about her near miss with a cricket ball 9 years ago tomorrow.
Is it the anniversary?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
So we'll get into that at some point, but I'll... cricket ball 9 years ago tomorrow.
Wow. Gosh, how can that be 9 years ago?
Mel was a teenager.
Exactly. Thank you very much. that makes up for the earlier
For the sledge, yes.
It's going to be Luke Proctor bowling from the City end. Still got the 4 slips in, and absolutely no surprise there. It's Justin Broad. Oh, I was about to say it is Justin Broad fielding at 4th slip where he took that wonderful catch yesterday, but he's just moved out now. He's just gone into the covers. So a little change there. Now just the 3 slips in for Proctor. He comes in over the wicket to Rees. That's come off the inside part of the bat, but only as far as a diving mid-wicket running straight.
Up and running.
Up and running. There is the first run. So it started. There you go. 1 for none.
Yeah, no, I feel a lot better now.
You only trail by 369.
Yeah, I feel slightly less better after you said that.
It's when you get below 370 that you can start to believe.
Well, the psychological 350 barrier is next, so we'll get past that.
And that's probably how they have to approach it too.
Yes.
Is just breaking it down, those small milestones. Here comes Proctor. Lloyd just tucks that into mid-wicket, no run.
Having said that, there's a game, I'm going to look it up before I start talking about it, because it was magnificent. It was a really good game of cricket. Down at Hove, I think it was last season. I'm hoping it was.
Proctor gets the ball back, gives it a bit of a polish on his right leg, and then turns and starts his run up. He's in, bustling, and that's just gently driven up to mid-on. No run to Lloyd there. Still to get off the mark. Proctor is the chief shiner for everyone else when he's fielding. Keeps it going when he's bowling as well. Turns and starts, run up again. He's in, and that one is clipped past the fielder, Justin Broad, at mid-wicket, and that is a boundary. There's something to smile about. Lloyd gets off the mark with 4 runs. It was over-pitched a little bit, but nice timing and excellent placement by the captain. 5 for none.
Derbyshire was set by Sussex at Hove last season, 380 to win in 58 overs, which is ludicrous. And they eventually shut up shop in the last over at 361 for 8 after Lias Deploy went berserk, along with Hyder Ali. It's very entertaining.
Here's Proctor, bowls to Lloyd. This time the ball comes off the outside part of the bat into the covers. No run.
Deploy made 128 off 117 balls with 17 fours and 3 sixes. Hyder Ali made 73 off 54 with 7 fours and 4 sixes. And that after a relatively sedate start, at which point, at one point, Derbyshire were 47 for 2. They got close.
Proctor in again. It's a full ball and it's dug out, and a diving Justin Broad can't stop this one either. It's another boundary. Straight through mid-wicket, and that is a positive start in the end. Lloyd has got himself 2 boundaries in that over. He's on 8. Rees is on 1. And after 2 overs, it's 9 for none. So they're on track.
Well, I know I'm relatively pessimistic. I've been accused of being pessimistic in the past. And all the statistics point towards me being right to be pessimistic. But there are some very good cricketers at Derbyshire, and they haven't shown so far this season just how good they are. And I keep telling people that this is a good side. The evidence isn't there, and it's very difficult for me to try to form an argument to say they are a good side. 9 without loss, and Sanderson begins the 3rd over. That's defended by Lewis Rees. You know what I mean, though? You look at all the players and you think, well, yeah, David Lloyd, 10 years at Glamorgan, scored plenty of runs. Lewis Rees, 1,000-run opening bat. Wayne Madsen, 1,000,000 runs in first-class cricket. Brooke Guest, who's got 7 centuries as a wicket-keeper, which is second to Harry Storer in Derbyshire's history. there are a lot of good players. And Aaron Donald with a high score of 230 odd, whatever it was, 231 I think it was at Colwyn Bay, and Sanderson's on his way in again and bowls, and that one is tries to flick it away down the leg side, Reese, but I think he misses. Might just have flicked his pad on the way through. So there are enough players of enough quality to try to chase this, and I would rather see them chase it and lose than see them block out until the last 10 overs and then fall in a big heap and lose by 200 runs or whatever.
Absolutely. That is like what I was saying, but this alludes to what I was saying to earlier.
Sanderson bowls to Reese, who plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. Went for the expansive drive, missed, fortunately, through to the keeper.
But for me, coming in here and not having seen a lot of Derby, I'd go back to that first day again when you were seeing some really good bowling. You see signs of it. So that then suggests to me, if you do have good players, and it's more psychological.
Yes.
And that they're working really hard, training really hard.
Sanderson bowls to Reese, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
So that suggests that, it looks like a team that's forgotten how to win.
They need a psychologist more than they need a batting coach and a bowling coach at the moment.
And if you really did have the secret to unlocking that, you'd bottle it and make millions. And it is really difficult. Sometimes it just clicks with the same group of players and staff, and suddenly it just works.
Sanderson in once again, bowls to Reese, who goes back and cuts into the offside, but unfortunately didn't get too much of the ball there. It's comfortably fielded, backward point.
But it's incredible how when there are negative thoughts or things don't go right, and they just snowball. And it's so hard to then find the breaker switch, really, to just turn that around. And I just don't know. And Mickey Arthur's a very experienced coach.
Absolutely.
They're fortunate to have someone of his experience here, if he can find a way to unlock it.
Sanderson bowls, and that one is defended by Lewis Reeks up towards Luke Proctor, final ball of the over. Sanderson's bowled 2 overs and they've both been maidens. 9 without loss, Derbyshire. 8 to Lloyd, 1 to Reese. They need a further 362 to win. In 78 hours, they need to get through to lunch with these two still there, though, and there's still another 40 minutes to do that. The fear that everybody has now is because this has been going on for a while. They didn't win at all last season in the Championship. They haven't won at all this season in the Championship. And we're one more Championship match away from T20, which is clearly a target, but a lot of the players will be going into the T20 with low confidence as well, because it's largely this team with the addition of Samit Patel. And if that is the competition that Mickey Arthur has targeted, that could be an issue.
Here comes Luke Proctor for another over. He's in over the wicket, fuller delivery that's just driven up to mid-off by Lloyd, no run. And it does compound that lack of confidence. I mean, you hear England talk about it, don't you, that they're removing the fear of failure. And it's one of the most powerful things that you can do in sport, in life, but not always easy to implement it, because by our nature as humans, we do fear failure. Very hard not to. Here's Proctor in, and he's just straight down leg side, and that is flicked away nicely down towards deep backward square. It's slowing up, so Lloyd will just pick up 2, 3. He's picked up a third, come back for a third run. So just not completely timed to perfection, but enough to pick up 3 runs. It's 12 for none. Yeah, it's how you unlock it, and that's why I would like to see them be positive today, and just go, look, if we go down, we're going to try and rediscover something, and
almost hit your way back into form.
Yeah, and that's it, and then for them to show what they can do. Here's Proctor. That ball is just hit back to the bowler by Reese. Takes it on the bounce one-handed. And just try to almost say, oh, let's just forget about the result. Let's just go and enjoy what we're doing and try and have some fun, be positive. and show what we can do without fearing the loss.
Luke Proctor, when he fielded that ball, he immediately wrung his hand out. I think there is blood, so they're having to call the medical team on here, so there'll be a slight delay at 12 without loss. Greg's been on saying, given the way Derbyshire played this season, I can't see them chasing down the total. I agree with Mel, though, he says. The problem in the team seems to be psychological. And I'm going to make you wait until after lunch, Greg, because he wants to know about your night out in Derby. So I'm writing all these topics down for you so that we don't, so I don't forget, because I will forget. If it gets exciting, I'll forget. And if it's not exciting, we'll be able to bring them up. So I fancy bringing them up might be favourite in that instant. It's his right hand, so he'll have to be careful. He's perhaps knocked a nail off. There's nothing worse than knocking a nail off, is there? Might be a good time, seeing as Luke Proctor's just been hit by a cricket ball, though. 9 years ago tomorrow?
Yes, so 9 years ago tomorrow, so it was my first summer over here working for ESPN Cricinfo. Myself and two colleagues were filming a preview for the England-New Zealand test. Remember that wonderful test series? It was great. It was wonderful. There was only 2 tests at Lord's and at Headingley, but we were at Headingley the day before the first test. New Zealand had actually finished training, but they were just sort of out in the middle mucking about a bit. And because I used to self-film everything, so I'd set up the camera, got myself and my 2 colleagues in frame with me, and started recording. Just as I gave the intro, you hear this cry of "Hids, Hids," because they're Kiwis.
Yes.
And the 3 of us ducked. I was the slowest to react.
Oh,
anyway, Tim Southey had just basically been tonking the ball around as a bit of fun after practice. And it got me.
Got you. It got me.
Excellent. It got me. Here's Proctor in over the wicket and angled across. There's a few cries there. It was left alone pretty calmly, but by the reaction, it wasn't that far over the off stump.
Yes, I'm not sure about reactions. Sorry.
Maybe it's just pressure. Yes, so it did get me. It got me just sort of below the shoulder blade.
Ooh.
And Tim Southey, he was so horrified, he came over straight away to apologise.
Well, that's nice.
Video.
Well, they are nice, aren't they?
You did. Here's Proctor. Oh, he has a real flash at that one, Reese. Misses it completely, but again, going for the big drive, the big booming drive. He almost boomed himself out. A little bit, there's being positive.
Yes, and then there's that.
And then there's that. Yeah, so it did get me. He apologised. He felt really bad. But the video basically went viral. It appeared on news bulletins in Australia. Here's Proctor. Again, this time it's just left and watched carefully by Reese. It's the end of Proctor's over, interrupted by a little bit of a manicure. And it's Derbyshire 12 for none, trailing by 358. Lloyd on 11, Reese on 1. Yeah, so it went viral. It was on news bulletins in New Zealand, in Australia. It's had, honestly...
Mention in
millions.
Parliament. New Zealand hits Australian with cricket ball.
People still, as you...
Well, yeah.
People still bring it up and remind me of it. Of all the hard work I've put into broadcasts and videos and everything else.
Yeah.
Basically, I just need to get smacked by a ball.
Hugh sent me a link to the YouTube video of it now. As Sanderson begins a new over from the racecourse, and I'll have a look at that later, Hugh. Thank you. At 12 without loss.
The funny thing is, it's because people often said it must have left a bruise, and it did, but it was a very unusual bruise.
All right.
It's got me, like I said, just below the shoulder blade. Now, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the construction of a bra.
Well, it's been a while, but it's Sanderson. He's in the bowl, so that one is pushed out to the offside by Lloyd. No run.
So you know,
hooks and things.
So at the back, the strap. It's like 2 straps and there's a metal ring.
Yes.
That just yes.
No, I'm with you.
So the ball, that's where the ball got me.
Oh, right.
So flush. So I basically had two black stripes joined by a circle. It looked like I'd had some symbol tattooed on my back.
Here is Sanderson bowls. That's driven gloriously by David Lloyd out to the extra cover boundary for 4. In fact, yes, it is for 4. I thought for a moment that Luke Proctor might have the legs to get there, but unfortunately for him, fortunately for Derbyshire, he didn't. Joe Shackett, who is very much a friend of Radio Derby, morning, afternoon to you, Joe, has tweeted me. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. That's what he's done. 4.6 and over is doable, and we absolutely should be going for this. We have to break the streak somewhere. Let's make it today and take some positivity forward as this next delivery is edged and caught. And David Lloyd's gone, and he's been caught for the second time in the match. Out for slip by Justin Broad. He had to play at it again. This one was a far simpler catch. And Derbyshire lose their first wicket. They're 16 for 1. Lloyd goes for 15.
Well, you're right. He did have to go for it. It was a much more straightforward proposition for Justin Broad to complete that catch. This time it was just to his left side, but he pouched it nicely. And how does Derbyshire respond here? That's going to be interesting for me. They've lost their captain, who was batting positively. He's got 15 of 17 balls. Played some nice shots. But how do they respond here? Do they suddenly get the wobbles, or do they keep going on and not play recklessly, but positively? We're about to find out.
We certainly are. What we could do with is somebody, I don't know, like Matt Critchley, who they used to have, of course. He is on 81 not out as Essex close in on victory against Warwickshire. They need a further 33 runs. They're 297 for 6. Excellent effort from Critch. Durham need a further 243. They're 232 for 3, though, at the moment. That's against Lancashire. Hampshire have beaten Notts, of course. Kent need a further 96 runs. Oh, no, they don't. They lead by 96 runs. I beg your pardon. They're 472 for 6 against Somerset at Taunton. And in the second division, the division that counts, Leicestershire at 84 for 2, following on, trailing by 251 against Gloucestershire at Grace Road. And Glamorgan are 358 for 8. They lead Middlesex by 198 at Sophia Gardens. That could be a decent finish down there. 20 past 7 I got in my car last night, and that game was still going on. And that's mad. 16 for 1. Brooke Guest is the new batter out there. Still got 4 slips in place, and Sanderson's on his way in and bowls to him, and he defends this one straight back to Sanderson. And there's no run.
Sanderson will be loving this as well. A team that's on the back foot, chasing, conditions perfect for him, already taken a 5-er once in this match. I'd say he's just going to be very hungry this morning.
Joe has now apologised for me sending me that tweet, which I was reading out, saying it was doable just as they lost David Lloyd Joe. I've told you before, if I had that kind of power, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'll tell you that for nothing. 16 for 1. Sanderson on his way in and bowls to Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump. The commentator's curse.
Oh, it doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist, and the only reason it's highlighted is because when somebody does get out, you talk about it. If somebody doesn't get out, it's never mentioned. It's a load of old nonsense.
Absolutely.
End of the over, 16 for 1. 5 overs gone. They need 355 from 76 overs now, and it's suddenly getting a little bit tricky. If it wasn't very tricky already.
It was, but well, maybe they can also look at Whiteley and the way he batted.
I thought he batted really well as well, and his technique was as good as anybody's.
Yep.
No question.
Yeah, there are those kinds of things that they can look at and say, you know what? Well, think of how many runs we added with him out there in the middle. It's certainly something for them to think about. Just look for areas where they can take a positive view. it's not easy. It's easy for us to sit up here and sort of say that, but
I've never made a mistake.
oh, never made a mistake. And how easy is it for us to turn around our thinking when we feel a certain way and there are external pressures on us? It is Call who has come into the attack with his headband. First ball's full, dug out, straight to mid-on, no run.
No ball.
No ball.
No
But
ball.
we've seen that a few times in this game with the first delivery.
We have.
I think it's the third time I can
What they
remember.
need to do is spend 15 minutes with a tape measure before the start of play, measure out their run-up and mark it with a little green bit of paint. If only they'd thought of that, then they wouldn't bowl no balls, would they?
You're a genius.
Just a thought. Dear, oh dear.
Call is on his way in once more. Bowls to Rees. Again, that is full. I think he got some bat on it. Strangled cries there. Full and straight, that one. Just trickles up off the bat to mid-off. No run.
Andrew's tweet this morning about the victory song has caused an absolute fury on social media. There's all sorts of people replying.
Oh, is it?
There's a couple of good ones. I think they tried to fit 160 years of apathy into the lyrics, but it didn't really scan. And Rob the Cob says the irritation is that both County and Saints have clearly borrowed and appropriated and stolen it from the Cobblers. It's going to be a fight.
Here's Call. Bowls another full delivery, this time punched more convincingly by Rees up to mid-off. Still no run.
I'm only seeing those because he rather foolishly included me in the tweet this morning.
Well, I think most team songs are bad, aren't they?
I can't remember what Derbyshire's is. Derbyshire's do Ring of Fire, I think.
As in
The
Johnny Cash
song. I think they certainly did it. I think the last time they did it was at Gloucester in 2019 after a T20 match. No, they definitely did it after that match in the quarterfinals.
Here comes Call again over the wicket. Another full delivery, and this time it gets the inside edge as he tried to drive that one through the covers. It ends up at just in front of mid-on. So the tactic is laid bare. He is bowling full, trying to induce the drive.
I need that duck to come back in the afternoon.
The lucky duck, the
the
Derbyshire lucky duck.
I need the lucky duck.
Well, Ring of Fire, I think that's not a bad choice. Bit of Johnny Cash.
Yeah, but nobody can remember it.
Call turns at the top of his mark, starts his run up. Rees still waiting, and he just pulled his bat out of the way in time there. Very late decision to pull out of that shot. It goes straight through. Yeah, I just think most are terrible.
Yeah.
You've talked about Australia, beneath the Southern Cross, I stand.
Do they sing that?
Well, they don't sing it; they shout it.
Yeah.
It's a shouty thing.
They bang bats on the floor and also, I can't be doing with it really.
They shout it, and it has an obscenity as the
Oh, really?
as the penultimate word.
Ooh.
In comes Call once more. Another foolish delivery that's driven to mid-off. Again, no run.
I noticed, I think it was a tweet I saw yesterday, but the next series of the test is due out this week, isn't it? If it isn't already out, it includes the Johnny Bairstow run out.
Because we haven't actually talked about the Johnny Bairstow
I don't want to talk about it now,
in cricket. We just haven't talked enough about
but
it.
that is included in it, so it'll be another interesting watch. I think I watched the
Yes.
first one in lockdown.
Yes, it reveals Pat Cummins was the one to initially to suggest it to Alex Carey.
I think it's a perfectly legitimate dismissal.
Yes, it is. Here comes Call, and this ball is just clipped to the left of mid-wicket. There's a chance of a mix-up because it was misfielded, and they started herring off, and then they suddenly said, nope, we better not. Probably a good decision, because that would have been very risky. So it's a maiden over. Oh, no, 2 runs coming off that over. Of course, there were from Call, because there was a no ball. It's 18 for 1, and Derbyshire trail by 352. Guest is yet to score. Rees is on 1. Yes, they're quite interesting. I enjoyed the first series of the test the most.
That's the only one I've seen, actually.
Yeah,
I thought it was good.
It's the best one.
The
because
waste paper basket incident is my favourite part
me,
of it.
Same. Absolute gold.
He starts tidying it all up. Here is Ben Sanderson in bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends that one straight back to him. Just magnificent. Kicks the waste paper basket. It's, what's his name, the coach, isn't it?
Justin Langer.
Justin Langer. And then realises what he's done and starts tidying it all up again.
That's
Brilliant.
one of the
Absolutely
great
brilliant.
moments,
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it was the best one. The second one, I'm always going to find it interesting to a degree anyway, because, I just like that. But it's some really good moments. A bit with Aaron Finch, where he's had a really rough day at work and coming home to his wife and dog.
Sanderson, his next delivery is defended by Brooke Guest, who actually gets off the mark, because Sanderson couldn't quite feel it in his follow-through, and I don't think Luke Proctor was anticipating that he wouldn't feel it in his follow-through, so it just dribbles up towards a deepish mid-off, and he gets through for a single 19 for one. I just think there are too many of those things now, and people have seen this one, there's the PGA one, and every football team seems to do one, the Wrexham nonsense, and yeah, there's just too many of them now. There isn't enough time.
Well, this was the first one that had been done by an international cricket team.
Yes,
though.
oh, absolutely. No, it was fascinating.
And coming out of Sandpaper Gate.
Yeah. He goes Sanderson, and I'm glad you mentioned that first before I ever mentioned it. I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd have mentioned that first. That one's defended by Rees.
Well, I actually thought that was the weak spot of the first series, because they didn't actually talk, obviously, to Steve Smith or David Warner, and they explained it was starting from that point, but they
Not enough
didn't.
tears.
Yeah, no, not enough. What really happened, essentially.
Here goes Sanderson round the wicket ball, strikes the pad of Lewis Rees, probably going down leg side, and given not out. It remains 19 for one.
Yep.
Cameron Bancroft tried to steal 50 pence from me.
What?
He came and played at Durham, didn't he, a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went out for the toss, and he came over and asked if I had a coin. I gave him 50 pence, and they tossed at the start of the game, and he put it in his pocket.
Oh no!
Typical Australian, I thought.
Like his pockets have got him into a lot of trouble. To be fair.
Here is Sanderson around the wicket again, and that's driven, and this time he does stop it, Sanderson, at the end of his follow-through. Oh, that's part of his follow-through. Yeah. He was very apologetic. I think he just it was an automatic reaction, just popped at 50p in his pocket.
Still in contention for an Australian opening spot. Marcus Harris in there as well. Cameron Bancroft.
Marcus Harris dropped twice before he made 26 and made a double century here against Leicestershire. I'll never see him again, it'll be too soon. Here's Sanderson bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. End of the over. He's bowled 4 of them now, 1 for 5. Sanderson's figures 19 for 1. Derbyshire. Andrew's itching, Mel, and it's it's got nothing to do with that other business that we were talking about off air. So he'll be coming back in. We weren't talking about anything off air, just in case anybody thinks I'm being serious. I'm trying to cheer myself up. I've not done a bad job of it so far. I'm feeling a lot cheerier now than I was in that first 13 overs of the day, during which Northamptonshire smashed 115 runs, and Emilio Gay got to 153, George Bartlett 33, and Karen Nair 55. I'm feeling slightly better already, which is obviously the main thing. Everybody would be pleased.
Very pleased to hear it, Fletch.
You'd be pleased.
Here's Siddharth Kaul running in from the city end. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, you've certainly ranged far and wide in the last half an hour.
I'll do my best.
Fletch, I've been sitting at the back there and taking it all in.
Oh dear.
Whilst also regretting the passing of Frank Ifield. I remember you,
yes,
and
yes.
sadly passed away at the age of 86. I was tweeting about it because my dad was in a film with him way back 1965. Up jumped to Swagman. As I've said,
It's not in my
no,
collection.
it's a film very much of its time. Here's Siddharth Kaul, edged just in front of Broad at first slip, of Patterson White rather, at third slip. It just got a little bit big on Brooke Guest, and he edged it, but it landed just in front of Patterson White. In fact, did well to stop it on the half volley, but finding the edge, Sidat Kaur.
You can get it on DVD.
Yes, it's not a great film, to be perfectly honest, but it paid for a few Christmas presents,
Yeah.
I suspect.
Ronald Rad, there he is.
There he is, yes, it was
What?
Harry King was the
Yes,
name
I knew
of,
you'd know,
the,
I knew
name
you'd
of
know.
the role. Here's Call in again, bowls, and that jags back off the seam, and Brooke Guest plays it off a thickish inside edge out to mid-wicket, where Justin Broad finds himself out of the slip cordon at the moment. Fields, yes, as you rightly said, it was a very, very much easier chance, the one to dismiss David Lloyd in this innings than it was in the... Yes, I did notice the business about the victory song has caused a little bit of a stir. It's
I think 2 replies for me is a storm.
well, yeah, it's an acquired taste, but I'm afraid I'm with you. I really don't like them anyway. But Call this long straight run. He bowls to Guest, who's nicely in behind that, plays it out into the covers, fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. So Derbyshire requiring another 352 to win, 73 overs after this, about 20 minutes to go until lunch. And yes, the problem with the victory song, just for avoidance of doubt, is that it mentions, Northamptonshire specifically mentions about no finer town, because it's basically nicked, as the reply said, it's nicked from the Cobblers. Now that's absolutely fine for Northampton Town, it is Northampton Town.
Yes.
Ours is a county club, and we have lots of towns in Northamptonshire. Here's Call in, bowls, and that's clipped away by Brooke Guest. It's gone just in front of squares, running out towards the boundary, but it's not going to get there. It's fielded out there by George Bartlett, who sends in his return, but it's 2 more to Brooke Guest. He goes to 3, and Derbyshire to 21 for 1. And of course, you know, in years gone by, Northamptonshire did play in a number of those towns. They played in Kettering, they played in Wellingborough, they played in Rushden, played in Brackley, down in the far south of the county, Sunday League cricket. So yeah, it's a bit of a bugbear of mine. Here's Call in, bowls outside the off stump, and Brooke Guest leaves well alone, goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and that's the end of another over, 21 for 1, with Lewis Rees on 1, Brooke Guest on 3. The target, if you're just joining us, 371 to win in a total of 81 overs.
Yes, it's gone up to 4.78, the required rate. If we're going to continue to look at that as a legitimate stat.
The suggestion of my colleague, Jake Sharp, who will be presenting the cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton this evening, was that if they just want to stick to that song, couldn't they make it No Finer Shire?
Yeah. Sanderson begins a new over. That's a good lead from Lewis Rees. Tight one. Goes through to wicketkeeper Vasconcelos.
Which would scan,
Yeah.
but I think they'd need to change some of the other lyrics. But I just think, you know, county that gave the musical world, you know, Sir Malcolm Arnold, Edmund Rubber and William Olwyn, surely we can do better.
And the space hopper. Let's not forget that. Just one of the questions in my quiz this morning.
Was it?
The space hopper was invented in Northamptonshire.
Was it really? Like it. Every day a school day.
Along with Weetabix.
Oh, Weetabix, yeah.
Sanderson bowls us left alone by Lewis Rees to go through to the keeper. What else?
Burton Latimer.
There was something else.
Other breakfast cereals are
The
available.
kangaroo was invented in Northamptonshire. It was a bicycle,
Oh, right.
similar, but sufficiently different, presumably, to the penny farthing. And I could only imagine that it was very bouncy to ride on. But yeah, so I had Northants, and I know we don't like that. Or no thanks were the answers I had to give today
Right.
in the big quiz. Here is Sanderson in and bowls. That one is guided down to a wide third man. The chase is on from Michael Fine, and he gets there and keeps them down to a single. Lewis Rees has his second run from his 25th ball faced. Derbyshire moved to 22 for 1.
Yes, they do. I think it was last weekend when Northamptonshire were playing Gloucestershire in the County Championship and Northampton Saints were playing Gloucester in the Rugby Union Premiership, so I think they did a similar sort of thing on BBC Radio Northampton of questions about Gloucestershire, and
Yes,
which was
I've had those.
put to our presenter Annabelle and my colleague Graham McKechnie.
Yes, the things we do. Sanderson is in to guest, who defends this one straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. It's
A lot of them quite similar.
yes. I mean, it's very much a feature of the 11:30 update. Is a quiz,
That's good.
which I don't mind at all. It's a bit of a laugh. There's some enormous amount of innuendo involved, which again I'm a huge fan of anyway. So.
Well, we have Sid James posted up yesterday. So.
Yes, I don't mind a bit of innuendo. Sanderson bowls to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside, and they will take a run. They need to start doing a bit more of that, I think, Derbyshire, because they are not scoring particularly quickly. This partnership's worth 7 off 26. Guest moves on to 4, 23 for 1. But if they just stand there and defend, eventually the defence is going to be breached.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And they'll have gone nowhere in the meantime.
Essex just need another 7 to win with 4 wickets standing.
He's still there, Critch. He's guiding them home. Well, what a cricketer he is. Next delivery from Sanderson is clipped quite ristily into the leg side by Lewis Rees. They're going to get 2 runs on this occasion as George Bartlett jogs out to do the fielding. And Rees moves on to 4, joins Guest there, 25 for 1 at the end of the 9th over. 72 overs to go. Derbyshire notionally require for 346. Northamptonshire need 9 wickets.
I wonder what the Bears supporters will be saying about that one then, after first innings lead of 235, didn't enforce the follow-on and finish up losing.
It's not good, is it? It's not good. I'm not sure what I'd be saying.
No.
Oh, dear.
I don't know where they congregate these days. In the old days at Edgbaston, it always used to be up in the upstairs bar, didn't it?
Do they have their own people on a stream these days? I think they do, don't they?
I don't think they do for They did for a while in the Championship.
Yeah, so it might be slightly more critical than the in-house one.
I think they still do that for T20, but I believe they've gone back to BBC for Championship. First ball of the next over from Sidat Call is driven up by Brooke Guest up to mid-off, and there's no run.
They need 3 runs, and Matt Critchley's on 99.
Oh. Well,
win it with
you would hope they would,
do the decent thing.
I don't know who he's in with, but
Simon Harmer.
Okay. But no, that's a remarkable win from Essex, and we'll just look out for the tweet from Don Topley, which our colleague, who I'm sure will have a view. It is quite a victory though for Essex, and
Feel free to oppose that view, anybody out there.
his call in bowls to Guest, and he's edging that one wide of third slip all along the floor quite safely. It was a full stroke, but he's going to pick up 4 runs. Takes Guest up to 8 and Derbyshire to 29 for 1.
The other day put a roundup of what's happening, but only included the first division.
Yes,
if you're going to do it properly, Don.
I did spot that actually. You'll be surprised to hear. Bit of sunshine, I think, for the first time today.
Yeah.
It was very gloomy, very overcast this morning, to the extent I think I was doing my 9:30 piece on BBC Radio Northampton this morning. I was wondering if they might even need to get the lights on, but it's the forecast was always, as you pointed out, going to be clearing up later, and it's doing just that. Clouds breaking, and we do have a bit of sunshine. There's a consultation right down at the far end between Sidat Call and Luke Proctor, who's taking the field, I'm pleased to say in his Northamptonshire cap today rather than the sun hat. Here's Call in, bowls again to Guest, forces that nicely off the back foot. That's running out towards the boundary. Long chase for Rob Keogh, and it's just going to get to the rope first. The ball, nice shot compared to the previous one. That was an authentic back foot punch by Brooke Guest, and it goes away for 4 runs. Takes him into double figures, 12 to Guest, and Derbyshire to 33 for 1.
Nice shot.
Lovely shot.
Really nice shot from Brooke Guest. I regret to inform the public of Derbyshire that Matt Critchley is stranded on 99 as Harmer wins the game with a boundary. Essex win by 4 wickets.
It's a bit mean. Still,
A win's a win.
A win's a win, hard game, you know. 33 for 1. Here's Call running in towards us. Bowls to Guest, and his bowl. Oh, I thought that had just hit the top of the stumps. It's taken, I think, the pad flap, or maybe the inside edge.
I think the inside edge.
Gone down past the stumps, retrieved by Karen there, and it was indeed an inside edge.
So that makes it a drop.
It does. It does make it a drop by the keeper. Difficult chance, but a good ball, and as I say, it must have come very, very close to hitting leg stump. When I saw it shaping back in, I thought it might just have hit the top of the stumps, but it hasn't, and it's 2 more runs to Brooke Guest, who's 14, 35 for 1.
Make the most of the chance.
Yes, absolutely. Guest on 12 at that stage, 14 now. Here's Call in, and that's driven beautifully by Brooke Guest and very well fielded at mid-off by Ben Sanderson. And that is the end of another over from Siddharth Kaul, who's bowled 3 overs for 15, 36 for 1, 15 to Guest, 4 to Lewis Rees. Oh no, it's not the end of the over. There's still a ball to go.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that.
Count to 6 is always an advantage in this job, isn't it? Really.
I've never. I think it's overrated. A terrific commitment from Ben Sanderson.
Yes, that was a
really good stop.
Well, it's probably saved the boundary, I think, because it was beautifully struck by Guest. Last ball of the over, subject to audit, bowls to Lewis Rees and dropped into the onside, and Sanderson again in the action, shies at the stumps and hits them, and he's going to concede buzzers because it's ricocheted off the stumps, and what was a tight single has turned into 3 for Lewis Rees. Fair enough, I think, to have a shy, but in the end, the batter's comfortably home. Ricardo Vasconcelos is going to have to repair the damage to the stumps at the striker's end.
I think that's the second time Ben Sanderson has had a throw at the stumps that have gone for overthrows, which is highly unfortunate. You're right, he had to go for it.
I think he did, but
what I would say is that should be dead ball.
I agree. No, I think
there we are.
I think virtually every cricket lover in the world would agree with you, but there we go.
But it isn't.
But it isn't. 7 to Rees, 15 to Guest, 39 for 1 at the end of the over. It is the end of the over this time. 10 gone, so the equation now, 332 more runs to win in 71 overs, and 2, maybe 3 overs to go before lunch.
A change of bowling.
Bit of
Michael Finan for the first time in the second innings. Bowled with mixed results in the first, although Call and Sanderson made sure that Northamptonshire had a reasonably healthy first innings lead, especially Sanderson, who bowled beautifully, as he has so far in the second innings. Here is Finan then. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who tucks it into the leg side and calls Guest through for the quick single straight away. There's a roll at the stumps from George Bartlett rather than a throw. He was in and it didn't hit, which is unusual. And Derbyshire move up to 40 for 1. Rees moves on to 8, 15 to Brooke Guest.
I see Richard Coleman has now joined in the great victory song debate and saying it would be wonderful to hear it. Well, yeah, okay.
I think wonderful might be. Yes. Here is fine and running it directly away from us. In and bowls to Guest, who turns that into the leg side. Sanderson gets around to do the fielding. I'm going for the time being to ignore the U's and the R's, because it's very much county championship cricket at its worst. Whoever's doing it, unless the ball goes past the edge or thuds into a pad reasonably close to the stumps, I think cricketers ought to learn how to control themselves.
Down to 2 slips, and the third slip has now come out to a short mid-wicket catching position. Patterson White, who's also limbering up. Yes.
Well, we'll see it. The compulsory over before lunch is fine and is in and bowls, and that one definitely swings in to Brooke Guest and takes a thick inside edge out to that man, Patterson White, at mid-wicket.
Rory Kleinveld having a pre-prandial wander around the boundary, looking well, it's well muffled up against the cold here, bitter cold. Here at
Even
Derby.
I don't think it's that cold. I don't think it's warm. I think it's perfectly pleasant now. I might even take the hoodie off in the afternoon session.
Steady on, Fletch.
Here is, I've got my long trousers in the car. Finan bowls wide of the off stump, a long way wide of the off stump, and he was rather reaching for that one, Brooke Guest. There were no oohs and ahs after that, and I think that's probably worth one. He shouldn't really have played at that, as it started wide and went wider, really. George is on as well, Big George. Scrimshaw is on the field of play. I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess as to who he's replaced, so I'm not going to. But he's there, the man who most in county cricket reminds me of that stick cricket game on you get on your phone. Here is fine and in and bowls. There you go. That's slightly better. It was probably not quite as wide. It wasn't far away, but he's met it on the full, on the half volley, and just driven it beautifully backward a square on the offside. Brooke Guest for 4 runs. Nice shot. And Derbyshire, as I said earlier, they are starting to get a few runs now. They were sort of going nowhere for a while after David Lloyd was out, but Guest moves to 19 off 21. 44 for 1 now. 327 to win.
The Isle of Man chapter of the Dave Fletcher fan club has been on, incidentally.
Really?
He's very glad to hear, Ollie Helfrich, very glad to hear that your mood is lifting, he says.
I'll be all right tomorrow. Finan is in bowls. That one is driven for 4 more by Brooke Guest. That was an even more beautiful shot than the first one, as it races away to the point boundary for 4 more. And poor old Michael Finan, whose efforts in the first innings were not necessarily appreciated. He's gone for a couple of boundaries in that over as well. 9 off it, and Brooke Guest moves up to 23. Rees has 8, so 48 for 1. Derbyshire at the end of the 11th over.
Ollie says, though, he's not sure about this hubristic madness denying the commentator's curse. He also says the space opera was a 70s childhood favourite of mine. I had one as well.
Yeah.
As was burning stuff with magnifying glasses and collecting anything that could be stuck in an album.
I tell you what else was invented. I can't remember the name of it now. You know those little iron filings inside a plastic case with a face on it, and you had a magnet and you put beards on and hair on. That was invented in Northamptonshire too, apparently. Yeah, that's what I was told this morning. It was called a soft... I can't say it. I can't say it out loud because I might be wrong. I'll see if I can find out.
Okay, no, I know exactly the sort of thing you mean. I thought you were going to say clackers for a minute. The 2 balls on the string that got banned because kids were breaking their wrists with them.
It was called a woolly willy. That's why I didn't want. That's why I wanted to get it absolutely right before I said anything. Yeah.
Well, every day is school day here on BBC Cricket with Dave Fletcher and Andrew Radd. 48 for 1. First spin. Liam Patterson-White is going to bowl from the city end over the wicket. Big appeal first ball as Lewis Rees attempts to sweep, hit him outside the line, I think. And not out, says the umpire. There's a forward short leg and a slip. Emilio Gay, Fletch will be very pleased to hear.
I said slip, isn't he?
Back at his accustomed position at slip.
Exactly where he should be.
Forward short leg as well. Here's Patterson-White in, bowls slightly quicker, and he's turned that away at forward short leg, who is just in broad, and it's just a question of whether that carried. It just would have been a reflex action. He had absolutely no time to make any sort of conscious effort to catch it. Just hit him, really. That's a full toss, and it's swept away. It's got what it deserved. It's swept away for 4 by Lewis Rees. Brings up the 50 for Derbyshire. Rees is 12, 52 for 1. Well, of course, I'm trying to think who would have about the Woolly Willy, because of course Bassett Loke, who was the great model engineer, did a lot of the early railway sets. He was a Northampton man, William Bassett Loke.
Yeah, now I'm reading about it here, and it appears to have been invented in Wisconsin, which is not in Northamptonshire.
No,
the last time I looked.
No, I don't think we can claim that.
No.
I say it's news to me, but that's not.
They did sell 75 million Woolly Willies.
Here's Patterson-White over the wicket, and another attempted sweep by Lewis Rees. That seems to be the MO here. It's gone past outside the off stump and taken by Vasconcelos. Northamptonshire now have a deep square just in front on the boundary, Michael Finan, and Rob Keogh is in there at backward square, probably about 10 yards in from the boundary, just having a chat with Rory Kleinveld. Is Patterson-White switching to round the wicket, and that next ball is dropped down defensively in the offside by Lewis Rees. Vasconcelos comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve. The clock showing 1 o'clock, so this may well be the last over, depending on which timepiece the umpires are going by. Here's Patterson-White in again. Forward goes Rees, plays it down just behind square on the offside, and I think that is going to be lunch, and it is. Bails are removed, and that is lunch on the fourth and final day of this County Championship Division 2 match between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. And Derbyshire set a target of 371 to win in 81 overs, had gone into the break at 52 for 1. 12 overs gone, so there are another 69 remaining, in which Derbyshire need to score another 319 to win, Fletch.
It's going to be an exciting afternoon and evening. Don't go anywhere. Or if you have to go somewhere, be back in 40 minutes when we'll be back.
But
Well,
it's
I've just-
not beyond the realms of
I've
possibility.
just had a call from Fletcher Jr. about another matter other than cricket, but he's clearly keeping an eye on things. I'm not sure whether he listens or not because he's in an office. And he said, "Do you think they'll do it?" And I said, "Probably not." And he said, "Well, all you got to do is get to tea, only requiring about 180." I said, "What are you talking about?" And with no wickets. Yeah, all right, off you go.
As Bruce Forsyth used to say in the Generation Game, it's as simple as that.
Well, yes, indeed.
Ben Sanderson, it's going to be.
Look at what you could have won.
Ben Sanderson is going to bowl the first ball of the afternoon session from the racecourse end, and he's got 3 slips in place, and he bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns it away for the first run of the session, past Justin Broad at mid-wicket. Rob Keogh comes around from mid-on to tidy up, and that's 24 now to Brooke Guest, and Derbyshire 53 for 1. Good afternoon to Adrian, Shady Ady, whose message yesterday had Mel in hysterics. No, it's nothing.
Oh, good.
Just saying he's got 5 days off now, and this is bathed in sunshine in the garden, shorts and vest weather, enjoying a glass of beer, a pork pie, and tuned in to what is essential listening, Derbyshire versus Northamptonshire, on the wireless. That endears him to me anyway, with the dulcet tones of us three. So
Lovely.
Good to have you with us, Adi, as ever.
Keep the rest of your thoughts to yourself, though.
Here's Sanderson round the wicket to Lewis Rees outside the off stump, left alone, and the oohing and ahhing so much enjoyed by Fletch at the best of times has broken out again at a very early stage of the afternoon session. In fact, the second ball.
I think that's how it tends to work, isn't it? The first 5 or 6 overs of the afternoon session, there'll be lots of it. If they don't take a wicket, they'll all go quiet again. So,
Well, it's
fingers crossed.
it feeds into something that Phil Neal, who's a hugely successful captain at Worcestershire, mentioned. Is Sanderson is in and turned into the onside by Lewis Rees out to Broad at mid-wicket, and there's no run. When he was director of cricket at Northamptonshire for a couple of seasons, 93, 94, his view of this, the constant encouragement and the oohing and ahhing, if you like, was that it is fine if you can keep it going right the way through a day, or right the way through a session, or right the way through an innings, but nobody can.
No.
And all it does then is, I'll come back to that as Sanderson, bright sunshine is in bowls to Rees, who plays it defensively up on the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. In that, if you then, and you see this in club cricket an awful lot, where they'll give it all the full licks for the first few overs, and then, as you say, if they don't get a wicket, it goes quiet. And Phil Neal's view was that you've then handed a psychological advantage to the batting side because they've shut you up. So he said it's fine if you know you can keep it going, but very, very few sides ever can.
No.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Lewis Rees. Plays that out onto the onside, fielded by Siddharth Kaul, who's on there fairly tight in there at a sort of catching short mid-wicket position. But you're still on the attack with 3 slips, but it remains to be seen for how much longer.
They can attack that at the inside,
Well,
can't they?
You would think so, but just wondering whether we'll see, as I say, the slip cordon just gradually denuded and more people in front of square, which we've seen quite a bit. Big whoosh of a drive from Lewis Rees, or at least an attempted one, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos. So just a single off the first over of the afternoon session, 53 for 1. Guest is 24, Rees is 12.
I think that he played that shot about 5 minutes after the ball went past his bat.
Posthumous.
Yeah. A long time. It's felt like a long time after, but anyway. First over survived. I think a lot of any potential Derbyshire success will depend on keeping Sanderson out. I think that's. I don't think I'm breaking any confidences there. And I'm delighted to report that Michael Finan is going to open the bowling from the City end. He bowled 1 over for 9 this morning. So it's an interesting choice for first up in the afternoon session from a Northamptonshire point of view. And he's on his way in now to bowl to Brooke Guest. And Guest pushes the first ball that he bowls out into the offside, backward of square for a couple of runs. They are going to come back for 2. Guest is reasonably quick between the wickets. The throw from Rob Keogh actually went to the non-strikers end where Lewis Rees was back in plenty of time as well.
Looks as though we may get a result in Division 2 at Cardiff this afternoon, where Glamorgan have been bowled out for 372 in their second innings. Middlesex need 213 to win.
Oof.
They are 13 for no wicket. So that you would think you should get a result there.
Cardiff serving up a result, who'd have thought? They're very much the draw specialists. Glamorgan, as Finan is in again and bowls, that is driven slightly uppishly by Brooke Guest out into the offside where Siddharth Kaul does the fielding, and there is no run.
The other match in Division 2 at Grace Road, Leicestershire following on 109 for 3 against Gloucestershire, so they're still 226 runs behind, 7 wickets standing. Question of whether they can hang on, but Rishi Patel, who made that big 100 in the first innings, out for 51 to Ollie Price.
Yeah, they've got a bat all day, haven't they?
Yeah.
Sun has now disappeared once again. There is plenty of blue sky up above, actually, as Finan is in, and that one is defended by Guest to Call once again. It's at extra cover. He's actually fielding. I'm sure Neil will be having kittens. He's fielding on the pitch that on Thursday will be used by England's women and Pakistan's women, which he's been preparing diligently.
Yes, we've got Siddharth Kaul size 10s all over it at the moment. 2 matches already finished in Division 1, of course. Essex beating Warwickshire by 4 wickets, Hampshire beating Nottinghamshire by 5 wickets. But there's a little bit of interest in both the others, which could produce results.
Oh, that one at Blackpool's remarkable. Here is Finan in and bowls to Guest, who turns this into the leg side this time. Patterson Whitefields.
Yeah, Durham needing 475 in total to beat Lancashire, while going along very nicely at 292 for 3. David Beddingham having a terrific season, 93 not out, and Ollie Robinson 107 not out, and they've now put on 195 for the 4th wicket, so they need another, 184 to win?
Keaton Jennings got a century in each innings, didn't he, for Lancashire? As Finan bowls, and that is driven but not quite timed by Brooke Guest up to mid-off where Sanderson fields.
Meanwhile at Taunton, Kent following on against Somerset after the double 100 for Zach Crawley yesterday, a 503 for 8. So they're hanging on in there, 127 ahead. Kent now with 2 wickets standing. Joe Denley still there, 40 not out off 98 balls. Proper cricket.
He'll never catch on. 55 for 1. Final ball of the Finan over. His first after lunch. 2 off it so far. And he bowls to Brooke Guest, who drives into the offside. And Call is there. Good 2-handed stop, just moving slightly to his left. Rees has 12. Guest has 26. They're 55 for 1. Derbyshire 67 overs. Remember, I've just turned the. I like the comfort blanket of knowing that the station is still in touch with me. Cheap trick, I want you to want me. But not the version that everybody in the world knows, which was live at the Budokan. It's the one off, I think it was In Colour, the album. You never hear that. You never hear that, and I've just heard it. That's it from me, thank you.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, but I'm sure I'm sure it's jolly
I
good.
certainly knew you wouldn't.
I'm sure it's jolly good, whatever it is. Sanderson is going to continue from the racecourse end. 3 slips in place, and still the man at short mid-wicket, and bowling to the left-handed Rees, who comes across his stumps and nudges it out into the onside for Siddharth Kaul to field, and there's no run. Yes, as I say, I'd have thought they might have been playing I Remember You as a tribute to the late Frank Ifield.
No,
His other hits.
I don't think BBC Local Radio moves quickly enough to change its playlist. Unfortunately, we're always told you've got to play the first song of the hour, you've got to play the last song of the hour.
She taught me how to yodel. There's another one of his. Here's Sanderson in and brings Lewis Rees onto the front foot, pushes it out into the offside this time by way of variety, fielded by Rob Keogh at extra cover.
Realised he was born in Coventry, although he was regarded as Australian.
Australian, yeah. Yes, he was a big star, wasn't he? International star in the 60s. Just a little chat between Ben Sanderson and his captain Luke Proctor in there at mid-on. Proctor taking the new ball today. Here's Sanderson in bowls, very full and clipped away by Lewis Rees out to call at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Stays at 55 for 1. So it's it's a smashing venue, Stanley Park in Blackpool, and it's produced an absolute corker of a game over the 4 days. Still, you would say either side could win that.
You'd rather hope one did rather than the other, though, wouldn't you?
Here's Sanderson in bowls, and that's slanted across the left-hander. Still good carry, taken by Vasconcelos at shoulder height. Sanderson already striking once in this innings, the 1 wicket to fall so far. David Lloyd caught by Justin Broad at 4th slip. Sanderson's 6th wicket of the match and his 19th of the championship season, and his 44th against Derbyshire. Here's Sanderson in again and bowls to Rees, who's nicely solidly in behind that. Why there was a exclamation behind the stumps, I've absolutely no idea, because it was played solidly off the middle of the bat by Lewis Rees. Back down the pitch, Sanderson fields.
They can't help themselves. They can't help themselves. I was just ruminating then on what the Leicestershire second team felt like when Derbyshire's second team turned up for a T20 with Pat Brown and Samit Patel in the side. They must have jumped for joy.
Yes, well, I think David Willey and Ravi Bopara both played for the Northampton Seconds in a T20 against Durham, I think. Onto the back foot goes Rees, punches it back down the pitch. Sanderson stops it off his own bowling, and that's the end of another maiden over for Ben Sanderson. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. It's 55 for 1. Derbyshire need another 316 to win. There are 66 overs remaining, minimum.
Samit's enjoying himself. 26 off 11 balls, 4 fours and a 6 already, which is exactly what we wanted. It's poor old Roman Walker, who's taken the brunt of that. 3 fours and a 6 off his current over, which still has a ball to be bowled.
Oh dear.
Which is, I feel for Roman as well. He came up and did an hour with us when Leicestershire were here early this season. He's a top man.
He is, absolutely.
Another Wrexham boy. As Michael Finan begins a new over. It's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. They're going to come back for a second here, and it's a well-run second. Rob Keogh coming in off the boundary. Had a long way to go there, probably 60 yards or more. And there was always going to be 2 if they ran it quickly, which they did. I say another Wrexham boy, David Lloyd, of course, from Wrexham.
Roman Walker did a couple of days with us at Grace Road, and as you say,
he's good as well, isn't he?
He's very good,
Yeah.
very interesting, very articulate, and very good company.
Yeah, no idea what he's doing on the BBC. 57 for 1. As this next delivery is defended by Brooke Guest. Michael Finan continuing his 3rd over.
But we also had Liam Travaskis up in the box for a bit as well. He was very interesting. So, in communication with Alan Walker, of course, who's now on the coaching setup up at Durham. So we're passing messages backwards and forwards. Obviously, Alan having been a Northamptonshire player back in the 80s.
Richard Ray showing off that he can get players to come up, eh? If only that were possible everywhere.
Yes, there are certain obstacles.
We're not a million miles from the changing rooms, boys, if you're there. There is Finan again in and bowls. That one is driven by Brooke Guest out into the offside. There's a misfield by Call out there, which is a little disappointing because there haven't been many throughout the course of the match, despite Northampton just scoring 700 runs in a session and a half. I don't think there were many misfields.
No, and the thing, what will slightly irk, I think, Luke Proctor, is the fact they just put him out there to bring Rob Keogh into the ring, I suspect, just to sort of, so he's not having to run around too much with his back issues. So they just put Siddharth Kaul out there, and that was not great.
It was just a little lackadaisical, wasn't it, really? And that, even when he misfielded it, he didn't chase it particularly hard. Here's Finan. In again, a bowls to Guest, who turns this one into the leg side. And I think there'll only be one this time. Yeah, they almost certainly will. George Bartlett comes in from the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding, very close to the square leg umpire. 2 to go in the over. 311 more runs required. 65 overs and 2 balls. So you can sort of work out it's getting around 5-ish. 4 3/4. Get to tea, which will be at 20 to 4, of course, no matter what.
Unless Derbyshire are 9 down, I think, is the only.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah.
But that's not going to happen. So.
60 for 1. Next fine and delivery is deliberately guided down to third man, and of course, there isn't one. And that's 4 runs to Lewis Rees.
And a no ball as well.
Oh, and a no ball as well. Sorry, thank you, I missed that. So 66 for 1 as Rees moves up to 16, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. Off 68 balls, so their rate, which appeared at one stage to be sluggish, has certainly picked up, and 50 off 68 balls for the remainder of the innings. They wouldn't be a million miles away.
Absolutely not.
I'm getting as excited as Martin Emerson.
You're in a lather here, Francis. No, that's not possible.
No, I don't think it is, actually. 2 balls to go in the final now. It seems like a very long over, this. I was looking at the start of it and thinking, oh no, I'll get into the next one after this. And I'll be doing my update, but
Time flies when you're having fun.
well, doesn't it? 2 slips and a gully. Finan bowls to Rees on his pads, turns it into the leg side. They go through for the single as Rob Keogh bends down. No. Yes. Bends down to pick it up. And that's the end of the over. So
I think there's another ball.
no,
I
you're
think
right.
because
No,
of the,
yes,
only
it's
because
left
of the,
and
only
right.
because
It's
of the,
left and right. You're right.
Well, it did me like a kipper earlier on, but
and I just looked at it as well.
there's a no ball as well, of course, in this over. But
Oh, I'd love to be able to blame that. But the scoreboard definitely says there's a ball left. That's because there's a ball left. It's just been going on forever. 304 to win Derbyshire. As Finan is in and bowls. That one is pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest, fielded by Keogh, and that is the end of the over. 3 overs for 23, Michael Finan. 67 for 1. Guest has 31, Rees has 17.
And that Durham run chase continuing apace. 306 for 3 now. Partnerships past 200.
With Stokes still to come.
With Stokes still to come. It's
a scary prospect.
But as we say again, what a game of cricket that has turned out to be. But Blackpool, well, you can see, because you can see the tower from the ground, can't you? Just at the,
if you get in the right place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that little side street thing.
But as I say, Northamptonshire played there in a 50-over game a couple of years ago, and it was a thoroughly enjoyable day. Weather wasn't fantastic, but it was pretty much, I think it was probably sold out. A great atmosphere and a very good game of cricket as well. Here's Sanderson running into bowl to Lewis Rees, short, down the leg side. Rees thought about just helping it on its way down towards fine leg, but there is a man down there on the boundary in front of the members' pavilion, so he decided against it. Rees on 17 off 48 balls, Guest 31 off 34, so Brooke Guest has been very positive since coming to the crease in the fall of David Lloyd's wicket. Here's Sanderson in and bowls on his legs. Lewis Rees turns it down to long leg for 1. Rees to 18 and Derbyshire to 68 for 1. We were saying earlier about the highest totals in the fourth innings, and Derbyshire amongst those, not the highest by any means, but one I do remember was Derbyshire chasing down 350 to beat Northamptonshire back in 1982. Thanks to John Wright with 185 not out. That was on this very ground in July 82. Turned away by Brooke Guest down to long leg, and that's another single to the Derbyshire total, 69 for 1, Guest to 32. That was the other match that season between the two sides, also produced a wonderful game of cricket, which I remember vividly at Wantage Road for a partnership on the last morning between Kapil Dev, who was playing for Northamptonshire at the time, and Robin Boyd Moss. Batted beautifully. Here's Sanderson in, clipped away by Lewis Rees, just behind square on the leg side. There's certainly one, and that's all there'll be as the throw comes in. So another single takes Lewis Rees up to 19, and Derbyshire to 70 for 1. And then I think, if I remember rightly, Neil Mallender bowled Derbyshire out on the last afternoon, the ghost. But Derbyshire, as I say, winning here that year, despite a knock of 145 from Peter Willey for Northamptonshire. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Guest. Plays defensively back down the pitch. Sanderson just lets it run up to mid-on, where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. Mel Farrell coming in alongside me, fellow member of the Sweet Potato Admiration Society.
Absolutely. I smashed mine onto my burger, which made the delicious burger even better.
It was a very, very nice lunch today, and sweet potato was an integral part of it, I felt. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Guest, who's playing that again up to Keogh at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. 70 for 1. Guest is 32, Rees is 19. Derbyshire need just the mere 301 now, with 64 overs remaining. So it's just hovering a touch under 5, but not by any means beyond the realms of possibility. But our friend and colleague, Mr. Fletcher, is not a fan of sweet potato, I think it's fair to say.
It's more than that. I'm actually a bit concerned. He gets angry even at the mention of it. I certainly won't repeat what he said on the BBC.
That's probably very wise.
Might be children listening, but yes, I don't think I've ever seen anyone angered by sweet potato in the way that Fletch is.
But it was very nice, and it was roasted, so it was nice and soft with a sort of slightly almost like a burnt
Caramelised.
Caramelised,
yes.
that's the word. Good word.
It's obviously in his past he's been deeply hurt by a sweet potato. Here comes Finan. He's in over the wicket to Rees. He just punches that straight back to the bowler with a nice straight bat.
Well, it's a good opportunity, lest we forget later on, just to say thank you very much indeed to Derbyshire County Cricket Club for their hospitality over these 4 days. It's very, very good. As I say, it's a lovely place to come and work, and our thanks to all concerned.
Yeah, it's been terrific, from the stewards on the gate to everyone here in the media centre, all other journos, photographers, everyone. It's been wonderful. Here comes Finan once more to Rees, who just drops that on the offside, and softly enough that they're able to scamper through for a single before cover comes around to field it. So it's under 300 now, 299 Derbyshire trail by as they move to 71 for 1. Rees now on 20. I like the way that these two have batted.
Yeah.
It's nice and positive. It's what I was desperately hoping for when I was on earlier talking with Fletch. Not reckless, not going crazy, but just keeping themselves in it. Here's Finan, a real effort ball, and there is a shout. Finan is pleading with the umpire. Might have been a height. Is she going
Height,
down, maybe?
First thought was height. Let's have a look. It may also have pitched outside leg stump. But whatever, it's hit poor Brooke Guest in a painful place, and he's down on his haunches and might need a glass of water and a short rest. I think that is painful. Just having a look at that one again. Just we've got a replay on. I think it's pitched outside leg stump.
Outside. Well, Vasconcelos was gesturing that it might have been in that direction. It wasn't going down, pitched outside. We've seen a couple of those. He's just got back onto his feet now, Guest, but he's bent over double, and there are a few other players just standing around him, wincing in sympathy, I think.
Yeah, he's the Derbyshire 12th man has come out with a drink, I think, for each batter, and I don't think a towel's going to make a huge amount of difference in this particular set of circumstances, but just needs a few deep breaths and a glass of water, I think. But he's decided not to partake of a drink. It's Liam Patterson-White is in there expressing his sympathies. Usually, of course, all you get if you're hit in that particular place is people laughing.
Yeah, I like to laugh in that situation just because it annoys all the blokes around me. Oh, sometimes I like to say, but does it really hurt? Because that makes them even angrier.
Yeah, it does.
I'm just a bad person, that is. That's all I can say. Right.
Just Australian.
Guest is okay. Finan is in. A short ball, and he's pulled that nice and controlled. It goes along the ground towards deep backward square leg. Where it's fielded, they take a run, and that takes Brooke Guest off strike, where he's down at the other end now, just bending over again. So just give himself a few more moments, I think, to get over that.
It's only the react. No, I mean, you say this. Saying about winding people up about it, but it's only exactly what every player on the field will do usually when somebody gets hit there. There's absolutely no sympathy, ever.
I remember when it happened to Alistair Cook in the slips in an Ashes match at Cardiff, and Joe Root could not stop laughing. Here comes Fine and bangs that one in hard, and it's just played out into the covers by Rees, no run.
Talking of stopping laughing, I'm not sure if you were in the back of the box when I was on with Fletch last time at Shady 80. Adrian has been on to us again after his tweet yesterday that caused a certain amount of mirth, but no, he's just saying that he's got a few days off and he's sitting in the garden listening to us and enjoying it very much.
Oh, good on you, Shady 80.
And there's no mention of no.
Good.
Won't go there.
I'm not mature enough. Telling you, I'm a bad person and I'm immature. Here comes Finan, past the umpire, bowls, full ball, dug out, and actually done really well there, Rees, because that's ended up almost at the boundary down at long on. So they managed to run a couple that stopped down there. It slowed up a little bit as it went down there, but again, just dug out, but went quite away. And it's the end of the over now, so those last couple of runs go to Rees's tally. He moves on to 22, Guest 33, and it's 74 for 1. Derbyshire trailing by 296.
And talking of Australians, Nathan Lyon has broken that long partnership for the fourth wicket that was putting Durham on course for possibly an extraordinary win up at Blackpool. They're now 313 for 4. David Beddingham has gone, caught behind off Nathan Lyon for 103. Ollie Robinson's still there on 114, and he's just been joined by 1B Stokes.
Yeah, so Lyon will keep bowling then.
So Lyon, I think, will keep bowling. Durham require another 161 to win with 6 wickets standing. And again, what a wonderful game of cricket that has been already, and still plenty of opportunity for it to get even better in the course of the afternoon. We're going to see some more spin with Liam Patterson-White coming into the attack. Bowled 1 over for 4 before lunch, just before lunch. And he's now back in the attack from this racecourse end with a slip in place and bowls that one on leg stump. Guest trying to turn it away on the onside. It hits him on the pad, rolls out on the onside. Vasconcelos trots round from behind the timbers to retrieve, and there's no run. 74 for 1. Another 297 needed. Patterson White round the wicket, bowls to Guest, very correct in defence, pushing it out to extra cover where Justin Broad fields. And you have applause and encouragement from around the field for Patterson White. He's caught behind. Attempted drive by Brooke Guest, who is mortified and trying to drag himself off. Just took an outside edge. Vasconcelos takes the catch, and Patterson White breaks through for the first time after lunch for Northamptonshire. Brooke Guest goes for 33, and Derbyshire 74 for 2.
Yeah, he's just replaying the shot as he walks off. Guest, been batting really nicely. Also might have just been a little bit discomforted by copping a ball in the unmentionables. So, shall we say, a fine, and that might have just played a little part in this. Do you find that happens sometimes? But he's batted really nicely, 33 off 42. Shows you the intent to score, and was batting quite positively.
Played some beautiful shots, didn't he? It was an impressive contribution. Now he's gone. I still think Derbyshire would be foolish not to at least just keep doing what they are. It's, you know, if they can go at sort of 3.5 and over up till tea, and you've got wickets in hand, then you can have a reappraisal and think, well, you know, maybe we, with the likes of Whiteley and Donald in particular, it's not beyond the realms, but Wayne Madsen is coming to the crease at any rate, so all the experience in the world.
Well, there's 2 wickets down where you probably can tell, can't you? So teams that have a reasonably big chase will start positively, and it's then when 2 wickets fall, what happens?
Yeah.
And so we're about, I think, to find out.
Grant Stewart, who is a wonderful striker of a cricket ball in the Kent side, has hit 36 off 35 balls down at Taunton. Kent now 540 for 8 following on, so they're 164 ahead with Stewart and Joe Denley still in. So that's got a bit of mileage still. If they could get another, I don't know, 30, 40 runs, that might be a really interesting final session down at Taunton. Tractor will be shouting encouragement, I'm sure, as he always does. For the one side, anyway. 74 for 2. Madsen is the new batter. He's going to face the bowling of Liam Patterson-White. Still just the slip. Emilio Gay is the only close catcher, unless there's another helmet coming out. So I wonder if we are going to see a forward short leg in, at least for the new batter.
You're not telling me that Emilio Gay has got a mortgage on slip again, are you?
He's parked himself in. He's there for the duration. Yeah, they've got another helmet out there, but it's now going in behind the keeper. Justin Broad is in an extra cover, so possibly they might look at having one in there when Lewis Rees is on strike. But here's Patterson White. First ball to Madsen is forward. Pushes it out to Broad, who's still got the shin pads on at extra cover. Here's Patterson White again. Round the wicket, bowls to Madsen. Turns it down to short fine leg. Good bit of fielding there by Siddharth Kaul, who's acknowledging the applause after that not particularly impressive bit of fielding on the boundary a short time ago. He's getting a bit of ironic applause, which he acknowledges. Here's Patterson White in, bowls again to Madsen, who's right forward, getting his nose over the ball. Plays it defensively back down the pitch, and the end of a successful over for Liam Patterson White. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. Derbyshire 74 for 2. Lewis Rees is 22, and Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark.
And it's a even bit more unfortunate for Derbyshire in that Guest is the one to go, because he was the one who was scoring at a faster rate anyway. Rees is 22 of 54 deliveries, so he hasn't been as forthcoming with the runs. But the most important thing is he's still out there, chance to grow into this innings, form a partnership with Madsen. And then, as you say, just stay in there and just keep in touch,
Yeah.
essentially. Stay with it, keep it there. It's Rees on strike now. As Sanderson is bowling from the city end, first ball, it's just driven gently out into the covers, no run. Sun has just popped out here. It was very thick grey cloud all morning, but they've lightened in colour and there's now quite a lot of blue sky above. So there you go. Something perhaps also to give Derbyshire a bit of encouragement. Sanderson is in again around the wicket. It's a good length ball and they're going to take a quick single. Well, it was just a bit of ohing and ahhing, and they're going to get overthrows. This is a bit scruffy, you might say, from Northants. I think they were too busy giving strangled O's and R's. And
To back up, yeah.
Well, to do the initial fielding and then to back up.
Rob Keogh's throw, if he picked it up first time, it might have been interesting with a decent throw, but as it was, he didn't. And flicked the ball towards the stumps, missed them, and as Mel said, nobody backing up, which is, well, the under 13s team would be a bit worried about that, wouldn't they?
Bit scruffy. Here comes Sanderson, and that's just fenced in just behind point for a single by Rees.
And they hadn't got the excuse that we had this morning when, and I quite agree with Fletcher on this, there was Sanderson hit the stumps with a throw and it then ricocheted off and went for 2 overthrows, which always seems very unfair, but there we go.
Yes, that...
I think if you asked, you know, and you would know about this on Pointless, of course, if you asked 100 people which is the one law of the game that they'd like to see changed, I suspect almost everybody would say that.
That's a very good shout. Here's Sanderson, and just angles that ball in, and manages to work it into mid-wicket. But again, they're trying to increase the pressure as much as they can with as many oohs, ahs, claps, sighs, hands on heads as they possibly can.
Put it this way, it wouldn't win you a Pointless trophy, would it? If you
No.
It's 98 on that one, yeah.
Sanderson, he's got 3 slips in for Madsen. He's in over the wicket and he hurriedly just punches this one down to mid-on. No run again. Really trying to squeeze the new batter. One thing about that bit of scruffy play from Northants, what it showed for me was pleasing positivity and aggression from the 2 Derbyshire batters. In pinching the quick single in the first place and then being hungry enough to go through for the overthrow. That says something positive to me. Madsen waits. Sanderson's in and he takes, almost overbalances as he drives this one to mid-on. Won't get a run. He just replays that shot once more. Not quite how he wanted to play it. That's the end of the over from Sanderson. It's 77 for 2 with Rees on 25 now. Madsen has faced all 6 of those balls in that maiden over. Is yet to score.
Yes, Northamptonshire's batting and bowling coaches, Greg Smith and Rory Kleinveld respectively, having a little lap of the ground after lunch. Walk down their burgers if they had the same as we did. Jack White has just been on as 12th man, bringing out something for someone. He's now in conversation with George Bartlett as he reverses back towards the pavilion.
The good thing, they were only small burgers. I just want to point that out. They weren't massive.
No. They were an appropriate size with a nice sort of brioche bun as well, wasn't it? It was very nice. Nice bit of couscous as well. I don't think Fletcher was a big fan of couscous either, actually.
Oh, he's a big moaner, isn't he?
Here's Patterson White over the wicket to the left-handed Rees. Goes for the sweep again, which seems to be his favoured option against the spinners. We saw that before lunch when Patterson White was on for that solitary over this morning. Just aiming the sweep a couple of times. Didn't connect there.
Short legs waiting.
Always loving it in there, isn't he? Merry Christmas. That's just missed the leg stump as Lewis Rees looking to paddle that rather than sweep it, and it looks as though he got a little edge on that. Yes, he did, because there's no signal from the umpire. So one more to Lewis Rees. He goes to 26, 78 for 2. Justin Broad, possibly to his relief, can leave the helmet behind the keeper, because for Wayne Madsen they don't want the forward short leg in, so he retreats to mid-wicket. Patterson White round the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who's defensively forward, back down the pitch. Patterson White fields off his own bowling. In again from this racecourse end, 2 sleps, and down the pitch comes Madsen, and that's huge. That, I think, has gone into the marquee down to our right, which is where the corporate hospitality is laid on for the T20. Real statement of intent there from Wayne Madsen. Get off the mark with a 6.
Lovely shot. Used his feet.
Yeah, cracking shot. Beautiful execution and cleared the boundary by a distance. Luke Proctor's just scuttled off behind us. It's dangerously close to my car, I suspect. may have to have words with Mr. Madsen. Anyway, 6 to him, and it's 84 for 2. Wonderful. Clean swing of the bat from Wayne Madsen. Seen a couple of those today. Emilio Gay played a magnificent shot this morning when he was just looking to press on. Absolutely spanked one from this end into the seats at the far end of the ground. The ball has reappeared. Luke Proctor hasn't reappeared. Yeah, there he is. He's back on the field. Ben Sanderson will then show it straight away to the umpire, who is looking to see if it's been badly damaged as a result of landing maybe on the gravel down behind us. Tell you what, that was close to my car, actually.
Oh no!
Here's Patterson White in, bowls to Madsen, who's playing that out into the covers, and there's no run, fielded by Rob Keogh, who I imagine we may also see in the attack at some point in the not too distant future. Patterson White in again, slightly quicker ball, turned out to mid-wicket this time by Madsen, fielded by Justin Broad, and that's the end of the over. 84 for 2. Rees is 26, Madsen is 6, and Derbyshire need another 287 to win. We have 60 overs remaining, and, well, as I say, if anybody was thinking Wayne Madsen was just going to be bowled at and block it all afternoon, think again. Magnificent shot.
Well, it was, and I did say when he came in, the loss of that second wicket, that we would get an idea of just kind of where their heads were at. And if that's where their heads are at, I think that's a good spot for it to be.
Could be a very, very interesting next couple of hours.
It's almost like they have had, obviously, such a rough time of things, and it's been very difficult, but I just go, look, let's just start from here. Here's Sanderson. First ball is just played nicely behind point. Just get the 1 run for it. But just to almost just try and put a line under it and go, do you know what, we're starting from here. Today's the day that we're going to play how we want to play. It's so easy for us to sit up here and say that. It's so much more difficult when you're in the thick of it.
Well, my mind goes back to last year, back end of last season, exactly as you've described there, when Rob Keogh made his 172 against Essex, and he just felt it was almost sort of cathartic after everything that had gone on last season. He just went out and played with a sort of freedom and aggression that I've never seen from him before.
Madsen on strike, 3 slips in as Sanderson bowls, and he just drives that straight back to Sanderson, who manages to take it with one hand and then perform a 360 degrees pirouette, which I would probably give 8 out of 10.
Very impressive, yeah. Well, that would be for technical merit. I don't know about artistic impression. But,
yeah, exactly. It wasn't. There wasn't really enough
fluidity.
Yeah, even maybe some jazz hands for extra effect.
Ben Sanderson with jazz hands. Now there's a thought.
Hey, if it's good enough for Stuart Broad, Madsen waits, Sanderson bowls. It's a fuller delivery. He just almost falls over as he plays that one back to Sanderson and then hurriedly put his bat back in the crease.
But to go back to that Keogh innings, it was as though all the frustration of, what had gone on last season was just came flooding out in this extraordinary innings of his, which set up an innings win, and it was one of the more extraordinary innings, given context and all the rest of it, that I've seen at Wantage Road for a while. Keeper standing up now.
Keeper is standing up as Sanderson is in, bowls to Madsen and drives that again straight back to Sanderson, and this time he takes it and sort of does a 180 turn with 2 hops. So we've got some performative dance in the shape of bowling and fielding from Sanderson.
He's a man of many parts.
We have got a keeper up to the stumps here, just increasing the pressure on Madsen as Sanderson bowls, but he defends that solidly, gets right behind it, rolls past Sanderson this time, but won't get a run. Proctor fields it and just starts rubbing it vigorously on his white trouser leg.
Ben Sanders almost profligate by his standards. He's 1 ball to go in his 10th over. He's gone for 17. He's going at 1.7 and over. Crikey.
Yeah, won't be happy with that. And only taken 1 wicket.
Only taken 1 wicket.
Terrible performance. Here he comes again. Bowls to Madsen, who just flicks that away on the leg side. They'll take a single. It's fielder running in from the deep. And that is the end of the over from Sanderson. So he's got figures of 1 for 18 now after 10 overs. Its run rate's gone up to 1.8. And Madsen is on 7, Rees on 27, and Derbyshire 86 for 2, trailing by 284 runs with 22 overs, 59 overs remaining.
Wonderful stat that David Griffin came up with yesterday about Ben Sanderson. He's the latest Northamptonshire bowler to take 4 fifers against Derbyshire as Patterson White starts a fresh over to Madsen, who turns that down just in front of square on the leg side. Finan comes in off the boundary to field, and it's another single to Wayne Madsen, who goes to 8, and Derbyshire to 87 for 2. Last Northamptonshire bowler to get to that little landmark was the present Sir Kirtley Ambrose. So decent company, but as David also pointed out, as Patterson White bowls another attempted sweep by Lewis Rees. This time he does middle it, but it goes straight to the man at deep square on the boundary, and it's only a single. Rees to 28, 88 for 2. As David did point out, he's got some way to go to match the record of the great George Thompson, who took 17 fifers for Northamptonshire against Derbyshire in the way back before the First World War. Next ball is a little bit short of a length, and Madsen on the back foot plays it up to mid-off where Ben Sanderson fields. Patterson White, and again bowling to Madsen, very full, almost a Yorker, dug out by Madsen with a little flurry of dust. Bowler fields, just get through his overs nice and briskly. Liam Patterson White, just 1, 2, 3, 4 little steps, over comes the arm and driven back, or pushed back really rather than driven, by Madsen. Fielded by Patterson White again, who scrubs the ball on his flannels. Turns and trots in again to bowl to Madsen, who plays that slightly inside out up to mid-off, shy at the stumps by Sanderson, which misses. I think probably Madsen would have been home anyway, and a very, very good bit of backing up by Justin Broad. That's impressive stuff. End of the over, 89 for 2. He's done himself a mischief, I think.
I don't know if, well, Ben Sanderson certainly does not think that he would have made his ground, because
No.
he actually ripped off his cap and threw it onto the ground, and is absolutely furious, which makes you think that he might possibly have been a little bit short.
It would have been tight. So we're not in an ideal position to judge from here. It would have been tight. My feeling was he might just have been back. But anyway, it's academic because the throw didn't hit the stumps. But it was a tight single, put it that way. Anyway, 89 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen is 9, Rees is 28. Derbyshire need another 282, and we've got Siddharth Kaul back into the attack.
Yeah, Kaul is in. First ball is just flicked into mid-wicket by Madsen. No run. Where's his headband?
Oh, I don't know.
He's not got his... I had to double-check who was bowling.
Perhaps it's in the wash.
Oh, it's discombobulated me. I don't...
It's not him, is it?
Oh, no.
It's Sanderson still.
Oh, it is Sanders.
Kaul had got the ball at that end, and I was convinced it was Kaul bowling. Sorry, I've given you a very bad steer there.
Here comes Sanderson, and the next ball is just driven straight up and fired back to the keeper.
And I wasn't alone in thinking Kaul was going to bowl, because the scoreboard has got Kaul bowling as well. But it isn't, it's Ben Sanderson.
That's why, I mean, they obviously look very different. And I'd actually looked at the scoreboard and seen it. You'd said it, and then I just automatically called it. And they do look quite different, it must be said.
It must be said, yes.
And no headband, the most important thing. Here's Sanderson. That ball is clipped past mid-wicket, and Proctor is given chase from mid-on. I don't think he's going to get there, is he? He's done an absolutely brilliant bit of fielding work there, because I was sure that ball was going to make it. A diving, tumbling stop over the rope and parries the ball back in. So... kept that to 3 runs.
Yeah.
Field changing now.
And now they've had to undo the call over from the scoreboard.
God, it wasn't just me being dim.
No, it was me being exceptionally dim. But the two of them were chatting, and I saw them go back, and I thought he's gonna bowl, and then the board picked it up as well. But anyway,
here's Sanderson around the wicket to Rees, who just clips that one up to mid-on, no run.
See, the trouble is, I've only been watching Ben Sanderson bowl for Northamptonshire for about 10 years, so it's, it's easy to mistake him for somebody else. He's only taken 500 wickets.
They look nothing alike. That's what I can't believe that I did it.
I don't think Sando would carry off the headband somehow. I don't see that as being a part of the Sanderson persona somehow. I do love that was the thing that made me question it. Here's Sanderson. He's straight on leg side, and that is just flicked away just backward of square leg, but there's 2 fielders out there, so they'll just come back for 2. Adds another couple to the score, 94 for 2 now. And not just in response to that, but I think it's probably necessary that I go and have a lie down in a darkened room at the end of the over, and Dave Fletcher will come and take over. Not a moment too soon. Oh dear. Sanderson. He's running in now to Rees bowls, and again just a little bit leg sidey. That's clipped up through mid wicket this time. Mid on chases it. Proctor it is. They're doing the work again. And that is the end of the over, taking that extra run. Rees has now moved on to 32, and Madsen on 12, 96 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 274 with 57 overs remaining. Important to remember how many overs remaining in the context of this. Absolutely. Match. So Fletch will come and take over from Mel in the seat to my right, and Mel in turn and take over from me in just a second when Fletcher's got himself settled. In the meantime, they're making it quite easy for us because there's a consultation going on between Liam Patterson-White, Luke Proctor and Ben Sanderson. The result is that Liam Patterson is going to continue to bowl. The first ball of the over is cut away by Wayne Madsen out towards the cover boundary
for a single 97 for 2 Derbyshire. Now, welcome to half an hour of unblemished player identification. I have to get a sponsor.
I'll nip off and have some more sweet potato or something.
You're welcome to it. Thanks, Andrew. Yes, Mel will come alongside for the next wee while. And Andrew will return, and you know the drill by now. One comes in, one goes out. Almost entirely seamlessly. You're not missing any cricket at the moment, incidentally, because the game has ground to a halt as Ricardo Vasconcelos is trying to make sure, I think, that they don't have 3 men behind square on the leg side. I think that's what he was doing there. There's a square leg, there's a deep square leg, there's a long leg. As Patterson White doesn't bowl. Lost his run. Dear, oh dear. He's lost his run-up. He's found it again. He's on his way in. There's a short leg as well, so actually there are plenty of fielders on the leg side. It's swept by Lewis Rees, and it's hit the short leg at the top of his leg, just in broad. And it's hopping around for a moment. So they've got to be careful not to have too many players behind square, of course. Otherwise it would be a no ball. Patterson White is in again and bowls. That one is just padded away by Lewis Rees. Would have had to have turned a long way for that to have been a successful leg before wicket appeal, I fancy.
It certainly would. It was a huge step across.
Perfectly safe on this occasion.
Rees has made no secret of the fact that he likes to sweep.
Yes. As he goes for the reverse sweep this time, and he's going to get 4 runs for it, down to what initially would have been a wide third man, but turned out to be long leg as he became a right-handed bat. And Derbyshire's century is up. 101 for 2.
Well, that's a super shot. That is a super shot. With the field set the way it was, the fact that they knew he liked to sweep, just the calm, assured way he premeditated that and managed to place it just nicely. It's really intelligent batting.
6-3 field, including Emilio Gay, the slip. Leg side, that is. He's hit on the pad, is Lewis Rees. These umpires aren't going to give a leg before wicket. You can might as well stop. Because there have been an awful lot of shouts that have gone unheeded.
We've had one given, have we had one in this match?
I think it's 2. Vasconcelos, the very first one of the match.
Yes.
Vasconcelos was out leg before wicket, wasn't he? There's a sweep, and he's failed to make contact with that one. Ball goes down to backward point. It's the end of the over. 5 runs from it, 101 for 2. Derbyshire need another 270 to win from 56 overs. I'm desperately trying not to get excited.
I was just about to do a little vibe check, a mood check with you, just
I'm all
to
right.
see how you're doing.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm not as excited as Emerson will be at Blackpool, I'm sure, although Beddingham is out, isn't he?
He is out. I watched him bat at Kidderminster. Oof, he's good. I've enjoyed that about that doing these county matches, is watching players who've never really got a chance to see much before. He's one.
Ben Stokes is also out now for 18.
Nathan Lyon?
I'll let you know.
Oh.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Oh, that would be interesting.
No.
No?
Wells bowled him for 18. So it's Graham Clark and Ollie Robinson who are batting together now. They're 359 for 5. And they need a further, 116? I mean, that's going to be a nipper, isn't it? It's going to be a nipper.
It's going to be a nipper. Well, here's some good news. There's a man wearing a headband. He's about to come and bowl from the city end.
I'm sure I've heard that before somewhere.
I think it's Ben Sanderson who's wearing a headband.
Yeah.
Suddenly. No, it isn't. It is Call. He's into the attack now. He's bowling over the wicket, and well, Madsen just jams his bat down on in time, plays it straight, rolls back past the bowler. Where Proctor will clean it up. Yes, it is time for Call. Siddharth Call. he's so much shorter and slighter, and wears a headband, and I've just completely
Long
mixed that up.
sleeves, all
Yes,
sorts of number 55 on his back.
basically, yes. I couldn't have got that more wrong if I
Well,
tried.
we all do it,
It's,
don't we?
that did throw me the scoreboard. I confess I did look at that first. Trust your own eyes, Mel.
Yeah.
Here comes Call again over the wicket, a stuttering run, and this time driven more firmly down to mid-off, but still no run for Madsen.
Derbyshire's seconds in T20 action today against Leicester should have done something that Derbyshire's first team rarely do, and they've made in excess of 200 in 20 overs. 223. Mitch Wagstaff, 44. Samit Patel, 53 off 24 balls, and Harry Kane, 62 off 37. Alex Thompson, 20 off 9. And a lad called Heafy, who I'm told is a Central Districts player who's playing locally. He made 20 off 8.
Here comes Set at Call again, that little short step run up, and the ball just worked to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket by Madsen, no run. He's got really tiny steps,
Yes.
especially as he approaches the crease. It's almost worry he's going to trip over his feet. So it's really little stuttering run. It's like, almost like when you see a toddler, when they start to walk and they start to run the first time, and the steps are all little quick ones.
And they end up going flat on their face.
I'm sure Siddharth Kaul has far better control over
He's
his
worked out how to
footwork.
walk.
Yes.
Yeah, he probably has.
He's got 2 slips in for Madsen. He's just sent a fielder out front of deep square leg. It's a full delivery, though, and it's driven to mid-off, no run.
Which why Madsen's innings is interesting, isn't it? He got off the mark with a 6,
After seeing out at maiden,
which is the only boundary he's got in 28 deliveries.
it was an absolutely glorious shot.
Yeah, decent.
Danced down the wicket, almost found Rada's car.
Well, Michael Henderson was worried for his car as well, and he's here today, Michael, in the written part of the media centre. His first reaction was, I hope that's not hit my car.
Yeah, certainly close to them. Here comes
Bentley's
Call.
safe.
Oh, over the wicket and flicked away down to deep square leg where that fielder was pushed not so long ago. They'll get through for a single. 102 for 2.
I didn't notice Michael's convertible Bentley arriving this morning, but I'm sure it is behind the media centre. If he doesn't drive one, nobody should.
So a little bit of a shuffle with the field again as Rees is back on strike, the left-hander. Just chipping away here. He has started to up his scoring options, Rees. He just has a little look around, seeing where the field is. They've got 2 slips in for him. His call is in over the wicket to the left-hander. He has a flash at that one, and is really angry with himself. He tried to cut it away, missed it completely. Doesn't want to lose his head at this moment. It's the end of the over. Derbyshire 102 for 2 with Madsen on 14, Rees on 36, and Derbyshire trail by 268. 55 overs still remaining. So
A lot of cricket, isn't it?
there's a lot of cricket. Ben Stokes apparently was bowled on the reverse sweep.
Terrible shot.
Oh,
It's Patterson White bowling to Wayne Madsen, who doesn't mind one of those himself. In this one, he's cut for 4 runs to backward point. Beautiful shot. Cut it really late, Madsen, and picks up his second boundary. The first was that 6 off the first ball that he faced. He moves up to 18, 106 for 2.
he heard you.
Well, I was just waiting for him to do the reverse sweep because Wayne Madsen is almost addicted to sweeping.
Oh, he played that beautifully.
Yeah, that was a really good shot from Madsen. 32 the partnership off 46 deliveries. That required rate hovering around 4.8 as this next delivery is defended by Madsen out into the offside. And there's no run.
And
Has gone a little quieter out there, hasn't it? Just a little quieter.
a little bit tense, maybe.
As Patterson White is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Once again, Keogh does the fielding. The big hitters yet to come. And the over rate is -3,
Oh,
which is also very exciting. As Patterson White is in and bowls to Madsen, who drives but doesn't time it. Going down to his right, Keogh does the fielding, an extra cover.
yes. Watching the over 8 count is something that I've never really done as much of before.
Drives him round the twist. Now the umpire, Wayne Madsen has called the umpire over. I think he wants something removing from his bat, or he wants a new bat. Yeah, needs a new bat. Or does he want some tape? One or the other. His bat looks like it might have split at the end. Nothing worse than split ends.
I know.
I'm
well,
told.
Yeah, it's terrible, and Luke Proctor just turned me down for a free haircut. I've got quite a few split ends.
No, I haven't. I don't think. Middlesex in their pursuit of 213 to beat Glamorgan at Cardiff are 81 for 1. They need another 132. Leicestershire still hanging in there against Gloucestershire at Grace Road, 152 for 3. They're still 183 behind, and they are following on, so they're a long way behind in that match. Somerset require 189 to beat Kent, who were bowled out in their second innings, following on for 564, which is a terrific effort. They won without loss.
I was looking through the scores yesterday, and gee, there have been some really fascinating matches this round.
Been some games where there have been very big differences between innings as well, haven't there? There have been some 500s and in the same match. I mean, Kent 178 and 564. The Warwickshire one, of course, where they made 397 and 94. Bless them.
But then Essex in that game, 100 and,
Yeah,
162 and 331.
Yeah. Here's Patterson White. Cricket's about to break back out here at Derby, and the new bat that's been brought out for Wayne Madsen defends the first ball with Madsen's help back to the bowler. And there's no run. One more ball of Patterson White's 6th over to come. 1 for 23, his figures. He was rather gifted his wicket by Brooke Guest, sadly. As this next one is just eased into the offside by Madsen, and that is the end of the over. 106 for 2, just the 4 runs from the over. Madsen has 18, Rees has 36. 265 to win, 54 overs left. So it's getting to much closer. Well, that's 4.89. It's all hovering around that particular mark. When you think they don't balk at 10 runs and over. I know with field restrictions, I understand all that.
Yeah, but but
they don't balk at 10 runs and over.
No,
anymore,
exactly. If you got to the last 3 or 4 overs.
Derbyshire need 50 from 5 overs with 7 wickets in hand. I'd fancy them.
Here's call. First ball is just whipped away down to deep square leg where there is a fielder. Rees will pick up a single. 107 for 2. Yeah, that's how T20 cricket has really changed the game in other formats as well.
Yeah.
When it comes to chasing is when you really see it. It just doesn't seem as daunting as it once did. Completely changed. Those 2 slips in for Madsen. His call is in over the wicket, and he's chipped that one up to mid-on, shy at the stumps, a dive from Madsen, and he's signalling
Gloves. They hate their gloves being covered in dust, don't they? Batters for some reason.
Well, there's a bit of man love going on out here. There's a bit of a bromance because Lewis Rees and Ricardo Vasconcelos have just stood there with their an arm around each other, having a bit of a squeeze. That's nice.
That's very
isn't
nice,
it?
yeah, don't mind that.
That's unusual. Wicket keeper just running up to him. That's nice to see. Here's Core. He bowls around the wicket to Rees, and he just angles his bat on that one and sends it down very fine towards the deep third boundary. Just pulls up. It slowed up a little bit. There were 2 men chasing it. And I've run through for 3. So that takes Rees to 40. And Derbyshire to the dreaded 1-1-1 for 2. It's not it's as nonsense as the nonsensical as the commentator's curse.
Dreads it.
But that was nicely played by Reese. There were enough fielders around, but he just got it fine enough.
Gloves being brought onto the field of play, I'm fairly sure, by Jack Morley, the Lancashire left-arm spinner who's on loan at Derbyshire, who was at Trent Bridge last week with Lancashire. But he's here again, just like the happy days.
Have they gone into a game without a frontline spinner this year?
No, not this season. It started off as Alex Thompson, then it became Jack Morley.
Here's call, and that ball is just played with a very straight bat up to mid-on by Madsen.
And of course, if they go on to win this game, they will say, well,
Absolutely.
we didn't need a frontline spinner.
Yeah.
I'd still ask the question, how risky was it to go into a game without
it's
a
a very-
frontline spinner?
A very fair question, because it's...
Thank you.
You know. You're welcome.
I'll probably forget to ask it when I get there, because I always forget to ask things. I never write anything down.
You do nothing but write notes. Here's call once more over the wicket, and how has that missed? It's missed everything. Well, it hasn't missed. It hasn't missed the pad. It's just flicked it as it's gone through because he signalled 4-leg buys.
Wayne Madson's pointing to the stumps as though to say that hit the stump on the way through and didn't dislodge the bail. I'm going to have a look at the replay here. He did definitely point to the stumps there, Wayne Madsen, so this will be interesting.
Well,
Dear, oh dear.
Has that hit the stumps?
Well,
I'm coming over to...
I couldn't tell from that one. Hopefully they'll show, Matt in the stream room will show copious amounts of replays. The one from behind will be especially useful. Matt, if you're listening, here he slowed this right down. I mean, it's how it's gone through there, I've no idea.
But
Just show us the one from behind, if you wouldn't mind. You can leave it till the end of the over.
Directing from the commentary box. Here's call. And next ball is just a stride forward by Madsen, and then he watched that one all the way back. So, eventful over there. The end of it, it's 115 for 2. Madsen on 19.
Thank you, mate. Here it comes.
Oh, here we go.
Oof.
Oh,
I don't think it's hit his pad.
It didn't look like... Well, at first I thought it was buys. And then it wasn't until the umpire signalled a leg by that I thought it must have flicked something.
It didn't look from the replay as though it hit his... And he definitely pointed towards the stumps.
Oh.
So I wonder if it's just got a little knock. And now he's touching the stumps there, look, Wayne Madsen, and just making sure that the bails will come off should they be hit in future, which is rather foolish as
Why is he doing that?
I have no idea. What are you doing, Wayne?
He should be out there sticking chewing
The
gum.
chewing gum that Brooke Guest put on earlier has now been removed. Patterson White, 7th over, 115 for 2, 256 to win from 53, Derbyshire. 8 wickets for Northamptonshire. We should not forget, as that one is pushed nicely into the offside by Lewis Rees. First ball of the over, they've run 2 comfortably. They'll stick to 2 as Cole reaches the ball out at towards the point boundary. It's 117 for 2.
Is that the little bit of luck?
If it was luck, yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes that's what it takes.
Next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They had little luck on day one. I'm not suggesting the position they're in is entirely down to bad luck, but
I'm just seeing if the duck's back.
Patterson White in and bowls to Rees, who clips this into the leg side. It's fielded by Luke Proctor, I think. No, Michael Finan, beg your pardon. Proctor's at mid-off. There's lots of Northamptonshire players with beards. There's this next delivery, which turns quite sharply, hits the pad outside the line. I'm not sure that Rob Keogh was in the perfect position to see if that was out or not, but he thought he was from mid-wicket.
What there was, though, was some very definite turn.
Yeah, quite quick turn as well. And it kept low, but apart from that, nothing to worry about. That one's turned into the leg side by Rees. Dear, oh dear. One ball left of the Patterson White over. 2 runs from it so far. The required rate continues to hover around the 4.8 mark. Required rate. And Patterson White is in, and that one is padded away by Lewis Rees outside the off stump, a long way outside the off stump. And it's 117 for 2 at the end of the over. The partnership's worth 43 off 63. That kind of rate would see them within touching distance a little bit later on today. Madsen has 19, Rees has 42. They need 254 more runs in 52 overs.
Keep going as they're going, I'd
exciting, isn't
say. Yes, it absolutely is. and not only is it exciting, I just think it's encouraging.
Well, there hasn't been
For
that
Derbyshire.
clatter of wickets that we all feared when they were last week. 109 all out in 26 overs. So we've got past that.
Yeah, just looking for those, if nothing else, just a positive performance. Here is Call. He's in over the wicket, and Madsen flays that one straight of extra cover, and that's 4 runs. That's exactly what Derbyshire need. The experience of Wayne Madsen coming through. Met fire with fire. It's 121 for 2.
Yeah, full toss, I think. He's missed his Yorker there as Cole. He's watching a replay of it now, and yeah, Madsen meets it on the full, sends it away down to the extra cover boundary.
Well, that's going to make Derbyshire fans happy. Here, how's the response from Call? Well, it's just gets the length a little bit better, and it's just played straight out to extra cover this time by Madsen.
So to ease the tension, I'm starting to get sweaty palms a little bit.
Oh,
The music's just come on in my ears because that means the newsreader's taken control in the studio, ready for the news bulletin with a Simple Minds song.
oh, which one?
I think is it called "Don't You Forget About Me" or "Forget About Me"?
Very famous.
Yeah.
Don't you forget about me. Yeah. Call starts his run up. Madsen I don't know what shot he was trying to play there. It was almost like he hit the ball, then tried to get his bat out of the way, and the end result is it just rolls out on the leg side. So not completely convincing. He looked like he was in sort of 2 minds about.
Might have bounced a little bit more than he was expecting, possibly, but I never really got into Simple Minds.
I've just got one.
Bit poppy for me.
Here comes Call, starts his run up from the city end.
With you.
Madsen just gets the inside thuddy edge of that one that goes up to mid-on, no run. Did you just get that?
Yeah, it took. Ironically, it's Simple Minds, and it took about 30 seconds for that one to get through. I even heard Andrew laugh in the background. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, something's happening here, and I'm not in on it, but I'm there now. Don't talk nonsense. It's the actual correct answer.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Dear.
I just thought, he doesn't think I'm very funny.
I didn't get it.
Here's Call to Madsen. Just plays that one up to mid-on. No run. Oh,
Rob Keogh's warming up.
Keogh is warming up.
Yeah, some nice moves, and he's got some real good moves, Rob Keogh, when he warms up.
They wouldn't go astray if there was a Simple Minds song playing in the background. Definitely got
He'd
the
probably,
moves.
if you suggested that, Jim would say, "Who?" Actually, no, Rob might actually be old enough to remember them.
So isn't it the theme song to the Breakfast Club, that 1980s movie? Here comes Call. Over the wicket to Madsen. He didn't get all of that one, and it just rolls back up the pitch to Call, who for half a second shaped to throw. And Madsen's actually just looking at the toe end of his bat there, because he did just get that with the toe end, but He's already had a new bat. He seems to be happy with this one. It's the end of the over. 121 for 2 now, Derbyshire. Madsen on 23, Rees on 42. The partnership is 47 at the moment. But the real key is that they trail by 249. So they need 250 for victory, and there are 51 overs remaining.
It's about 5-0, isn't it?
It is.
Patterson White begins a new over that I can only really commentate on one ball because I've got to go and do a bulletin. It's swept into the leg side, obviously, by Lewis Rees for a single. Where else would he sweep it? 43, he moves on 222 for 2. I hope I'm better for this 20 seconds. I apologise.
No need to apologise, Fletch. There's Patterson White. He's around the wicket to Madsen, who just gently strokes this one up to mid-off, and very quick off the mark there and managed to get the single before Sanderson was able to fire the ball back in. So, again, signs of positivity when there's the quick singles taken, trying to make the most of every scoring opportunity. Here's Rees, plays a dinky little scoop over the shoulder. Wow, a bit of innovation, and they just get a single for it. Ended up down at a fine leg. But it was, I think, a no-look scoop, just the way he played it. And that brings up the 50 partnership for Madsen and Rees. They meet in the middle just to acknowledge it. A very important one, of course, for Derbyshire. Now Madsen on strike. And this ball from Patterson White is just turned down towards deep mid-wicket. They'll take a couple of runs. So, and actually the ball comes into the base of the stumps and just gets past Patterson White, but they won't get overthrows.
So I must send an apology to the newsreader. That was a bit too long.
Here comes Patterson White. That's just pushed out into cover point. Rob Keogh doing the fielding. Did you see that little scoop over the shoulder?
No.
It was.
I've been very busy.
It's Patterson White again. This is just pushed into the offside, and they're off for another quick single. They get through as well. They are taking a few chances, but so far, that throw came from Karen Nair and missed the stumps. So don't mind this. A bit of urgency in the scoring from Derbyshire. They haven't given up the ghost on this. It's 127.
So I'm just listening to the music now.
I thought you needed to go to the loo or something. You're jiggling around in your chair.
Every time I dance, people think that. Yeah. Every time. Breakfast at Tiffany's.
127 for 2. Madsen 27, Rees 44. Now trailing by 243.
And I know there's a very serious element to what's happening here. I'm just trying to take my mind off it. I'm starting to go to write down my ad-libs for later. They've just been talking about the cable car at the Heights of Abraham, which are up in North Derbyshire. It's celebrating an anniversary of some description, 60 years, I think they were saying. And they were talking about the cable cars, and they said, they had one of the people who helped set the place up, and he said, the arrangements for sorting out cable cars back then was a lot more informal, and you think, well, I wouldn't have gone on it then, quite frankly, if it was informal. I'd like to see the certificates, please. Here is Rob Keogh from the City End. Bowls to Wayne Madsen. It's down the leg side. It's a horrible delivery. And it's well stopped by Vasconcelos behind the stumps. Just getting his eye in Keogh. First delivery.
That wasn't particularly attractive.
I'm surprised Madsen didn't try to sweep it, though there is a man on the sweep. And there was Nair. Karen Nair is waiting there in a little trap. There is somebody out on the backward point boundary as well, no run from the next delivery. But if he gets the reverse sweep correct, he'll be all right. And he's launched that one into the leg side. This could be out. Patterson White's underneath it and takes the catch. And that is a huge, huge blow for Northamptonshire, because Derbyshire's talisman over the last few years, Wayne Madsen, has holed out basically at Cow Corner. In the first over, sent down by Rob Keogh, Patterson White with the catch. And Derbyshire 127 for 2 now. They still need another 244 runs to win. Northamptonshire need 7 wickets.
How often do you see that? The bowling change, just coming in, and just as you think that the batters are set, the partnership had just passed 50, 53 runs, and then they bring in a new bowler and the wicket falls. So again, we're going to see the testing of Derbyshire's resolve in this chase now with 3 wickets down. But, well, 243 that they trail by, it's still doable. It is still doable.
It is. It is. That's successive half-century stands as well, as Matt Lamb comes out into the middle. What did he get in the first innings? It was a decent score, wasn't it? Yeah, 52. So fingers crossed for Matt Lamb in his second game of the season. It was a fairly straightforward catch. Once Patterson-White had got to the ball, it was in the air for a long, long time, and he wasn't too far away from the boundary rope either, so it was a well-judged catch from Liam Patterson-White out there in the distance.
Yeah, frustration for Madsen. I mean, he played a good hand up until that point. Can they keep... The difficult thing is they don't want to get stuck with a new batter in, and it takes a time to get set.
Keogh in, and that one is swept by Lamb. First delivery. They could have possibly have run on a misfield, but that's always slightly dangerous. Karen Nair not taking it cleanly down at backward square leg.
They thought about it. There was a little conference.
Yeah.
You shouted out in the middle.
Next delivery. Oh, defends with the outside edge of his bat.
Oh, he
Back down the pitch.
Gave that an awful lot of air. I think it might have just got a bit of drift on it from Keogh.
Tempting Matt Lamb. Keogh in again, and it's down the track and pushing it up to mid-on and goes for the single to get off the mark. You may or may not remember, may or may not have been with us when Matt Lamb got off the mark, I think in the first innings. I think it was for him to get off the mark. He almost certainly was run out, but not given by the umpire because it was so tight. Stills suggest that he was out of his ground. He's off the mark though, 128 for 3 at the end of the over, 44 to Rees. 49 overs remain now. How far? We're still about half an hour away from tea. So it'll be a lengthy evening session should it go on that far. It'll be 40 plus overs. And Derbyshire still need another 243 runs to win. Northamptonshire now need 7 wickets. And we're going to lose Mel momentarily. As Patterson-White, who took that catch in the previous Rob Keogh over, comes in around a wicket and bowls to Lamb, who pushes it out to Keogh, who misfields, but not sufficiently for the batters to get through for a run. 128 for 3, it remains. In comes Patterson-White once again. That one is driven very pleasantly by Lamb. He's going to get 1. They might come back for a second here as Sanderson gets to the ball, puts in the obligatory slide, and they do get back for 2, and Lamb moves on to 3, 130 for 3.
Northamptonshire more or less obliged to bowl both spinners now because they're so far behind with the over rate, -3.
Yeah, it's a lot of old nonsense, isn't it? But there we are. Start at 10:30 in the morning. Patterson-White bowls a full-length delivery that's defended by Lamb back towards the bowler.
To give the spectators value for money, supposedly, but there actually aren't a huge number of spectators in.
I don't think they're going to complain. If they did, you'd barely hear them. Goes Patterson-White again. And that one's pushed into the offside by Lamb. 2 balls to go, beg your pardon, of the Patterson-White over. 1 for 33, his figures. 1 for 25, Ben Sanderson. 1 for 1, Rob Keogh. And that one is a cut shot that goes horribly wrong. Straight into the ground, backward a square on the offside. He ends up leaning on his bat to stay on his feet. Matt Lamb. waits for the final ball of the over. He's just moving the man at fine leg round. And Patterson White is in, and this one is driven out into the offside by Lamb, and they'll pick up a single. 3 runs from the over from Liam Patterson White. 131 for 3 now. Another over ticks away. The other thing, of course, that will happen as they try and claw back, if that's what they're trying to do, the over rate, is that they will bowl these overs really quickly, and all of a sudden the Derbyshire batters will look up and see instead of 48 overs left, there are only 38 overs left, and they'll panic.
Well,
potentially.
It's an interesting one. As I say, I think I'm surprised actually they were quite that far behind,
Yes,
but there's been I suppose there's been a huge amount of urgency out there. But anyway, it is going to be Rob Keogh to continue, having struck an important blow in his first over in bowls from the City end. Down the leg side, attempted sweep by Matt Lamb. It goes, I think, off the pad to the man on the 45, who sends in a throw over the head of Rob Keogh. In fact, there was a bit of bat on it, a bit of a bottom edge, so the run counts towards Matt Lamb's tally. He goes to 5, and it's 132 for 3. Durham 383 for 7 now against Lancashire, so they need another 92 to win. But Ollie Robinson's still there, 145 not out. Just joined by Ben Rain. That's in Division 1, of course, is Keogh. Round the wicket to the left-handed Rees, and he's bowled him. That's a beauty from Rob Keogh. It's just straightened. It's hit the top of off stump. Rob Keogh has, well, turned this match, and in that case, literally, because that did turn, it straightened, and Lewis Rees, who was stretching right forward to get to the pitch of it, it turned past the outside edge, hit the top of his off stump. Rees goes for 44, and Derbyshire now 132 for 4. 2 wickets and 2 overs for Rob Keogh.
Yes, that was a bit of blow for Derbyshire as the required rate moves above 5 to lose opening batsman Lewis Rees for 44. Just watching a replay on the all that one. No, we're not. We're watching a blank screen. There we go. No, we need more than that, chaps. Come on. You know what you're doing.
Is it North? Say, touch of North Korea or something censored?
Yeah. All we saw was was Rob Keogh wheeling away, but a big blow.
Here we go, Fletch.
Well, you've got it now, have you?
Yeah, that's beauty. That's a beauty. It just did, it didn't turn sharply, but it just about did enough to beat the outside edge, and Keogh was highly delighted, as he would be. 132 for 4.
Here comes the game.
Yes, here comes the game. Here is an Aaron Donald walking to the crease, exchanging a few words with Matt Lamb. Various Northamptonshire players having a chat with each other, but that has brought a very different complexion to this match. Elsewhere, just while Nye Donald gets to the middle, Somerset, who need 189 to beat Kent down at Taunton, are 23 for no wicket. Middlesex, who need 213 to beat Glamorgan at Cardiff, are 105 for 2, with Mark Stoneman 40 not out. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire following on 185 for 3 against Gloucestershire, so they're still 150 behind. Right, first ball to an Aaron Donald. Keogh in bowls to him, flights it right up outside off stump, driven by Donald straight at extra cover, where it's fielded by Siddharth Kaul, and there's no run. A slip, Emilio Gay, forward short leg, Justin Broad, man on the drive at short mid wicket, and here's Keogh in again, bowls to Donald, who stretches right forward, pushes it out into the offside. Vasconcelos comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve, and there's no run. 132 for 4. Keogh in again and bowls, and Donald again stretching right forward, plays it back down the pitch for Keogh to field, and Keogh immediately indicates that he wants Justin Broad to go across from forward short leg to silly point, or almost silly mid-off, because he's just in front of square. And this is a shorter, quicker ball from Keogh, and Donald plays it off the back foot up to Kaul at extra cover, and that's the end of Rob Keogh's over. 2 overs, 2 for 2. I really needed Mel for that one. 2 overs, 2 for 2. 132 for 4 at the end of the over, with Matt Lamb on 5. And Aaron Donald still looking for his first run. Derbyshire need another 239 to win. Northamptonshire needs 6 more wickets, and there are 47 overs left.
Yeah, 2 wickets in 12 balls. End to end. Derbyshire, if they are to harbour any hopes, I'm not sure that they do any longer, cannot afford to lose another wicket before tea in 25 minutes' time. Nor can they afford to grind to a halt. A slip and a silly mid-off for Matt Lamb as Patterson White begins a new over. That one is just guided out into the offside for a single by Lamb, who moves on to 6, 133 for 4. 46 overs left after this one.
Nigel has asked a question to which I do not know the answer, so I'll save it till the end of the over, because you might know this one, Fletch.
Seems highly unlikely. If you don't know it, what chance have I got? Patterson White is in and bowls to Donald, who defends, pushing it out into the offside, broad underneath the helmet at silly mid-off. Almost within touching distance when Aaron Donald. As Patterson White bowls, and he tries to
Drops
cut.
it.
To drop by Vasconcelos. He's got his head in his hands as Patterson White, and Aaron Donald gets a life without even scoring. That's a couple of drops. The first one didn't prove to be too disastrous. As Patterson White is in again, and he defends this slightly more correctly. There's an Aaron Donald. There is Patterson White. 2 balls left in the over. Bowls a quicker one, and it's driven by an Aaron Donald straight to Luke Proctor at mid-on.
See, if Nottinghamshire wanted Patterson White to have some bowling, he's certainly getting their wish.
He's in again now, and that one is driven and caught. And Aaron Donald has gone, I think. He's staying there. Has he been given? Yes, he has. He's slowly dragging himself off. He drove it to extra cover, where Karen there took a really good catch low down. And it's good night Vienna as far as Derbyshire's hopes are concerned. 133 for 5 now. Donald goes for a duck. They need another 238. They won't get those in a month of Sundays.
Well, I was just starting to think that particularly with the over rate that Northamptonshire, we said when we came back on together that we're going to have to see a bit of spin from either end on the basis that Northampton needed to get up with the over rate. But of course, now with 3 wickets having gone down in very quick succession to the spinners, you'd imagine they probably would want to keep them on anyway. But I was saying about Patterson White, Fletch, presumably one of the reasons for wanting the player to go out on loan is to get them some serious overs. He bowled 45 overs and 2 balls against Gloucestershire, bowled 26 overs in the first innings here, and one suspects he might have quite a long bowl today.
Absolutely.
So he's certainly getting the overs that I'm sure Mick Newell would have wanted. I know Northamptonshire have been...
I'm delighted for Mick Newell. And Nottinghamshire, of course.
Of course you are.
If they hadn't signed all the bowlers in the first place, they wouldn't have to loan them back out to other counties, would they?
You might say that. I couldn't possibly
I'll say it at every single opportunity.
But I think, it's interesting because I think there's a possibility that they might try and also hang on to him for the game against Yorkshire, but we shall see. Anyhow, as you say, Fletcher, I think with the best will in the world, it's going to be hard for Derbyshire to win it from here. But Amijdal comes to the crease on a pair.
Yeah, on a king pair.
Yes, of course, yes.
But at the non-striker's end.
As Keogh comes in to bowl to Matt Lamb, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. The question is the victory song. We're talking about the great victory song controversy that we were discussing earlier. Here's Keogh in, flights that one right up and whipped away by Matt Lamb out through mid-wicket. There's certainly one. They'll come back for 2, and they'll get their comfortably as George Bartlett throws himself off his feet and getting that ball in. 135 for 5 takes Matt Lamb to 8. But the reference to town in the song, Nigel says, talking about cathedrals, he says, do you still have to be a city to have one, or can you now have one and still be a town? I don't know. My feeling is you probably can have.
Yes, it's just the
not
monarch's chart,
yeah,
isn't it?
I think it is. That's swept away by Matt Lamb, and he's absolutely nailed that, and that's going to run away for 4. That's really well executed. Stroke, got head right over the ball and swept it away down to the long leg boundary. Takes Matt Lamb into double figures. He's 12, and it's 139 for 5. Northampton, of course, has a Roman Catholic cathedral along the Barrack Road, but not an Anglican one. But I think that was the old definition. But I think now you can just there are different criteria. But thanks for getting in touch, Nigel. Good to have you with us as ever. That's turned from Rob Keogh. It was a little bit short, and it did turn into Matt Lamb, but he managed to get a bat down on it. It also didn't bounce a great deal. Keogh in again, flighted right up and driven through extra cover. Lovely shot from Matt Lamb. That's going to run out towards the boundary, and it's going to cross the rope now in front of the boundary bar. And that's 4 more to Lamb. He goes to 16. Derbyshire 143 for 5. You just suspect Matt Lamb's going to be positive, whatever, isn't he? I think that's the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, it didn't do Aaron Donald any good, but yes, absolutely. And the same with Ross Whiteley when he comes in, if he comes in.
Oh, yes. Here's Keogh. Slipping a forward short leg. Another attempted sweep. Big appeal for LBW, and he's out. Keogh struck again. 3 overs, 3 wickets for Rob Keogh. A long deliberation by umpire Neil Pratt as Matt Lamb went for the sweep. Keogh was convinced, which tells you absolutely nothing, but the umpire thought long and hard about it and sent Matt Lamb on his way. He goes for 16, and Derbyshire now in a spot of bother, to say the least. 143 for 6.
I think they were in a spot of bother from the moment that Northampton just started batting yesterday evening after tea, when this game completely got away from them in horrendous fashion, as Northampton just scored at 5 and over for 40 overs. And then they increased that run rate this morning, which put them in even further bother. And now, well, they've got 2 batters out there, neither of whom have faced a delivery, and they're 6 down. So, yeah, more than a spot, I think now.
Yeah.
More than a spot. And hurtling towards a second successive home defeat, which is a good effort, seeing as there are so few positive results anywhere in the Championship this season. To lose 2 at home in a row would be spectacular.
Well, you have to say, Rob Keogh, what a return to the side, having missed the last 3 or 4 games, 3 games because of this back problem. Come out, gets 100, and has picked up 3 wickets in 3 overs. Here's figures: 3 overs, no maidens, 3 for 12.
So Anuj Dar on a king pair. Out first ball in the first innings. And he's going to have a lot of company here. He's got a silly mid-off. There are going to be 2 slips. Karen Nair's pulled rank and gone in at first slip and pushed Emilio Gay to second slip. So he's got plenty of company here. Anuj Dar. Now they've swapped back. Excellent. And what's happening here? Now the umpire's moving away. What's going on? What's going on with some cricket?
Yeah,
There's
maybe
lots of laughing going on, but
he's having a word with Luke Proctor. Maybe it's a little bit too much chat, I think.
or too close to field without a helmet. This one is hitting the pad of this Dahl. They're very excitable out there now, and understandably so. As that one comes off Anuj Dahl's pad and goes into the leg side, where it was heading for in the first place. Dahl waits, Patterson White bowls to him, and he turns it into the leg side. Fielded by Cole, who's at mid-wicket. The deep backward square leg comes up. Dahl waits. Patterson White bowls to him, and that one is a full delivery that Dahl manages to dig out and push back to Patterson White. 3 more wickets and we can have an extended session and go home before tea. Patterson White is in, and that one is striking the pad, and then it's almost caught as well. I'm not sure it hit the bat or would have hit the stumps in the first place, but again, lots of excitement out there as he tried to whip it away into the leg side, Anuj Dahl.
I think there's going to be a bit of that now, isn't
There's going to
there?
be far too much of that. As Patterson White is in again and bowls to Dahl, who defends this one. Anybody who thought that might have gone past the edge of the bat wants locking up. And the final ball of the Patterson White over. In he comes, and that is cut away by Anuj Dahl, but there is a man at backward point. And as a result, there's no run. And that's a maiden to follow the wicket. And Derbyshire remain 143 for 6. They've got to survive now another 44 overs. It seems unlikely. Northamptonshire need 4 wickets.
And Durham are looking like the game is almost up. 388 for 9. Now Ollie Robinson's still there on 145, but lost Ben Rain to George Balderson for 3, and then Matty Potts run out for 2. So 388 for 9. Still need another 87 to win, but now the last man. Callum Parkinson has gone in to join Ollie Robinson, so you would think Lancashire ought to wrap that one up now. Whiteley on strike with a slip, a forward short leg, a short extra cover, a short mid-wicket as Keogh round the wicket bowls to Whiteley, who is nicely, solidly in behind that. That's his first ball, and pushes it out to short extra where Liam Patterson-White is fielding. Keogh looking for a 4th wicket. It's flighted up, and Whiteley again forward. This time it runs out into the onside, and Justin Broad under the helmet at forward short leg fields. Sun behind clouds at the moment as Keogh is in outside the off stump, left alone by Whiteley. Ricardo Vasconcelos flicks the bails off, but Ross Whiteley had not lifted his back foot. Here's Keogh in again. That's a filthy ball down the leg side that's beaten the batter, has beaten the keeper, and has gone down for 4 byes. That was just fired in down the leg side, whether it was a question of just trying to maybe think about him overbalancing and get the leg side stumping, but it was a bit too wide for that, really. So 4 more onto the total, 147 for 6. Runs now, you would think, for Northamptonshire, not too much of an issue.
No, I don't think so.
If Derbyshire get another 2-2-4 from here, they'll thoroughly deserve it, and somebody will have played innings for the ages. Here's Keogh, flights that one right up to Ross Whiteley, who's forward. Pushes it out the offside. Patterson White in there at short extra. Fields, and there's no run. Sun out brightly now. Beautiful afternoon here in Derby. A little bit of breeze. Here's Keogh in again, outside the off stump. Bit of bounce, still a bit of turn maybe out of just the rough there, outside the left-hander's off stump. Well taken by Vasconcelos, and that's the end of another Rob Keogh over, the first over he's bowled today, which hasn't featured a wicket. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12, 147 for 6.
No, I'd get him off if I was the...
Trouble is, Fletch, they haven't really got anybody else to bowl spin. I suppose Karen Nair bowls a little bit of very gentle off spin, but I don't think you've probably put the house and all its contents on that.
Patterson White about to bowl his 12th over of the second innings, 2 for 35. Bowls to Anuj Dahl, who defends a full-length delivery back to the bowler. There is no run. So yes, Derbyshire's hopes have dramatically collapsed in a heap as Patterson White is in. Quicker ball, turn into the leg side. Around goes Michael Finan to do the fielding. Again, there's no run. 3 wickets for Keogh, 1 for Patterson White. And I things look a lot different now, as that one is clipped by Dahl up towards Luke Proctor at a deepish mid-on. Can they survive 42.5 overs? I'm not sure they can. This one is cut away by Dahl from in front of middle stump, it appeared from here. Straight to the man at backward point. There are 2 slips, silly mid-off. They're the really close catches. Everybody else is in close proximity, really. As Patterson-White is in, and that's defended by Dahl back to him. Could be a lot of this. Up until the moment they can get the requisite number of wickets. The ball is only 38 overs old. Next delivery is again full.
One hand, one bounce.
I think, yes, played into the ground by Dahl and collected by Karen Nair, who is now wearing a helmet, which is, I think, what that discussion was about. He was feeling too close at second slip not to wear a helmet, which he now is wearing, although he's just taken it off for the next over, because that was the end of the Patterson-White over. 147 for 6, Derbyshire. 4 more wickets for Northamptonshire.
So after the demise of Wayne Madsen, Fletch, those 4 wickets fell for 12 runs in 27 balls to Patterson-White and Keogh. That's really what's turned this match. Still a long way to go. And Ross Whiteley still a dangerous player, as he proved in the first innings, with an excellent half-century. Totally different set of circumstances now, of course. Slip, and Whiteley wasn't ready, as Keogh comes into bowl, doesn't let go of it. So we have still Emilio Gay at slip, Justin Broad at forward short leg, and Liam Patterson-White on the drive at short extra cover. Round the wicket comes Keogh, bowls on the hip of Whiteley, turns it down to a backward square rather, where Finan is very quickly in to stop the single. Stays at 147 for 6. Mid off, mid on, also a mid wicket. And Finan on the 45 down the leg side, and I think it just hits the pad, rolls back down the pitch. Now Keogh is, I think, maybe wanting to put another man in close. Yes, he is. Karen Nair has picked up the other helmet, so Justin Broad is coming across to silly mid-off, and Karen Nair is just sorting out his sunglasses. He's going in at leg slip. So a slip, leg slip, silly mid-off. Keogh in, bowls to Whiteley. Flights it up a big appeal for LBW. Not out this time, says umpire Neil Pratt.
Stay strong, Neil.
Well, as you say, they haven't given a lot in this match. That Lamb,
That's 3 now.
that's 3 now, yeah. Here's Keogh, quicker ball, and cut by Whiteley, or at least an attempted cut by Whiteley. But in the end, it just goes hard into the ground and rolls up to mid-off, where Proctor fields, lobs the ball back to Rob Keogh, who's in again and bowls to Whiteley, pushes back down the pitch. Keogh with a bit of boot, stops it, just checks where his feet are landing. Plenty of encouragement, as you'd imagine now, a bit more froth and bubble from Northamptonshire as Keogh is in, bowls to Whiteley, who plays that solidly into the ground, bounces up for Justin Broad at silly mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 147 for 6. Keogh 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 12, and we have 5 minutes or so to go until tea. Probably 2 more overs, so there'll be, what, 39 in the last session?
More than enough. There have been 4 leg before wickets. Ricardo Vasconcelos, Justin Broad, Ross Whiteley in the Derbyshire first innings, and now Matt Lamb in the Derbyshire second innings. Here's Liam Patterson-White then, from the racecourse end to Anuj Dahl, who defends that one into the onside. And there's no run. Hi Fletch, says Nick, has there ever been a side that folds as quickly as this one? 1 wicket brings 5, hopeless. This middle order needs replacing. Excellent decision not to play a specialist spinner bearing fruit. In comes one of the specialist spinners in the Northamptonshire ranks, Patterson White.
Apart from that, Nick sounds very happy.
Yes, yes. I'm happy with him. That was turned into the leg side. No run. Now the next delivery is driven out into the offside towards George Bartlett, who fields. 147 for 6 it remains. Halfway through the number of overs that Derbyshire had to either survive or indeed get the requisite number of runs, or indeed Northamptonshire had to get the wickets. And that one is off the bat or the pad. Either way, it dropped just short of the short leg, just in broad. It looked more paddish. Whether there was a little scratch onto the pads initially. That's Patterson White. He's in again. That's another full delivery, and it's dug out by Anuj Dahl. One ball to go in the over. And then one more. Well, I might get a couple of overs after that, because if they're not scoring runs,
No, sure
they can get the ball back to the bowler pretty sharpish. Patterson White is in. Oh, that one goes past the edge and goes through Ricardo Vasconcelos. Misses the stumps as well, and they're going to come back for a couple of byes. No, they're going to get one bye. That's poor. Unless they just want to swap the batters around, or indeed Ross Whiteley just wants Anuj Dahl to face the next over, because that was the last ball of that over. 148 for 6. Derbyshire 223 to win. 40 overs to go, during which time Northamptonshire need a further 4 wickets to secure the victory.
For listeners to BBC Radio Northampton, cricket show will be on this evening at 6 o'clock. Whatever happens here, there will be reaction to whatever the result is, of course, from this game. Also, we'll be hearing from Terry Owen, Northamptonshire scorer, who will be scoring the Lord's Test against West Indies, which will, one imagines, according to all the reports that we've seen and the wishes of Jimmy Anderson himself, be Jimmy Anderson's last Test match. Terry will be in the scorebox, so I've been having a chat with him about that and how he came into scoring and how he's looking to try and develop and train more scorers in club cricket. Also, Joe Gardner from Sunrisers played her 50th game for Sunrisers last round of matches. She'll be in the studio with Jake. Here's Rob Keogh starting another over to Anuj Dahl, who is off the pair as he turns it out to square leg for single. Ripple, I think, from the front of the members' pavilion. Maybe. Very small ripple.
Very small.
One to Dahl. 149 for 6 brings Ross Whiteley back onto strike, still with a leg slip, silly mid-off. Keogh round the wicket, bowling to Whiteley, pushes forward, goes off a thick inside edge. Down behind square on the leg side where Finan is fielding on the 45, saving 1. Also an interview with Heather Knight, the England women's captain, after their win at Wantage Road the other evening. Here's Keogh in again. Bowls to Whiteley, plays it up to mid-wicket this time. And there's no run, so that's on BBC Radio Northampton this evening from 6. Here's Keogh. In again, bowls outside the off stump, and again just a little bit of rough there. The bowler's followed through and it turns away from the left-hander and taken by Vasconcelos. Keogh high stepping like a sort of a rather large pony, kicking the heels up, and that ball is driven up to mid-off where Proctor fields. Keogh in again, pushed, and he's caught it forward short leg. Straight off the middle of the bat, Whiteley not really committing to an attacking stroke. It goes straight off the face of the bat into the hands of Justin Broad at forward short leg. Whiteley goes for naught. It's a 4th wicket for Rob Keogh, and Derbyshire are 149 for 7, and that, I was just looking to see if I think that is T. That will be T. Just checking to see if the umpires are just consulting, but yeah, that is T. So 149 for 7, Fletch, and I have to say at the moment you wouldn't put an awful lot of money on Northamptonshire not wrapping this up in fairly short order.
I don't know if I mentioned it, but I wouldn't have put any money on Derbyshire doing it when they very first started the chase. You mentioned Rob Keogh looking like a pony, while Derbyshire are batting like a load of old pony. I'm afraid. T, 149 for 7. I don't think I can get into trouble for saying that, can I? Anuj Dal will come back on 1. He'll be joined by Zach Chappell. The end is nigh, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. So if you're of a Northamptonshire persuasion, you'll be looking forward to it. And for all those Derbyshire supporters out there, I'll speak to you from Bristol next week, because I'm fairly sure you won't want to see yet another miserable defeat. We'll be back soon. victory. I like go and sit in a darkened room.
Oh, do you know, there was a tweet from James Terry saying, keeping out of the victory song controversy, not that we've heard it much of late, just to say, enjoying the commentary, Melinda's cheery enthusiasm, a counterpoint to Fletcher's morose grumbling. Nice to hear someone even more disappointed with their team's performance than me. James, I'm glad you find us so complimentary, because I think the morose grumbling is only going to get even more morose.
Well, that's why I'm going to disappear. I think nobody from everyone in Derbyshire knows my views, and people who are listening from a Northamptonshire persuasion don't need to hear my views. I might ask you to do the first over because I can already hear the news in my ears, so I'm going to nip off.
Okay. Well, it's going to be Patterson White to get things going in this final session. And it is Dahl on strike. Lots of fielders around the bat. First up, no surprise, it's a full ball and it's just sent straight to one of those round the bat fielders, Justin Broad. So he's just got one right in the eye line of the batters, just either side of the cut strip. Here he's in again and he whips that one away out towards mid-wicket. They will run through for a single. Takes the score to 150 for 7, so there's the 150 up for Derbyshire. Dahl now on 2. Chappell yet to score. He is on strike now. It's all about how many behind, though. They're trailing by 220, Derbyshire. It's a long way away. Here is Patterson White to Chappell, who just deftly plays that full delivery back to the bowler's right. And he picks it up himself on his follow-through. There's 2 slips in there as well. So circle around the batter is the next full delivery. Again, it's this time played out to Patterson White's right. That feeling of the game closing in, the fielders closing in. Here comes the bowler. And that's played out to mid-on. No run again.
Even the newsreader suggested I've cursed them.
Oh, you're so powerful.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so powerful. Next ball, played out into the leg side. No run there. So at the end of that over, that happened all very quickly. 150's up, Fletch.
Yes, isn't it? If you were to take your headset off, Mel, and then Andrew can sit down in his normal seat, and because Rob Keogh could actually finish this game in this over, the way things are going. 4 for 13 from 6 overs. Patterson White's chipped in with a couple, one for Ben Sanderson as well at the very top of the innings. But it's the man of the moment, Rob Keogh, who will continue this remarkable spell, really, from the city end. And to describe it is Mr. Andrew Radd.
Thank you very much, Fletch. And just setting the field at the moment for Anuj Dahl. They have, there's helmets coming out, of course, courtesy of George Scrimshaw, making himself useful. I think Karen Nair is going to be donning one. So, needless to say, the bat is going to be crowded. Emilio Gay is at slip. Then they have Silly mid-off, who's now moved. In fact, they're swapping over, so it's Luke Proctor himself under the lid. And Justin Broad in at Silly mid-off, and Karen Nair at leg slip as Keogh comes in, flights that one right. It's a full toss driven by Anuj Dahl. It's running out towards the boundary, and I think it's going to go all the way. It does to the fence out by the boundary bar. It was a full toss and dealt with appropriately by Anuj Dahl. It goes to 6 and 154 for 7 Derbyshire. And
it's important they keep doing that as well. Look, things might be grim, but under the circumstances, if you've got a shot to play, play it. And he did so well on that occasion.
Yeah, Rob Keogh just bowling a few to Ben Sanderson at mid-on, just to get back into the rhythm. He's in again and bowls. Quicker ball, and back goes Anuj Dal. Just manages to get the bat down in time. Plays it out on the bounce to forward short leg. And there's no run. Interesting to see if it's spin from both ends, as it was before tea. Cut away by Anuj Dal. More runs for him here as it goes out through backward point. Chase down there for Michael Finan, who reels it in, and they come back for 2. Takes Anuj Dal to 8. And Derbyshire to 156 for 7. We have 37 overs to go after this one, minimum. Don't think they're going to get any more in. The over rate's fine now, it's +1, so it's gone from -3 to +1 with the spin that we saw before tea. That's on leg stump from Keogh, played back down the pitch by Anuj Dal. Let's thank you all very much indeed for your interaction during this game, which has been great fun. Forward goes Anuj Dal, pushes it past Justin Broad at silly mid-off, and they're through for a single. Siddharth Kaul comes round from mid-on to tidy up. Dal to 9, Derbyshire to 157 for 7. The target, remember, 371. Looking pretty distant at the moment, it must be said. It brings Zach Chappell on to strike. Still the 4 men plus the keeper round the bat. Keogh from the city end, bowling to Chappell, who plays it back down the pitch, and that's the end of Rob Keogh's 7th over. 2 maidens, 4 for 20 for Rob Keogh so far. It's 157 for 7. Anuj Dal has made 9. Zach Chappell yet to get off the mark, and there are 37 overs to go.
Yes, still plenty of time. It's the wicket column that's the real issue, but the real damage was done yesterday. It's put Derbyshire in such a difficult position. They're still looking for that circuit breaker that I talked earlier. How do they snap it? Get some positivity in here. Here's Patterson White, I should say. That ball just turned around square. They won't get a run. And you just feel that Derbyshire maybe start a game like this, things are rosy and they quickly fall apart. Next ball is just played out to silly mid-off. Justin Broad is hovering there. They're all hovering. There's actually 2 slips in now, as well as the 2 players on either side of the strip. In comes Patterson White, and that is played to Luke Proctor, that is, under the lid.
It is,
on the
yes.
onside. Just checking. I can't see. He's not got his floppy hat on, obviously.
Captain in at Boot Hill.
That's a slightly flatter delivery from Patterson White. It's played out into the covers. So it's not really giving Dal anything to work with. Patterson White, it's been pretty tight. He's in again. Around the wicket, a flatter delivery. Just plays this out to backward point, but no getting past the fielder there. So it's a tidy over so far. It's gone very quickly. 5 balls. This is the last delivery from Patterson White. And it just plays that on middle and leg out to Luke Proctor, who's waiting nearby. And that is the end of the over, a maiden over from Patterson White. It's 157 for 7. So Chappell still yet to score. Dal on 9.
So lots of really good interaction in this game. Always very good to hear your thoughts and views. And Ollie Helfrich getting in on the act about the our unfortunate bit of misidentification earlier with Siddharth Kaul for Ben Sanderson. And he sent me a wonderful mock-up picture of Ben Sanderson in a headband. So I'll pass that on to Sando later. He'll appreciate that. His Keogh starting a fresh over, on driven by Zach Chappell, in the air for a moment, but lands well short of mid-on, who is Ben Sanderson. And James, I think you were saying about how much he's enjoyed this game with Shady Ady giving Melinda the giggles, which did indeed happen. Attempted sweep by Zach Chappell. He's got something on that, and it's running down towards the boundary. It's not going to go all the way. George Bartlett chases it down towards the players' pavilion down to our left, and they come back for 2. So Chappell is off the mark with a couple 159 for 7. And also he says Northamptonshire having a chance of the win so they can sing their song to me. I doubt that. Here's Keogh in, and outside the off stump, Chappell just dropping a bat on it. It goes out past Justin Broad in there at silly mid-off. The vultures hovering as Keogh is in. Big swing again by Chappell. This time he doesn't get it past George Bartlett on the 45. Good stop away to his right. But they do have the silly mid-off, the forward short leg slip, and a short mid-wicket. Bright sunshine here in Derby as Keogh fires that one in quicker, and Chappell, who I think was trying to give himself a little bit of room, maybe run that through backward point, again just manages to jam the bat down on it. Chappell just trying to fashion something. It's not really necessary in these circumstances, you wouldn't think. Here's Keogh, wide outside the off stump. Chappell doesn't need to play that, and doesn't. End of the over, 159 for 7. Chappell is 2, Anuj Dal is 9. Keogh has bowled 8 overs, 4 for 22. There are 35 overs remaining. Northamptonshire need 3 more wickets to win. I think you can fairly safely rule out Derbyshire getting another 212 to win. As far as the other matches are concerned, Lancashire have wrapped up victory over Durham by 60 runs, but Durham 414 all out in their second innings.
Oh, a cracker of a game that was. Here, first ball from Patterson White is just played out behind point. No run to Dahl there.
Yeah, 26 for the last wicket between Ollie Robinson and Callum Parkinson, of which Parkinson made 0.
Here is Patterson White again around the wicket and just gently pressed into the offside by Dahl.
Ollie Robinson 171 not out off 206 balls. What do you say? Fantastic game at Blackpool.
Here's Patterson White again. Flatter delivery on leg stump and turned around the corner to backward point by Dahl.
Somerset against Kent at Taunton. Somerset's target is 189 and they're 69 for 2. So I probably think Somerset ought to wrap that one up.
Patterson White in again, and he's on the back foot, jams the ball into the ground. It bounces over the head of Justin Broad, but doesn't go much further.
But again, Kent 564 all out in their second innings with that 238 from Zach Crawley.
Change in angle is over the wicket this time. Ball stays low, and it's just clipped into the onside, goes through mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a second run. The ball is fielded, so it takes Chappell to 2. Takes, I should say, Dahl to 11. He's the one on strike now. Still 1 ball remaining. Still over the wicket is Patterson White, and on the back foot just defends that one, Dahl. So that is the end of the over. It's 161 for 7. Derbyshire trailing by 209. Chappell will take the strike. He's on 2. Dahl on 11. And there's 34 overs remaining.
Yes, in Division 2, obviously this game's still alive. At Cardiff, Middlesex, who need, the target for them is 213 to win against Glamorgan. They're 135 for 4, so that's not quite done and dusted. Here's Keogh starting a fresh over, and is he out stumped? There's a big appeal as the ball went through the gate. Chappell pushing forward. Vasconcelos had the bails off. Big appeal for stumping, but not out, says umpire Mark Newell. And Chappell survives.
Oh, Vasconcelos took off.
He was well chuffed with that. It was a good bit of work, but it's not out. Here's Keogh in again, flighted up, driven through mid-off for 4. There is no mid-off. So Zach Chappell, well, again, you can't imagine he's just going to block it for 34 overs. If there's a ball up there to hit, you imagine Zach Chappell's going to go after it. And he hit that very hard, and it ran away, as I say, no mid-off. And it ran away for 4. 6 to him, 165 for 7.
He absolutely drilled that one.
Hit it pretty solidly, didn't he? Here's Keogh in again, flighted up, and a sweep, and that's going to be 4 more. to Zach Chappell. That was a little bit of a loopy one from Rob Keogh on leg stump, and Chappell pummeling it down to the players' pavilion for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for him. He goes to 10. 169 for 7. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire following on 232 for 4 against Gloucestershire in their second innings. They're still 103 behind. Question of whether Gloucestershire can take the last 6 wickets in the last session. Here, Northamptonshire need 3. Here's Keogh in, bowls to Chappell. Down the leg side, I suspect that may have beaten pretty much everything. It's gone down towards the boundary. It's a chase down there by George Bartlett. There was almost there was a mix-up between the two batters. Eventually, Chappell coming back for the second. Signalled as leg by, so it must just have flicked the pad on the way through. Vasconcelos not being able to stop it, but if I say it took a deflection off the pad. 171 for 7. Keogh in again. Driven by Chappell this time, straight back to Keogh on the bounce, who fields, shapes to throw at the stumps, but doesn't. Sensibly. Here's Keogh in again, bowls, and that just turns, but it was short, and Chappell rocking onto the back foot, just drops it down at his feet. Fielded at short leg, and that's the end of the over. 171 for 7. 10 to Chappell, 11 to Anuj Dal. 33 overs left, and I just wonder, Mel, I say, and we must make that clear that it's minimum of 33 overs. I'm not sure they're going to get any more in, but it's possible. It does make you wonder, Mel, especially now the over rate is back in the black, as it were, whether they will. How much longer if these two hang around before they think, we maybe just need to get Ben Sanderson on for an over or two?
They've done a good job. The spinners have taken 6 wickets. It's Patterson White now. It's a full ball. It's just played back down the pitch.
Oh, yeah, I mean, these two have done a fantastic job, but it's...
Yes.
At what point
do you
think,
yeah,
OK, we just maybe need to make something happen here?
Absolutely. Here is Patterson White. Flatter delivery. Oh, there's turn there. That has turned considerably. Beats the outside edge of Dahl's bat. And into the hands. He ended up just bouncing past the outside of off stump.
That's turned more than, I think, pretty much any other ball we've seen today.
Here's Patterson White again. Over the wicket to Dahl. He just plays that along the ground out to backward point. But that'll make him think a bit. And it fizzed off the pitch from Patterson White. And he comes again over the wicket. Again, a hint of turn, not as extravagant as before, and it's just defended by Dahl.
And Ben Sanderson at mid-off is just starting to limber up. So I wonder if the thought has occurred to them as it did to us.
2 fielders on either side of the pitch have swapped sides. Here's Patterson White. Changed his angle around the wicket. There's a mix-up here. Could be a chance of a run out. No, Zach Chappell had taken off as the ball was turned to square leg. A throw was fired back in. I think he would have been back safely, but...
Would have been tight, I reckon. It's Call's throw. But that's twice this over that these two have had a mix-up.
Dangerous times around the wicket, and this ball is turned to backward square leg by Dahl. No run. Finish of the over, 171 for 7. Chappell on 10, Dahl on 11, and they trail by 199.
Keeping us on our toes as well as the batters and the fielders. There's Rory Kleinfeldt doing another lap. I tell you, he's put in a few laps in this game as Rory.
He's getting his steps up.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, he's gone anti-clockwise. We were discussing the other day whether it's, it was always the thing in club cricket, isn't it, whether it's clockwise for wickets or for runs, and we were speculating as to whether it might be different either side of the River Soar or the Trent or whatever, or...
Well, or which way, which hemisphere you come from.
Oh,
because,
absolutely,
you know, it's like in Australia, the water swirls down the drain.
The other way,
the
absolutely.
other way.
Well, we now have a sort of Zoom meeting going on at the far end of the ground involving Rob Keogh, Luke Proctor, Ben Sanderson, and Liam Patterson White, I think. It's sort of the Brains Trust. Just trying to sort out what happens next. It's going to be Keogh to continue, at least for now. Proctor, who's still got the helmet on, is still having a chat with Rob Keogh, and he's now gone in for Chappell on the drive at a sort of very straight, silly mid-off. There is silly points now being moved around. They'll sort it out in a minute. We've got a silly mid-off Proctor, now a forward short leg, broad, a slip, leg slip, short mid-wicket, and Keogh is in, bowls to Zach Chappell, and it turns, but again it's short, and it's short enough to give Chappell time to rock onto the back foot and turn it into the onside, where Patterson White fields at short mid-wicket. Keogh in again, bowling to Chappell. He's gone aerial. Is it going to elude the fielder out there at mid-on? It just goes over the head of Ben Sanderson, who looked for a moment as though he might have that one in his hands. It just cleared him. It would have been a very, very good catch. He was always backtracking, and it just cleared him, but it was aerial, and it was in the air for a while, and it runs away for 4. Takes Chappell to 14, 175 for 7. Is Keogh in again, bowls to Chappell, plays it back down the pitch. Keogh fields.
I was almost sure he got a hand to it. He would have been looking directly at the sun.
Yeah.
From where he's fielding as well.
Just dropped over his head anyways. Keogh in, and he clips that away nicely through mid-wicket. Zach Chappell, this is going to run all the way for 4. So Chappell still determined to be positive and picks up another boundary. 18 to him, 179 for 7. Of course, conversely, I don't think Northamptonshire will mind in the slightest if Zach Chappell is playing like this. Runs are not an issue for Northamptonshire now, I don't think, and if he's prepared to play his shots, and as the great Bishan Beddy said, I like the batters to play shots because it gives me a chance of getting them out. Here's Keogh, bowls to Chappell, who's forward defensively this time, out to Patterson White at short mid-wicket, and Bishan Beddy could bowl a bit. Here's Keogh in again and bowls, and he's gone aerial again, Zach Chappell, and he's just smashed that into the wide open spaces at mid-wicket. Has it gone all the way? No. First bounce for 4 over by the members' pavilion. So Rob Keogh's figures taking a wee bit of a dent, but I don't think he'll mind too much if Chappell's trying to take this on. 22 to him off 23 balls. Keogh's bowled 10 overs, 4 for 42, and Derbyshire 183 for 7. So they need another 188 to win, and there are 31 overs remaining. So it's 6 and over with 3 wickets in hand.
Yes, a big ask, but, well, I'd almost rather see Chappell play his shots. You do feel that eventually one will have his number on it. There's just a bit of a...
Sanderson.
That's a bit of a conversation, and the end result is that Sanderson is walking back towards us with the ball in his hand, and this might be when things change very quickly. But that's why I don't mind seeing Zach Chappell playing those shots to the spinners, because there are so many fielders around the bat that they're just going to go nowhere when just patting it about. And there's every chance that one's going to have his name on it anyway at some point, when you saw how much Patterson White was getting some of those balls to turn.
Well, we were wondering, weren't we, just a couple of overs ago, at what point Luke Proctor would think, yeah, OK, well, let's just try something different. And he's brought back his main bowler, Ben Sanderson, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25, to see if he can, well, certainly break this partnership and then wrap up the tail.
You wouldn't bet against him doing it. He's been their strike bowler, got the 5 for in the first innings. Here he comes now, running into Dahl, who just plays that into the covers, and they take off for a quick single. Only a couple of fielders in that region. They've got 3 slips in for Sanderson now. They've got a long leg and a deep just backward of square leg as well. So this will be the time now, just a bit of a conversation between Proctor and Sanderson. He'll be hoping that he finishes this off quite quickly. But it's Chappell now on strike. He's been the aggressor. In comes Sanderson, and he plays a lovely drive straight down, past long off. and over the boundary rope. So if there was any question about whether or not Chappell was just going to play his shots to the spinners, there's your answer. That was a lovely drive.
Yep, nice little one off the back foot, rocked into it, and there's no mid-off basically, so you've got Bartlett in there at extra cover, so there was nobody within easy reach. Again, I don't think Ben Sanderson will be too upset at seeing that.
In comes Sanderson again, and again he goes for the straight drive. This one was even straighter than the last one, but it's going to have the same result. There's nothing the diving fielder at mid-off could do. So Proctor runs back to collect the ball inside the picket fence, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Chappell. Takes him to 192 for 7. Chappell has moved on to 30 of 25 deliveries.
And I suspect Ben Sanderson will be thinking maybe we just need to bowl a little bit fuller to him, because he rocks on the back foot. It's a lot easier. But down to just 2 slips now.
In again, Sanderson bangs this one in short, and Zach Chappell, I mean, he almost nonchalantly swayed out of the way of that one. Game recognises game, 2 quicks going at it.
So Derbyshire just over halfway in terms of the number of runs they need. 179 more required.
Chappell taps his bat a couple of times and gets upright. Sanderson, he's in and bangs that in short again and again. He just almost casually bends forward into to this one. Lets that go over his head.
I do feel that Northamptonshire, it goes without saying, I think that they've missed Jack White in these sort of circumstances last year, even in Division 1. Jack White was so good at coming back again and again for as many spells as the captain felt he needed, whether it was 11 o'clock in the morning or 5:45 at night.
Sanderson bowls, and Chappell has just played that back down the pitch so straight that it's gently knocked the bails off the stumps, but Dahl was certainly in his crease there. No one got a hand to it, and Zach Chappell was down on his hands and knees and maybe performing a prayer to the gods of cricket before he gets up again. It's 192 for 7 at the end of that oval.
Or maybe tying his bootlace.
Or that. I think my explanation is far more exotic.
Well, this I wouldn't deny. It's going to be Keogh to continue from the city end, far end of the ground. A lot of toing and froing with the field again. There's so many helmets out there, they could open a market stall. There's 2 of them now behind Vasconcelos. For Anuj Dahl, they have forward basically he's now gone in at almost like a silly mid-on. They have a short mid-wicket as well and a slip. Keogh bowls to Anuj Dahl, short of a length, plays it hard into the ground, bounces up nicely for Broad to field under the helmet. Keogh in again, bowls to Anuj Dahl, forward, brings him forward, which I think is what he needs to do. But again, it rolled all along the floor to silly mid-on, and there's another ball ticked off. That's clipped uppishly by Anuj Dahl, but well wide of Justin Broad under the lid, and they come through for single. Anuj Dahl to 13, and Derbyshire to 193 for 7, brings Chappell back onto strike to continue this fascinating little duel between Chappell and Keogh. For Chappell, it's an orthodox forward short leg rather than being in just in front, but they also have the short mid-wicket and the slip. In fact, the short mid-wicket is just being put a little bit straighter. Here's Keogh, again outside the off stump, flighted up, but offering Zach Chappell the opportunity to cut, but he decides not to, lets it go through. There is a backward point in there. Keogh quicker, turned away by Chappell out to deep mid-wicket. There is now a man back protecting the boundary. And it's 1 more to Chappell. He goes to 31 And Derbyshire to 194 for 7. Chapel 31 off just 30 balls. Karen Nair seems to be doing a bit of directing the field at the moment, bringing deep mid-wicket in as Keogh bowls to Anuj Dal, who gives himself a little bit of room, plays it down to Fiden at backward point, and that's the end of another over. 194 for 7. Chapel 31, Dal is 13, and there are 29 overs remaining, which is going to take us to 6 o'clock, maybe just a touch before. That's if it goes that deep, of course.
Well, Derbyshire will be looking to take it as deep as they possibly can and at least show their willingness to fight, and that's certainly what we're seeing from Chapel in particular. He's on strike now. Sanderson runs in. It's over the wicket, bangs it in short, and he just, I mean, it didn't bowl it with much pace, so it was short, but in the end, Chapel just gently patted that into the ground and out towards point. There's not much pace on that one, so he had plenty of time to work out how he was going to deal with it. Sanderson starts his run up once more to Chapel, plays us straight, but this time one bounce, and then Sanderson stops it with his hand. Rolls on a little further. So Chapel's just looking around, and it is pleasing to see someone take it back to them even when their backs are to the wall. Radders?
Yeah, it is. But I still think if he get, you know what the people are going to say if he gets out playing an attacking shot.
In comes Sanderson, and he plays a defensive shot with a very straight bat up to Proctor at mid-on.
The optics of the thing in those sort of circumstances can be not good for the player involved. One minute we're saying, isn't it great that he's being positive, and then he drills one straight to cover, and everybody's saying, "Oh, what did he do that for?" So
I wouldn't say that.
You can't win.
I wouldn't say that.
I can imagine a lot of people in the members' pavilion might put it that way.
Here comes Sanderson, bangs that one in, and he heaves across the line. That's 4 runs. He's not going to take a backward step, Chapel. He played that nicely, met aggression with aggression, and I'll have to go play fetch with the ball.
Yeah, it's just in Broad under the with the shin pads on. He's the one that got the call to actually chase that, and he's now being dropped back onto the boundary.
Well, that's a mini win for Chapel.
Well, it is, yeah. No, absolutely. They've got 3 men out now on the leg side.
Yeah. On strike now, it's full of ball, and it's just nicely stroked out towards extra cover. No run there, but it's a runnable 35. Closing in on the 200, 198 for 7. Even if he does get out playing an attacking shot, I won't be joining in any pylon because it's not been crazy reckless.
No.
You know, it's just been good positive batting. He's manipulated the field a couple of times now as well. Here's Sanderson, and he's just twisted that one down to deep backward square leg for a single. And that brings up the 50 partnership between Anuj Dal and Zach Chapel, and if nothing else, they've hung in there and they've played some shots, particularly Chapel. He's led this partnership and maybe just exhibited a bit of fight for this Derbyshire side that is really under the pump.
So it's going to be Keogh to continue. Just looking at the other games, the only one that's still in progress in Division 1 down at Taunton, Somerset 88 for 2. In their second innings, they need another 100 to win with 8 wickets in hand. Already wins in Division 1 for Essex, Lancashire and Hampshire. In Division 2, fascinating game down at Cardiff where Middlesex, who again had a huge first innings lead over Glamorgan and enforced the follow-on. Come back to that in a second. Here's Keogh bowling to Chapel, who's working that up to mid-on, who's fairly deep, but they decide not to take a single. Middlesex need 213 to win. They're 147 for 5. So that could still go either way. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Chappell, who is a slightly quicker ball, and he goes back on his stumps and works it out to short mid-wicket. Keogh must have thought for a split second that he was through, but he wasn't. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Chappell, and again he's firing that one in a little bit quicker, and Chappell just managing to get the bat down on it. Rolls out to Proctor at extra cover. Keogh again whipped away by Zach Chappell for a single. Goes out to deep mid-wicket. One of the men out, and that's applause around the ground for the 200 for Derbyshire. 200 for 7. Still need another 171 to win. And it brings Anuj Dal back onto strike. And Keogh is in, and again Dal playing back to one that was fairly full, but he managed to get bat on it, runs it down to backward point, where Michael Finan fields. Keogh flights that one up, full toss, and brilliantly fielded by Finan at backward point, because Anuj Dal, glimpsing the full toss, thought, hello, 4 runs here, and in the end, it took a very, very good diving stop at backward point to deny him even a single. End of the over. 200 for 7. Chappell is 37. Anuj Dal is 13. There are 27 overs remaining.
Sorry, my laptop keeps getting
No,
in
you're
the way
fine,
of you seeing the overs remaining.
27 overs remaining, and George Scrimshaw has been out with something for Luke Proctor, so whether there's a few thoughts from John Sadler and the coaching staff, I'm not sure. But, well, that little burst of Ben Sanderson was short-lived, because we're back to Liam Patterson-White.
That's interesting, isn't it? And that's another little win for Zach Chappell. I'll take all of them that you can get. He's on strike now as Patterson-White is in, and first ball, well, he's just carved that away through point. There's fielders either side of it that will run back and make sure it's only a couple of runs. But they're small victories, but they might be quite important when victories are hard to find. He's got 2 slips in. He's got silly mid-on as well. In comes Patterson-White. It's a full ball. It's dug out. And Proctor runs across from mid-on to keep it to a single. Chappell has moved on to 40 of 42. Dal now on strike. As Patterson-White is in over the wicket, gives that a real rip, but just a hint of turn and played back down the pitch by Dal. Come on, fellas, you can maybe hear in the background. Might be getting a bit frustrated. Here's Patterson-White, just turns that around the corner. Backward square leg, doing the work. So no run. Dal is not finding it as easy to find those gaps. Around the wicket again, and he's on the back foot defending into the covers. It's a partnership where Zach Chappell really has taken on the mantle of being chief scorer. Dal needs to stay with him. And he's a big stride forward on that occasion. A strangled shout. Don't think that was anywhere near it. There might have been a bit of bat in there as well. And it's the end of the over from Patterson-White back into the attack. 203 for 7. Chappell on 40, off just 42 balls. Dal is 13 off 55. So that tells you how this partnership is going. Derbyshire still trailing by 167 with minimum 26 overs remaining.
Change of bowling at the far end, at the City end. Luke Proctor himself is coming into the attack, so 26 overs remaining. Many thanks to Mel, who is just making way for Dave Fletcher to come back in alongside me. 2 slips in place for Proctor, who's bowled just 2 overs, took the new ball today, but hasn't bowled since. And that first ball from Proctor is turned away by Zach Chappell down to deep backward square for a single, takes Chappell to 41. And Derbyshire to 204 for 7. Afternoon, Fletch.
Hello. Yes, I didn't really expect to be back, but well done to Zach Chappell, showing a few of the others the way it should have been done.
Does it well, hasn't he?
He's got a 75 this season against Yorkshire. He can hit the ball very hard.
That one he smashed away through mid-off off Rob Keogh. He hit very solidly. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Anuj Dal, who's coming across his stumps. Plays it into the onside and just in broad fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Rob Keogh got a hand to that. He wouldn't have played the ukulele for a while. Hit that very hard. The sort of sunshine dappling across the ground at the moment. Plenty of cloud around, but very high. Here's Proctor in, and that's whipped away by Anuj Dal, behind square on the leg side for a single. Patterson White, who's down there in front of the Players' Pavilion, underarms the ball back in, takes Anuj Dal to 14, and Derbyshire to 205 for 7. 25 overs to go after this one. Northamptonshire need 3 wickets. Derbyshire need 166 runs, which, with the best will in the world. Here's Proctor in. That's a very, very short bouncer that Zach Chappell, who is a tall man, didn't even have to think about ducking. He just inclined his head slightly.
It was a slight waste of effort, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it
A
was.
waste of effort.
What became of it? Very little. An aeroplane flies overhead.
Red Baron, I think.
Here's Proctor in, bowls to Chappell, who works it into the onside, straight to Justin Broad at mid-wicket. Might be.
Chased by Biggles. Coming on.
Good old Jock. It was Jock in Biggles, wasn't it?
No, I think so.
I'm trying to think so.
Yeah, I think
It's a
so.
very, very long time since I read a Biggles book. Very popular in junior school when I was a boy. Now, they dropped mid-wicket back, about halfway back, and that's down the leg side from Proctor. Bowling round the wicket, I'm not quite sure what the thought was there, unless it was just to try and stop Zach Chappell scoring and have a go at Anuj Dal. But anyway, went down the leg side. It was taken by Vasconcelos. 205 for 7. 41 to Chappell, 14 to Anuj Dal. The partnership now between these two worth 56. And it's going to be Patterson White to continue.
Yeah, it's good to see some defiance. And Zach Chappell is certainly the kind of figure who you would expect to show a little bit of defiance. I'm sure it was 75 he got against Yorkshire. I'll double check. But it's Anuj Dal on strike for Patterson White's new over. Turns that one into the leg side. And there's no run. Up at 78. I've done him a disservice. 78 he scored at Headingley. As Dal waits and clips this into the leg side. There will be no run. As it's fielded there by Michael Finan. Once again, Patterson White around the wicket, bowls to Dal, inside edge onto pad. Clear inside edge onto pad. And therefore the umpire was in no position to raise his finger.
Could hear that from here.
Like, if I can see it, I think it's happened. Next at delivery is defended by Dal, straight back to Patterson White. So 2 balls to go in this latest over from Liam Patterson White. 2 for 41. It's his 19th. He's going to come over the wicket to Anuj Dal. Will he get the sweep out? There is a man on the sweep. He's got to be careful. And he doesn't. He just defends that one straight back down the pitch. And there's no run. 24 overs to go after this one. Can Derbyshire survive? Nobody in the changing room will be moving as that one is turned down towards fine leg by Dal. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for 4. It's been chased down there by Cole, and it does indeed go all the way to the boundary, and it's off the bat as well. So Dal moves to 18, 209 for 7, 24 overs to go. 162 no. 162 runs for Derbyshire. 3 wickets for Northamptonshire, but then again it was 3 wickets for Northamptonshire when I left this commentary seat about 35 minutes ago.
These two have now been together 15 overs. They came together off the last ball of the 42nd over when Ross Whiteley was out on the stroke of tea. And we've now had 57 overs, so yeah, 15 overs for this partnership. And here is Luke Proctor trying to break it, running in from the city end, bowling to Zach Chappell, who whips that away, I suspect off something around middle and leg, but it goes out for a single. Justin Broad coming round from mid-wicket to field. One more to Chappell. He goes to 42. And Derbyshire to 210 for 7.
Everybody's warming up out there now.
Michael,
Keogh,
yeah.
Michael Finer, they're all at it.
Yes, they've all.
Cole is doing it.
Oh, they're all. I suspect this might just be a sort of subterfuge to try and confuse the Derbyshire batters as to who might be coming into the attack. As you say, everybody's having a go. Ooh, that didn't bounce at all from Proctor. It was a ball that was a sort of goodish length, and it just rolled, died in the pitch and sort of rolled along the floor. And Anishdal played it and was doubtless very thankful indeed that it wasn't straight. I haven't seen Emilio Gay having a twirl of his arms, and he does fancy himself.
Does he? Oh, I'd like to see that.
Bowls a little bit of medium pace. Next ball brings Anishdal forward, just opens the face, runs it down to Finan at backward point, and there's no run. Yes, he's taken 2 first-class wickets. Jack Leaning caught behind by Adam Rossington.
Yeah, good. That's a good victim.
And Tom Lace, I think.
For Gloucestershire.
Playing for Gloucestershire. Caught and bowled, very good low caught and bowled at Northampton.
Tom had a really good spell here.
Here's Proctor and cut away by Anishdal, but despite timing it beautifully, he just hit it straight to Michael Finan at backward point, who cuts off any chance of a run. Yeah, it was quite an important wicket as well. It broke a partnership, I think, between Lace and Ryan Higgins, if I remember rightly, in what was an excellent game of cricket against Gloucestershire at the start of the 2022 season. Here's Proctor in again, and that's gone straight through Anishdal. That's a beauty from Proctor. First one that's really beaten the bat for a while. But
That was good delivery.
it was, but fortunately for Anishdal, didn't get a touch on it.
Yes.
I have to say, the consensus, and you're just looking around sort of cricket Twitter, is just what a fantastic round of matches this has been some really excellent games, and plenty of cricket left in quite a number of them as Anishdal plays this next delivery very solidly up to mid-off. That's the end of another over from Luke Proctor. 4 overs for 15, 210 for 7, 42 to Chappell, 18 rather to Anishdal. 23 overs remaining at about 10 to 5.
Are we suggesting it's a privilege to be here?
I am, of course. I am.
Wow. Greg's been. Greg didn't think at the start of the season that Derbyshire would get promoted. He probably wasn't alone. But he did think that they might win the T20, but he thinks that that's now looking a little bit unlikely. It seems to be a collective problem. He says he's actually suggesting that Mickey Arthur should bring in an exorcist as well as a hypnotist. Anybody with ist, bring him in. Here's Liam Patterson-White in to bowl to Zach Chappell, who pushes that one out into the offside. And there's no run. He does inquire as to whether Mel, who works in television, of course, might have Paul McKenna's phone number. We'll get on to that, Greg. Here is Patterson-White again. Around the wicket he comes, bowls to Chappell. That one just keeps a little bit low, and he clips it into the leg side. Michael Finan picks up on the tumble. And there's no run.
To hypnotise rather than exorcise, I assume, Paul McKenna.
Yeah, yes, I think so, yes. Or if he can do both. As Patterson-White bowls, that one is defended, backing in towards his stumps by Zach Chappell. And now he's going to come over the wicket as Anishdal is asked if he'll move the other side, which he obliges. Patterson-White bowls, that's a full toss, and is beaten away for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary. Might well have been better off staying around the wicket. Patterson-White, that was dealt with by Zach Chappell, who moves to 46 now. has a high score in the 90s, which he scored on this ground. Unfortunately, it was for Leicestershire on his first-class debut. High score of 96. He waits, and that one is driven slightly aerially initially, but never more than 2 inches off the ground, really. And there is no run as it goes straight to Luke Proctor at mid-on. But he only has 3 first-class 50s, and that one is defended by him. Straight back to Patterson White, who lets it hit his right foot and then collects it as it bounces up. And it's the end of the over. 214 for 7. Chapel 46, Dahl 18. 3 more wickets for Northamptonshire. 157 runs for Derbyshire, 22 overs for either side to do that, or the game would finish in a draw, which would be a remarkable effort from Derbyshire.
It would, certainly would. Keogh is going to come back into the attack. Zach Chappell has his helmet off and is
something, doesn't he,
signalling for something to the
gloves.
dressing room.
Don't ask for new gloves, Zach. That'll be the NW.
Making absolutely sure they don't bowl any more overs than strictly necessary. At Cardiff, Middlesex chasing 213 to win, now 158 for 5. But Mark Stoneman, 63 not out, but they're just working through them at the other end. Mason Crane's picked up 3 wickets for Glamorgan, the leg spinner. Here's Keogh then, back into the attack, 4 wickets already, looking for a 5th. And forward comes Anuj Dahl, plays it out into the covers where Michael Finan fields. They have a slip and a silly mid-on under the helmet. And here's Keogh in again, flights that right up, and Anuj Dahl just waits for it and squeezes it away through backward point. Couple of runs for him here as Siddharth Kaul chases back towards the boundary. 2 more onto the total. Anuj Dahl goes to 20 and Derbyshire to 216 for 7. Words of encouragement for Keogh from around the field. He's in again, bowls to Anuj Dahl, who again, to a ball that looks fairly full, plays back to it, but gets the bat on it, plays it up to silly mid-on, no run. Keogh in again, worked round the corner by Anuj Dahl, but can't get it past the man on the 45, George Bartlett. Now, mid-on comes up Ben Sanderson as Keogh is in, bowls to Anuj Dahl, who drives without any great timing, goes to Keogh, fields off his own bowling, has a throw.
A little bit of frustration there.
Well, it was, wasn't it? And they have to.
It wasn't a particularly strong throw, let's say that straight away, and it was nowhere near the stumps either. But
just have to be a little bit careful about doing that these days. Is Keogh in again, and once again, Anuj Dahl trying this little late squeeze down through backward point, doesn't manage to beat Siddharth Kaul again, and that's the end of the over. 216 for 7. 46 to Zach Chappell, 20 to Anuj Dahl. Zach Chappell is, I think towels come out to dry the inside of his helmet, so it must be getting horribly sweaty.
It's very unpleasant, isn't it? Very unpleasant.
But there are 21 overs to go.
He needs to wear a bandana, doesn't he, when he's batting, really, Zach Chappell. I mean, apart from anything else, when he took his helmet off, it would make him look terrifying. Because he's a fairly imposing figure anyway.
Absolutely. It's
Ben Aitchison who's brought all the various bits and pieces out, and now he's on his way. Unless they've gone to black towels. I don't know if that's save washing them as much. I don't know.
Could be sort of Michael Van Gerwen tribute act, actually, couldn't he, Zach Chappell?
Yes.
Not dissimilar.
He's a great lad. Mad as a box of frogs, of course. 216 for 7. 21 overs to go. 5 until the last hour. As in comes Patterson White and bowls. That's a minimum of 21, incidentally. Pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. I can imagine there being an awful lot of gardening towards the end of the final 16 overs.
Yes, make absolutely sure.
Patterson White is in, and that one is played off the back foot out into the onside where Finan fields gets the ball back pretty smartly to Patterson White, who is in again, and this one is played off the back foot up towards Sanderson at mid-off.
Oh, sounds like a bit of a daytime soap, doesn't it? Finan fields.
Yes. Judi Dench will be in it. His next delivery's clipped in. Now there he is again, look fine. And at mid-wicket, just clipped into the leg side by Chappell.
Wouldn't be a patch on Waggoner's walk.
No. Radio 2 that, wasn't
That
it?
was, yes.
Yeah.
Lunchtime.
Next delivery is defended again by Zach Chappell. He's gone very much into defensive mode since I came back on the microphone, which is slightly disappointing. Although he's doing a fine job for his team here. 46 from 58. 216 for 7. Next delivery is played off the back foot. Back up towards the bowler, and Patterson-White goes as though to kick it very hard, but basically just pushes it back down the other end of the pitch. That was a maiden over. 216 for 7. Derbyshire trail by or need 155, which they're not going to get because there are 20 overs to go. So Northamptonshire still need those 3 wickets.
Northamptonshire have gone back to spin from both ends. We were discussing when I was on with Mel at what point you felt Northamptonshire might just think, OK, we need to try something different after a long spell of spin from both ends. They had a little go with Ben Sanderson, a little go with Mike Proctor. Luke Proctor, he would have bowled him out.
Yes, I don't think we'd have stood here now, certainly.
But no, to no avail. So here's Keogh in again. Bowls short, cut away by Anuj Dal, but straight to Siddharth Kaul at backward point, about halfway back. And I think they're probably quite happy to give Anuj Dal the single and have a bowl at Zach Chappell, who obviously has demonstrated for a good part of his innings till Fletch came back, that he was prepared to take it on. Dowles is 21, 217 for 7. Now, field for Zach Chappell has still got the man in there at short mid-wicket and a slip. But at one stage, of course, they had 5 men up round the bat, so that's changed. Is Keogh bowls on leg stump and flicked away by Zach Chappell for another single down to backward square. Bartlett fields. Chappell to 47. Derbyshire to 218 for 7. Fielders converge as Dahl works that into the onside again. Keogh trying to fire that one in at leg stump. Goes straight to Patterson-White at mid-wicket. There's no run, lost the sun at least for the moment. Keogh in again, bowls to Anuj Dal, defensively forward. Plays it on the bounce to forward short leg. Keogh in again, bowls to Anuj Dal, who's just nudged that round the corner. It's running down towards the boundary. It's not going to get there as George Bartlett runs back and retrieves, but they come through for a couple. 2 more to Anuj Dal. He goes to 23. And Derbyshire to 220 for 7. 1 ball to go in this over.
Nudge by name, nudge by nature.
Yes, of course. Here's Keogh to finish the over, and Anuj Dal drops that down just square of the wicket in the offside. Vasconcelos comes around to retrieve, and that's the end of another over. 220 for 7. 19 to go. Keogh 14 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 51.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know why I said it. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? This is the pitch is doing precious little at the moment, and the ball is 62 overs old, and there will not be 1 over with a new ball.
1 over with a new ball. Could
1
be.
over with a new ball. Yeah. So if we get down to the last over and it's 9 down and the new ball is taken, stand by everybody. Will be and 5 to win. Zach Chappell's on strike, and there's 4 of them, and that's a half century for Zach Chappell as he pushes the ball up towards wide long on, and second half century of the season for Zach Chappell, only the 4th of his career in first-class cricket, and well done to him. That came with his 10th boundary, and he's taken Derbyshire up to 224 for 7. How many balls is that? 61.
61, yeah.
That's a decent effort. As I say, the 4th of his career. In comes Patterson-White and bowls to him. That strikes his pad a long way outside the line of the leg stump. And dribbles into the leg side as a result. Patterson-White is in again and bowls, and he just defends this straight back to the bowler. the required rate. He's getting up towards 8 now, which is a real shame. If only think, mind you, if my auntie, etc. No point going down that road, is the Chapel Waits goes back, which is always slightly dangerous, pushes it out into the onside where it's fielded by Finan. He gets it back to Patterson White. I wonder if the newsreader will praise me for not having cursed the last hour. This one is turned into the leg side. It was very harsh.
You're getting some stick.
Oh, I got some stick from the newsreader in the last one.
Crikey.
An hour ago, Dave Fletcher, you said it might be interesting, but Patterson White to bowl the final ball of his over. Back into his crease goes Chappell once again, and he pushes it into the onside where Patterson White does the fielding. That's 22 overs he's bowled now. 2 for 53, decent figures. 224 for 7. The important thing, though, is that there are 18 overs remaining.
It's like you said earlier, Fletch, when we were saying at tea time, you know, it could be 3 more balls from Rob Keogh in 1 over to finish it. We might still be here at 6 o'clock, and I'm having a conversation with the office at tea time. Sort of, well, when do you think it'll finish?
Well, that's yes.
Don't
I get
know.
those all the time. What time do you think? Well,
it could be any time, but we have contingency plans as the first ball of the next over from Rob Keogh is worked into the onside by Anish Dahl, fielded by Patterson White at mid-wicket, and there's no run. As Fletch goes to update BBC Radio Derby, Keogh round the wicket, bowls to Anish Dahl, very solidly plays it back up the pitch, just on the offside of the pitch, and Keogh comes across to field. In fact, it goes up the pitch that's, I think, being marked out for the next England women's game here, driven by Anish Dahl. Next ball out to extra cover, fielded there by Michael Finan, and there's no run. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Anish Dahl on the back foot, into the ground, bounces up for Justin Broad to field under the helmet at forward short leg. Here's Keogh again, and that's clipped away, and has he, oh my goodness, it was clipped hard to Justin Broad at forward short leg, who flicked the ball back, and it just missed the stumps. If it had hit the stumps, I think Anish Dahl might have been in trouble, but it didn't, so he's not. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Anish Dahl, goes on the back foot, covers up, another over, passes. 224 for 7, 51 to Chappell, 23 to Anish Dahl. There are 17 overs to go, and well, here we go again. Northamptonshire just thinking they need to do something different, and they've turned back to seam with Michael Finan. Well, I suppose that might be the story. As I say, Michael Finan, hasn't had an easy introduction, I think, to Championship cricket with Northamptonshire. Obviously, he has played Championship cricket before, but a couple of games for Northamptonshire now. 0 for 72 off 9 down at Hove on debut, and then brought back into the side for this game. 7 overs for 34 in the first innings, 4 overs for 27 so far in the second. But that could be the story, couldn't it? Michael Finan, who's struggled to make an impact so far, maybe has a role to play in Northamptonshire's press for victory. First ball, though, is played comfortably by Zach Chappell, just a little bit short of a length, and Chappell with plenty of time to work the ball into the onside, and there's no run. George Bartlett in there at mid-wicket, because whatever else the pitch, and it may just be the odd one turning, the odd one just keeping a little bit low, but it is pretty slow. Here's Finan in, bowls again, back of a length, and no problem for Zach Chappell to play it up to Luke Proctor at mid-on. No run. Interesting that he's gone to Finan, though, rather than Call, or because we haven't seen Siddharth Call for a while. He only bowled 6 overs in this innings.
who's your best Yorker bowler? Because he's a very tall man, isn't he, Zach Chappell, and not a specialist batter. And you'd think that the Yorker would be the one that will undo him.
I would have thought Siddharth Call, probably. Here is Finan. In again, bowls to Chappell. who's on the front foot, plays it up to extra cover where Patterson White fields. Lovely sunshine now. Shadows obviously just starting to lengthen a bit, just gone 5 o'clock local time, and I say that because we have got listeners thankfully all over the world, various far-flung corners. Finan switches around the wickets, so Zach Chappell checks his guard from umpire Mark Newell. And Ben Sanderson just waving fine leg, finer. That is Sidak call down there as Finan's in round the wicket, bowls to Chappell, clips that away just behind square on the leg side, past umpire Pratt for a single. He goes to 52 and Derbyshire to 225 for 7. And at the moment, there is no way through for Northamptonshire. Their path to victory being blocked by this 8th wicket pair who've now added 76 off 136 balls. And very, very well they've played. Here's Finan in again, cut away by Anujdal, but straight to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's just Blair Tickner and Darren Dupavalon, although Dupavalon did show that he can stick around in that 10th wicket stand yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
Yes, it was, yes.
With Ross Whiteley.
The days blur into one, don't they?
Yes, it seemed that it couldn't be yesterday, but it clearly was. Blair Tickner, he can hold a bat.
Here's Finan round the wicket, bowls to Anujdal, who's playing that back down the pitch. Another over goes past, 225 for 7. 16 overs remaining. I was just looking up the Derbyshire 8th wicket record against Northamptonshire, which is 102 by Kim Barnett and Frankie Griffith. Hang on, I'm looking. No, I'm talking absolute rubbish. I'm looking at the wrong.
Probably.
I'm looking at the wrong. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong column.
Last hour, 17:07.
Yeah, that's right. Make a note.
It's going to be Rob Keogh. From the City end, 4 for 51, ripped the heart out of any hopes that Derbyshire had of winning the game a little earlier, and that one is pulled into the leg side. It was short and horrible, and Zach Chappell made the most of it, pulled it away, backward and square on the leg side for 4 runs. He moves to 56, the partnership up to 80, 229 for 7.
Yes, I think they might struggle to go past the 8th wicket record against Northamptonshire. 162. Matt Critchley,
Good old Critch.
late of this parish, and Tom Taylor, late of Northamptonshire, amongst other places.
Yes.
At Derby in 2015.
Is he at Worcestershire now?
Yes, he is, yeah.
Injured?
Has been. I think he was just about to start coming back into contention, I thought I read.
Keogh is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Zach Chappell, who seems to be troubled by sweat because it is so hot here in Derby.
It was freezing. You were saying it was freezing cold.
I've
this
warmed
morning.
right up, and I've warmed right up now. It's comfortable. It's comfortable. Next delivery is wide outside the off stump. Chappell has nothing to do with it. Could have probably hit that anywhere in Derby that he wanted to, but wasn't tempted, showing good patience and restraint. Zach Chappell, 56 from 72. That was not much restraint there as he heaves the ball into the leg side for a single. All the way out to Patterson White, who's patrolling the straightish mid-wicket boundary. He's coming in now because it's Anujdal on strike. We'll see how many balls he took for his 75. He tends not to hang around Zach Chappell, but here's Keogh bowling to Dahl, who defends this one. Straight back to the bowler. Applause from Justin Broad under the helmet at Sillimidon. Quite a long way in front of square. As Keogh is in, that's on leg stump, and it's turned into the leg side by Dahl, but he hits it straight to Patterson White. He'll be disappointed there as the over is coming to an end, despite the fact on the board it says 0.5. They may or may not have miscounted. Who knows? But if Derbyshire get away with one fewer delivery, they will be delighted. 230 for 7. Chapel has 57 and Darl has 23.
Thanks very much to David Crook for getting in touch with us. Say thank you again for all the interaction in this game. It's always much appreciated. And David says he's getting that Northamptonshire supporter sinking feeling.
Oh, come on. Can't understand people.
So 15 overs to go, minimum. Here's Finan with 2 slips in, bowling, and that's edged away by Zach Chappell, well wide of the 2 slips. Might have gone somewhere close to about a 5th slip, and it's down to 3rd man for 4. Takes Chappell into the 60s, 61 to Zach Chappell, and Derbyshire to 234.
It's a pedestrian innings from Zach Chappell, whose 78 came off 61 balls at Headingley.
Well, yeah, 61 off 75 here. So
yeah, he's got it the wrong way around, the lad. I don't know what he's doing.
Well,
I thought it was quick.
He's done a super job for his side here. Northamptonshire got to try, maybe get Sidat call in, possibly as Finan in. Bowles, big appeal for LBW, but surely some bat on that. And possibly going down the leg side as well. Not bat, I don't think it was, just going down the leg side. It's a leg by anyway.
Finan didn't look convinced.
He didn't. It was more interest from behind, wasn't it, than from Finan. So it's a leg by, takes the total to 235 for 7. Luke Proctor polishing the ball on his shirt to try and give Finan something to work with. Maybe a bit of Justin Broad or something to try and
anything really.
See what happens. Is Finan in, bowls to Anujdal, who's on the front foot, plays it back down the pitch, no run. So these two coming together, as I say, at the last ball of the 42nd over. We're now in the 67th, so 25 overs these two have held up Northamptonshire. They've added 86 runs, so it hasn't been just a question of blocking it. And here is Finan running away from us. And he's in, bowled short, pulled away by Anujdal. He's only going to get a single as it goes down to deep backward square in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. One more to Anujdal, who goes to 24, and Derbyshire to 236 for 7. So, any other Northamptonshire supporters listening, are you getting the sinking feeling as well, or is it all well in hand? What do you think? Finan running in again to bowl to Zach Chappell down the leg side. It's flicked off something, I think. It was leg bys. Yes, it's come off maybe just the pad or Zach Chappell's trousers, but either way, it's gone down to the stand at the far end for 4 leg bys, 240 for 7. Partnership up to 91.
Yeah, it's a bit of terrific effort from these two. When Zach Chappell marched out with Anujdal after the tea interval, you're thinking, well, he might give it a little bit of hammer, but he's batted pretty much within himself despite scoring 61 off 77.
Here's Finan in again, bowls to Chappell, who's playing that up to mid-on, where Luke Proctor fields, and there's no run. 1 ball to go. This over, I think. Scoreboard, interestingly, scoreboard says that's over, so I think maybe we've...
I think it should have been over.
I think it
We're
should.
going to get the extra ball that we lost from the previous.
One,
we'll be all right. We'll be all right. We're just trying to keep the books straight here.
Well, Northampton don't have to worry in the slightest about the over rate anyway. It's +7, so no problems on that score. Here's Finan in again, bowls short, and Chappell ducks underneath it, and it goes into the gloves of Vasconcelos, and another over ticks by. 14 overs. There's a minimum remaining, 240 for 7. Chappell 61, Anujdal 24.
What we were talking about before, I've just had the question asked of me, how long do you expect 14 overs to last? That's I don't know if I don't even know if Dom's listening. If you are, Dom, I would say 14 overs will take us through to about 6:10, Of course, if they lose 3 wickets in 3 balls, it's all over. So, yeah, I'm going to tell him it's 50 minutes, but it is brilliant. It is brilliant. I do enjoy being asked those kind of questions. A new over from Liam Patterson-White from the City end with his left arm spin. And the first ball is turned into the leg side by Anuj Dahl. A couple of slips in place as well as a short leg. Patterson-White bowls, Dahl defends. And pushes it straight back into or out into the offside. And he comes, oh, he's just asking the man who's now gone to silly mid-off-ish to move a little squarer, bowls to Dahl. Patterson-White pushes it straight back to him. And there's no run. Here he is again, halfway through his 23rd over. That one comes off a leading edge. He was trying to turn it into the leg side there, Anuj Dahl, and it actually goes to backward point when it's fielded by Rob Keogh. So he's still getting some turn out there, Patterson-White. 2 for 53 for him, 4 for 56 for Keogh. And this one is defended by Dahl. That's the best, that is absolutely the best answer I could have got. I just need to put yes. I mean, can we have a chat at 6:45? You absolutely can. Patterson-White bowls. That one is defended by Dahl. Thank you, Dom. And that's the end of the over. 240 for 7, 13 overs to go. We will get to the last over, I'm fairly certain.
Yes, I would have thought so.
We might not get beyond the 4th ball of the final over if things stay as they are. But 240 for 7, 13 overs to go. Derbyshire need exactly 10 and over from here. They're not
Piece of cake.
They're not going to get them. I tell you what, they've got down to what people were saying, and
yes.
and if there'd have been 3 down or 4 down, 10 and over for the last 13 overs, you'd give it a go, wouldn't you?
Of course you would.
You'd give it a go.
Of course you would.
If they hadn't batted so appallingly in the middle.
My thanks to Andy Threlfall, who's been on to us, saying he says sadly, which will not be a sentiment shared by Fletch. Derbyshire looked very comfortable. He said we need to get Siddharth Kaul back on bowling with one of the spinners.
Mine would have been surprisingly.
Here's Finan starting another over. And first ball to Chappell is worked into the onside, straight to Bartlett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Finan in his 7th over, no wicket for 35. So Michael Finan still looking for his first wicket for Northamptonshire in his 2nd game. And he's running in 2 slips in place to bowl to Zach Chappell. And Chappell flicks it away down to long leg. There's certainly one. And that's all there'll be. Siddharth Kaul fields.
How long was Finan at Leicestershire, do you know? No, off the top of your head, I can look it up. I'm just wondering if he and Zach Chappell will have been in the same.
He's
Leicestershire
27,
side.
so it's possible. So Lancastrian originally, of course, 27 years old now, was involved in the Lancashire age group sides. Bits of fluff or
I
something.
thought you were waving at me then from I was trying to work out what I'd done wrong.
It's fine in bowls.
How dare you ask me questions like that? Get to the back of the box.
Bowls to Anuj Dahl, who plays it out into the covers, and there's no. I think there's bits of fluff or something coming down from, I don't know, from the ceiling or what.
Yeah. I think probably coming from trees.
The gods are angry or something. Yeah. Sending down bits of fluff to us. 243 for 7 it is. 3 balls to go in this over. The left armour, Michael Finan, runs in again to bowl, and that's absolutely rock solid full defensive from Anuj Dahl, who's making amends, say, for going first ball in the first innings, but he's hung around for a long time here. He's faced 99 balls. So will there be a spirited round of applause after the next delivery? Yeah, absolutely.
There should be. No, he'd left for Nottinghamshire.
Had he?
Yeah,
Okay.
Zach. Nottinghamshire, he was one of the many Nottinghamshire let's buy everybody bowlers and not play them.
Here's Finan. In again and bowls to Anishdal, who drives crisply but straight to Liam Patterson-White on the perch there at extra cover, short extra cover really.
No applause.
No, that's most disappointing. But that is 100 balls for Anishdal. Somebody clapping, but I think it's probably one of the
I
Northamptonshire
think it's a
fielders.
fielder, actually, yes.
That's a shame. Sportsmanship on the hockey. 243 for 7. Last ball of the over coming down. Finan in bowls. Short, pulled away by Anishdal. Running out towards the boundary. It won't reach. Fielded out there by Justin Broad. Encumbered by the shin pads. And they come back for 2. And that's the end of the over. 26 to Anishdal. 62 to Zach Chappell. 245 for 7. The partnership is worth 96. And we have a minimum of 12 overs left.
Yeah, really good effort by these two. How long can they last? That is the question.
Job's not quite done, is it? But
I've just seen the script for the 6 o'clock news. That might need changing. It is great when you've got access to stuff like that.
I won't ask you what it says.
It's suggesting drama.
Drama? Oh, crikey.
Drama at the county ground. We're going to still be going at 6 o'clock if these two stick around. As Patterson-White begins a new over. That is turned off something down towards fine leg for 4 runs. Has it come off his bat? It has. And 4 more to Zach Chappell, who moves to 66, and it's a century stand between Anishdal and Zach Chappell, which is a brilliant effort for the 8th wicket between these two. Derbyshire were hurtling towards defeat when they came together at 149 for 7. They now are 249 for 7, 164 balls, as that one is defended into the onside by Zach Chappell. Got to make a note of that. This could be the story of the day. Who knows? Patterson-White bowls, and that's defended by Chappell. Now we'll know Patterson-White, of course.
Yes.
Because
Yes,
he'll have been at Nottinghamshire at the same time as Patterson-White, who's now got the short leg in, or silly mid on. Not sure if cover can actually see the ball anymore. Well, he doesn't seem too bothered. He's got his hands on his hips. As Patterson-White over the wicket, bowls, and Chappell, that one squirts off the edge of his bat down into the slip cord by Karen Naird. Very sharp piece of fielding, in fairness to him.
Looks as though Mason Crane might be bowling Glamorgan to victory against Middlesex.
Oh, nobody needs a Glamorgan win. Nobody needs anybody to win, really, especially Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. That one is pushed up to mid-off by Zach Chappell.
Glamorgan having set Middlesex 213 to win. Middlesex are 161 for 8.
Oof.
52 short, 2 wickets left. 5 wickets for Mason Crane.
Final ball of the Patterson-White over, his 24th. He bowls it to Chappell. Chappell plays it straight back to him. Patterson-White picks up, looks as though he's going to throw the ball, and then just sort of tosses it to Justin Broad in a very frustrated manner. There are 11 overs to go. 249 for 7. And well, it's ridiculous, really, isn't it? Who'd have thought?
Are we going to see a little twist in the tail of this one?
I don't take it all back, by the way. I want to make it public that I'm not taking it all back. I'm happy to take some of it back, but not all of it, because Derbyshire shouldn't have been in this position.
Leicestershire 312 for 6, following on against Gloucestershire at Grace Road. They're still behind, 23 behind, but, well, again, if they can just get in front, then you would think there's not going to be enough time, possibly, for Gloucestershire to wrap that one up. Somerset, though, needing only another 32 runs to beat Kent down at Somerset game to get to Taunton. Game they've really bossed from very early on. 157 for 2, needing 189. Here's Keogh back into the attack, and the first ball finds Anishdal playing forward on the bounce to forward short leg. There is a slipper leg slip, forward short leg. Plus the keeper, so 4 men round the bat. As Keogh is in, bowls and cut away by Anujdal, but can't get it past Patterson White at backward point. Keogh already back at his mark. Quicker ball, and back goes Anujdal, and he's done that a time or two, and that hasn't bounced a great deal, and it's just played out past Justin Broad at forward short leg. 249 for 7. But he managed to get bat on it, which is all that matters. Here's Keogh in again, bowling to Anujdal, plays it off the back foot, back down the pitch. Keogh desperate, Northamptonshire desperate to break this partnership. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Anujdal, appeal for LBW as he pushes forward. Just wondering if there might have been a little bit of bat in there. Not out, says the umpire anyway. So 1 ball left in this Rob Keogh over. And forward goes Anujdal and blocks it, and another over ticks past. Minimum of 10 remaining, 249 for 7. Chappell 66, Anujdal 26. The partnership is 100. And what do Northamptonshire do now, Mel? Who's back with me?
Well, hey? Funny old game, cricket. What I noticed, particularly in that time that I was off the air, was just how much quieter the players had got compared to how they were in the previous session. It's all going to be a bunch of what-ifs, I think, for Derbyshire, when he lost that, was a 4 for 22 in that little session where the spinners were very productive. But I think this has been very impressive from Zach Chappell in particular, and Anujdal, who's hung around with him.
Well, they just had a little drinks break. It's interesting. There was, I'm sure there was in the laws at one stage that you didn't have drinks in the last hour. But anyway, they've probably changed now.
It's going to be Patterson White from the City end. Players all round the bat on the offside. He's in around the wicket, and that's watchfully defended back down the pitch by Chappell. So they've got 2 slips in, and then they've got a silly mid-off hovering under the lid. Here is Patterson White again, and he just slapped that one. And is that Justin Broad there flinching as it's hit down to...
I don't blame him. I wouldn't have been flinching. I'd have been flat on my face.
Ended up at mid-off. Here is Patterson White again. This time he flicks to mid-wicket. So no run again, but still there. It's going to be a change in angle now. He's going to come over the wicket. Patterson White, right-handed Chappell, and that's a full ball. It was bat on it, but it was very full, and I think the players with hands on heads think might have almost snuck under the bat. Not to be. He's going over the wicket again. Patterson White floats it up, and Chappell just turns that around the corner. I don't think he got any bat on it. No, it signalled a leg by, as he just ran that fine and short fine leg doing the fielding. And they're clapping because that's the 250 up for Derbyshire. Been a real fight. Nice to see some fight from this pair.
Jack White coming on with another helmet.
There's more helmets than a...
How many have you got? 1, 2, 3, 4 out there now.
They could have a bikie convention with this.
Michael Finan now going in at Silly Point.
So they've got a short...
He's had to move around a bit because his shadow was being cast right across the pitch.
Here comes Patterson White over the wicket to Dahl, and again there's a shout, but I think it might have been going down leg side. Patterson White acknowledges as much. So it was just a shout of forlornly frustrated hope more than anything else. They're still in the box seat, Derbyshire, as it finishes off the over at 250 for 7, Chapel on 66, Dahl on 26 with 9 overs remaining now, minimum 9 overs. I've actually, what was I saying? I forget where I
You were
was
saying
going with
Derbyshire
that.
in the box seat, I think.
No, Northampton are in the box seat.
Oh, right, yes. Yes, yes,
1
yes.
wicket falls and it
Yeah.
just
No.
over very quickly. We've seen this so many times.
Yeah.
Chasers are devilish things.
Here is Keogh starting a fresh over and forces Chapel onto the back foot, but he plays it crisply out to mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding there by George Bartlett, cut off the single. Now another close fielder coming in. Northamptonshire have got a slip, a leg slip, forward short leg, silly point. Now, where are we going in here? Siddharth Kaul is not going in as another close fielder. He's actually going out to a deep mid-wicket, I think. He's trotting out towards the scoreboard, sort of backpedaling all the time. He's about halfway back at mid-wicket. Worked into the onside. Bartlett gets a fingertip to it and then recovers, and they weren't thinking about a single anyway. Shadows now being cast right across the ground as Chapel is forward again, solid in defence, plays it back down the pitch. Keogh now into his 18th over, 4 for 56. 3 overs, 3 wickets at the start. He's in again, bowls to Chapel, who turns it round the corner, runs for him here as it's going down behind square. It's a chase for Karen there in the helmet. He's sort of keeping an eye on what the batters are doing and can't stop the 2 anyway. So it's 2 more to Zach Chapel, who goes to 68, and Derbyshire to 252 for 7. Clock ticks past 5:30. And here's Keogh in again, and forward goes Chapel. Plays it back down the pitch. Northamptonshire just needing a moment of magic or a moment of good fortune to break this partnership, but no sign of it yet, and certainly no sign of it there. It's down the leg side and pulled away by Zach Chapel for another boundary. He goes to 72, and Derbyshire 256 for 7. The partnership now worth 107, and there are, needless to say, when you just look up at the board, I think it's 9 overs to go now as a minimum, but we've had, I think, by my watch, about 24 minutes, so they might get a few more in 8 left. Okay, so they may get an extra 1, but then again, it's bootlace time, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It certainly is. Well, no surprise, Patterson White is going to continue around the wicket to Anuj Dahl, and he just leans back and carves that one into the offside. Point goes back and chases it. They'll come through for a single. They've still got all those players around the bat, 5 of them. There's a keeper. They've got 2 slips. And then they've got a silly point and that forward short leg. And they're just making another adjustment. Bartlett is going into short mid-wicket, is he? Takes a couple of steps back around. And it's around the wicket now for Patterson White. Floats it up, full ball, and just stopped. It rolls down back down the pitch off the bat of Chapel. He's in once more, Patterson White. Again, floats it up, and this time it's just pushed into short cover by Chapel.
That was his 100th ball as well.
Oh, a dentary. Named after Joe Denley, who would always face 100 balls. Here comes Patterson White again, tossed it up, and he just flicks that to Bartlett at short mid-wicket. And the resistance of Zach Chapel comes to an end, wondering where it was going to come from. And in the end, he just chipped it almost gently to Bartlett. And that is the 8th wicket to fall. But it's been a fine innings from Zach Chapel. He has shown real fortitude. He's been aggressive when the opportunity has allowed. He's also been stoic. He's really upset with himself, you can tell, even from here as he walks away. But that was the breakthrough that Northamptonshire were looking for, and does that signal that the end is very much nigh. There's warm applause for Chappell, and it's deserved as well. He has batted, I think, extremely well under the circumstances.
Yeah, there's a super knock from Zach Chappell. 101 balls, 14 fours, and the partnership with Anuj Dalworth 108 off 191 balls. So they've used up, 30, 31, 32 overs, which is terrific for Derbyshire's point of view. But, well, is it a case that an end is now open? Anuj Dal is having a drink. I think the Northamptonshire players have had a drink as well. And it is going to be, presumably, Blair Tickner coming out to the middle, who made, in the first innings, 8 before he edged Ben Sanderson into the slip cordon. But there are, I want to say, at least 7 overs, so 44 balls to go as a minimum. And Northamptonshire need 2 wickets.
I feel so tense. Joe, I was concerned. I was saying to someone in the press box, I could just see Derbyshire getting really close to this, to surviving it out, and then 3 wickets falling quickly. Like I said, chasers are devilish things. They encourage hope and snuff it out very cruelly. But there's someone out there in Tickner who might have something to say about it. It's Patterson White. He's around the wicket to the new batter, and that ball just squirts off the inside edge of the bat, rolls away towards square leg. No surprise that there's still players around the bat now. They've got a new batter to deal with. It's the same field of the 2 slips, 2 either side. In comes Patterson White, and that's outside the off stump. That ball completely died in the pitch, stayed low. There was nothing to tempt Tickner into a shot, though. So he comes to the middle of the pitch, has a fist bump with Anuj Dal, and they plot how they're going to play out the remaining 7 overs. 257 for 8. Dal is there on 27. Tickner yet to score.
It's going to be Rob Keogh to continue from this racecourse end. Still 4 close catches around the bat. Silly point, slip, leg slip, forward short leg. Keogh looking for his 5th wicket, and he's in bowls to Anuj Dal, who again plays on the back foot, but plays it hard into the ground in front of Broad at forward short leg. Here's Keogh. And again, bowls to Anuj Dal, drives pleasantly. There was an easy single there because obviously Northamptonshire quite happy to give Anuj Dal the single. Proctor fielded, but Anuj Dal not tempted into taking the run. Here's Keogh in again, clipped away by Anuj Dal straight to mid-wicket where Bartlett fields. 3 balls down in the over. Sun goes behind a cloud. And now they're bringing the field in. Here's Keogh, bowls to Anuj Dal, who works it again hard into the ground and very well stopped by Michael Finan in there at forward short leg. Keogh in again down the leg side. Good take by Vasconcelos. And Karen Nair at leg slip now seems to be directing the field. Luke Proctor's waving his arms around as well. The batters are going to have a chat. And well, I think Fletcher and I, we reckoned about 7 minutes past they started the last hour. Here's Keogh, flights that one up, appeal for LBW. What says the umpire? Not out. Looked a bit high to me, and possibly also hit him outside the line. Apart from that, 257 for 8. Anuj Dal is 27. Blair Tickner yet to get off the mark. There are 6 overs to go, unless Northamptonshire can somehow get a few, well, at least one or two more in.
Well, Rob Keogh, he was desperate for that one to be given. Just working out what time Fletch might come in, because this could be a really interesting last half a dozen overs. It really is something. I hope Derbyshire do take something from this, because fight shown here in the last couple of hours. Here is Patterson White. First ball, it's full, stays low, and it's just patted out towards point by Tickner.
In Division 1, Somerset have beaten Kent at Taunton by 8 wickets. All the Division 1 games have produced results.
Here's Patterson White again. It's a firm stride forward and a nice little smother there from Tickner. He's not taking any chances. And Ujdal unable to farm the strike in that last over, so Tickner has to do his part here. Waits as the ball comes in full again, and again he blocks it, and then he stands up and swishes his bat around. So a bit of clapping there from Justin Broad. Just feels rather tense right now. Here is Patterson White. Drags his length back a little bit, and it's just nudged out into the covers. Pointing at the dressing room. I'm not sure what he wants, Tickner. He's not been out there long. Just switched a fielder into leg slip. Just changed sides. Patterson White round the wicket, and that's just pushed gently down the pitch.
Tickner was always kneeling on that, wasn't he, to get to the pitch of the ball. Great stuff.
He's playing it very cautiously. In comes Patterson White again. And, oh, that just kept that ball out, and there was the frustration again, but Tickner has survived. It's a maiden over. They won't care about runs now, Derbyshire. There are 5 overs remaining. 257 for 8 remains the score. Tickner yet to get off the mark. Dahl 27. And it's really about those remaining overs rather than the score at the moment, and the number 8 in the wicket column.
Yes, it's going to be Keogh to continue.
Going to leave you.
OK, Mel, thanks. Fletch will be back in a second or two. Here's Keogh in bowls to Anujdal, who's forward, pushing it past Justin Broad at Silly Point. So Silly Point, slip, leg slip, forward short leg. Keogh in and bowls to Anujdal on the back foot, plays it again on the bounce, hard into the ground, and Michael Finan fields at forward short leg. Keogh in again, slightly slower ball to Anujdal, plays it up to Bartlett at mid-wicket. Keogh racing through the overs. And again, bowls to Anujdal, who's on the back foot, just drops it down square of the wicket in the offside. Emilio Gay comes round from slip. Blair Tickner is taking his time, and who can blame him? Here's Keogh in, and Dahl is forward defensively up to mid-wicket. Luke Proctor, I think he's calling for another helmet. Big call of Jack. Jack White is 12th man.
Dahl's pulled out there. There must be some chat.
I think there's a bit of
chat.
A little bit of natter round, and Keogh in over the wicket again, very full and driven by Anujdal straight into the instep, I think, of Justin Broad at forward short leg. The Northamptonshire fielders are running between ends to try and make sure they get as many overs in as they possibly can. But if they're reckoning they're getting another helmet on, then it's going to waste another second or two. 257 for 8 anyway. Minimum of 4 to go. Anujdal 27. Blair Tickner yet to get off the mark, and indeed it is another helmet coming out.
One's coming out, one's going off. No, they're swapping helmets. And Big George Scrimshaw, that's a level 1 for coming on the field without a tabard.
I know, yes, it's shocking, isn't it?
Can't do that.
Whatever next. Usually a sort of vermilion tabard, isn't it?
Can't do that. It's easier to tell you who isn't around the bat than who is around it. We've got 2 slips, a silly point, a silly mid-off, a silly mid-on, who's just in front of square, so he's not really a short leg. There's a leg slip. There are 2 fielders on the onside for the drive, and there's a mid-off, and the first delivery is defended by Blair Tickner, who goes for a wonder. He's a very expressive cricketer, is Blair. And I think he'll be enjoying this in a sort of sadistic kind of way as Patterson White bowls, and that's into the ground, and he makes sure he keeps his back foot in behind the crease because it went straight to Broad, who threatened to throw down the stumps. 2 balls of the over gone. But the score's irrelevant. 8 down, Derbyshire. Patterson White in and bowls, and that's defended nicely by Blair Tickner, who then drops his bat on the floor. He is a character.
He's fun, isn't he?
Yes, he's such a great man, such a great bloke. So 3 deliveries of the Patterson White over to go. He's 28th in this innings. He's in around the wicket and bowls, and that is defended by Tickner, who goes for a walk, flinging the bat around, almost wielding it like a sabre. 2 balls to go as this next one is defended. He's got such long legs, he can almost get halfway down the track to get to the pitch of the ball, should he be required to do so. He's now got 1 delivery left. We know that Dupavilon can defend. Next man in, last man in fact, as that one hits the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket. It's going to be a brave umpire who gives a leg before decision there. I'm surprised he can see it with so many people around the bat. 2:57 for 8 with 3 overs to go, but actually there's more than 3 overs to go. It'll be 7 minutes past 6 when this game finally comes to an end.
So about 22 minutes, I think, by my watch. 21 minutes, I think, by the official clock.
We've got to the point now where I will have to do a 6 o'clock.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it? Now, 2:57 for 8 it is. Meanwhile, Middlesex have clawed their way back into the game against Glamorgan at Cardiff. They 183 for 8. They need another 30 to win with 2 wickets in hand. So exciting finish here, exciting finish there. Keogh in bowls to Anishdal, who's worked that away
Get back
out through mid-wicket.
Go back. That's fascinating. Anishdal set off for the single. There was probably 2 there, actually. And Blair Tickner said, well, I'm not running. So you go back. And he just stood leaning on his bat, pointing. You know, he's killing himself laughing.
The upshot is no run.
Yes, sorry, yes.
It's Keogh down the leg side, bit of a waste. Good take by Vasconcelos. You've got now a slip, a silly point, silly mid-on, short leg, leg slip, short mid-wicket, silly mid-off. Keogh in, bowls, and a little flick outside the off stump by Anishdal, but runs it down to backward point. Safely enough in the end, and now Patterson White is coming into the cordon in the gully. Ben Sanderson is moving down to backward point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 round the bat, plus the keeper. Keogh in, bowls way down the leg side.
Taken by leg slip.
And taken by leg slip. Keogh sort of gives a gesture to the umpire. What am I supposed to do? The upshot is that he's going to bowl round the wicket. Blair Tickner has finally got the message. Keogh round the wicket, bowls to Anishdal, forward, pushes it up, back down the pitch. Keogh fields, 1 ball to go in the over, and immediately now, of course, the fielders depart as if by magic. Apart from slip and leg slip, now the batters are going to have a chat, because obviously Northamptonshire very happy to give Anishdal the single, which surely he wouldn't take anyway. Here is, pushed out into the covers by Anishdal. That's the end of the over. I should have said, of course, the single that they would want him to he would want to take, but he can't because it's pushed straight to cover. End of the over. 2:57 for 8. 2 to go of the stipulated overs, but as Fletch said, we've now, I reckon, got about 18 minutes to go. So what, 6 or 7?
Potentially. I know people have a set tea time, but I'm not sure I could leave the ground at this particular moment in time. And there are people making their way towards the exits. I also have a daughter who doesn't understand the drama because she's trying to organise when I can go and see her for her birthday. It's Patterson White. Around the wicket to Blair Tickner. And he gets down, it's hit him on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. Rob Keogh is absolutely convinced he's taken a catch, I think. But whatever they were appealing for, it's given not out. Blair Tickner's gone for a walk to square leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again around the bat. A further 2 at mid-wicket or straight mid-on and a mid-off. And Patterson White bowls, and that one squirts into the offside off the toe end of Blair Tickner's bat, who then practices a reverse sweep. If he does that, I'm going out there myself and having a word.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
I don't mind if he does that in a T20. And again, he's just complaining about a bit of chat. Umpire says, yep, we'll hold the bowler up. 4 deliveries of the over remain. That one's given plenty of air and it's pushed out into the offside by Tickner, who sets off for a single. I'm not sure there was ever going to be a single taken there. If he can survive this over, Anuj Dal will take the next one, and then we're into time. As Patterson White is in again and bowls. That one is played off the toe end of the bat. They've thrown the ball at the stumps and appealed for a run out. Well, it would be a run out because it was a fielder, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Even though he wasn't attempting a run. Now we've got a second slip on his knees. That's Rob Keogh. Kneeling down. He's on all fours as Patterson White bowls, and that's played into the ground and over the head of Silly Mid-Off, who is Broad. Just in Broad. So 1 ball for Tickner to survive in this over. With all those men, I mean, this is remarkable. Yesterday and this morning, everybody was on the boundary for Derbyshire.
Yes.
Today, everybody's within 20 yards of the bat
I've just got
for
a couple of
Northamptonshire.
photographs of the entire team visible in the one shot around the bat. Everybody's up.
Final ball of the over was pushed up to mid-off to rapturous applause, and the Derbyshire faithful are starting to believe, I think, at 17:52. We get to 18:07, of course, and then that will be that. I assume the over can start before 18:07.
Yes.
I've never gone this far into
so,
a
yeah.
last hour.
I imagine so. I think that's how it works.
I know we're expected to understand. Here's Ben Sanderson back.
Yeah, change of bowling, and it is going to be Sanderson. And just for listeners interested in the cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton, it will start at 6, and if this game is still on, they will take the remainder of this match live, and then Jake will be on with obviously all the rest of the content, Joe Gardner and Terry Owen and others. But here's Sanderson, seeing if he can break through. Running into bowl to Anuj Dal, that plays it very watchfully, carefully and solidly out into the covers, fielded there by George Bartlett. So for Sanderson, 4 slips, a leg slip, forward short leg, Sanderson trotting back to his mark. And he's in bright sunshine to bowl to Anuj Dal, who comes right across his stumps but works it into the onside. There's obviously an easy single there, but they're not going to take it as Siddharth Kaul comes round to field. It's Sanderson jogging back to his mark. Things you don't see every day, number 324.
39 successive dot balls. 6 overs, 2 balls in the over that the wicket was taken.
5 slips now as Sanderson is in down the leg side, so that again is a bit of a waste, and Sanderson, you can see, is cross with himself, and rightly so. And Karen Nair has, I think, just removed sunglasses from the front of Emilio Gay's cap and has put them on.
Has he got a new ball, incidentally?
That's a thought. Here is Sanderson, in and bowls. I think it is. I think that looks, it is. That is a new ball. quite well, good spot there.
No, no, it's my correspondent Ant who asked me if the new ball was
Yep,
due.
it is due, and it's been taken. So absorbed in how many overs remaining, because there have now 80 overs gone. So we were saying it could potentially have been one, but they're going to get just a few more. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Anujdal, plays it up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Now, of course, they're prepared to drop fielders out to try and stop the single. Don't want Anujdal facing the start of the next over, if at all possible, because we will be then into time added on, effectively. Or overs added on, anyway.
Yeah, added time.
Here's Sanderson. In and bowls to Anujdal, who's again a little bit late on it, but plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields off his own bowling, end of the over. So that is the end of the stipulated overs. And now we have something like 11, 12 minutes to go and see how many overs Northamptonshire could try and get in. 2:57 for 8. Tickler yet to get off the mark, dial 27.
44 successive dot balls, I make it, since the last wicket fell.
Just goes to show that you don't have to be clubbing everything out of the ground for it to be absolutely absorbing.
This is gripping. I've got sweaty palms. But that is because it's blisteringly hot here in Derby, of course. So Rob Keogh back, I think.
Yes, it is.
Rob Keogh, 4 for 62, bowling with a new ball, which is 6 deliveries old. And he's bowling to Blair Tickner with 6 men around the bat. Pretty similar. Oh, that one spell. Oh, he's bowled him. It's got through. Now then, Keogh gets the wicket from the first ball of the added time overs. And Derbyshire are 1 wicket away from defeat, and Northamptonshire are 1 wicket away from victory. It was a lengthy vigil from Blair Tickner, 21 deliveries. But unfortunately, he's gone, and that means that Darren Dupavillon, who doesn't want to get down those steps too quickly. You've got a couple of minutes, Darren. You take your time, son.
Yeah, I think he is. Look at this.
Well, Blair Tickner's only got halfway off the field so far. I'm hoping he's realising that he can just tell him to take his time. Anyway, what that means is Andrew Radd will commentate on the remainder of this cricket match, of course, because if it finishes in a draw, we'll never know when it was going to finish in a draw, and it will be sometime in the next 10 minutes if it does finish in a draw. Otherwise, it will be a Northamptonshire victory.
Well, what a climax this has turned out to be. It looked as though Northamptonshire at tea time, it was a stroll in the park. They only needed 3 wickets in the last session, but it then took them a very long time to break through, thanks to that century partnership between Anujdal and Zach Chappell. But Northamptonshire just kept patient, plugged away, picked up the wicket of Chappell, just chipping a catch to mid-wicket, and then Tickner bowled by Keogh. That gives him a 5 for 62 for Rob Keogh. And the last 2 Derbyshire batters at the crease. We have something like 10 minutes thereabouts to play. Umpires obviously will have made a note of the time. There are certainly 5 balls left in this over. Everybody is up round the bat now. There's nobody further than a couple of yards away. Here's Keogh, bowls to Dupavillon, who pushes it just past Justin Broad at Silly Point. Keogh thought that might have been it, but it wasn't. They've got basically 2 slips of gully. Silly Point, forward short leg, leg slip, leg gully. Forward goes Dupavillon, drives, and Keogh, in a move that will not do his back a huge amount of good, dives away to his left of field. Sanderson comes across now to Silly mid-off. Here's Keogh in bowls to Dupavillon, who just pushes forward, squirts it all along the floor. Past gully. Patterson White tracks back to retrieve. 2 balls left in this over. 1 wicket needed by Northamptonshire. Here's Keogh in and bowls, and Dupavillon squirts it away through backward point. There would have been certainly a couple there for him, but they decided not to run at all.
He's learnt from the first innings when he was batting with Ross Whiteley, when he did run quite a lot, realised he was wasting his time.
Yes. That's right, he sort of kept running one because he was running two halves. Here's Keogh. In and bowls to Pavalon, forward, solid in defence, end of the over, fielders running to get into position. It makes absolutely no difference because it's all down to the umpires at their normal walking pace, I think it says in the regs.
Yeah, absolutely. And the batsmen having a bit of a chat as well, as you might expect.
2:57 for 9 at the end of the over. It's a bit like that, isn't it, Fletch?
It is. I've got an update coming up very shortly, I think, in the news. I can't say I'm looking forward to it, really. No, I'm not in the news. Excellent. Am I in the...
Here's Sanderson, bowls short, pulled by Anujdal. Sorry, by... it is Anujdal, isn't it? Hard into the ground. And it's fielded at forward short leg. We have now for Northamptonshire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips, leg slip, forward short leg, and Proctor just going in on the perch at silly mid-off, and a straight silly mid-on about 2 strips away. Here's Sanderson. To bowl to Anujdal, who's been in there for so long, and he's, again, very solid in defence. And it's the great thing about this game, isn't it, that Anujdal, who, you know, was out first ball in the first innings, and lots of discussion about whether he was the right man in the side, and here he's faced 135 balls.
Absolutely. It's been a magnificent effort from Anujdal.
Been a test of character, test of skill, and he's so far come through with flying colours, but he's still got a job to finish. Here's Sanderson pausing at the end of his run, and he's in to bowl to Anujdal, who's edged. I think, has it gone down?
No, I don't think either of them went for it.
I think it's gone straight between the two of them, and it's gone for 4. It was an outside edge. I'm not sure. I don't think he got a hand to it, but it's gone between 4th and 5th slip. It's gone down to the boundary for 4. Anujdal 31. 261 for 9. Ben Sanderson has got the double teapot out, as you would be not hugely surprised to hear. I think that has gone between 4th and 5th slip. Is that Northamptonshire's chance gone?
I don't think either of them went for it, did they? I've not watched the replay. I don't, in case they catch it on the replay.
I think that's. I think it's possible 5th slip just got a hand to it, but anyway, it's not out. Here's Sanderson. In and bowls to Anujdal, who's forward. Ball outside off stump. Pushes it up to silly mid-off. 2 balls to go in the over. Probably going to get 1 more, maybe 2 more after this, depending on when the umpires have the last hour is starting. As I say, we reckon it was 7 minutes past. They now have 6 slips. 6 slips, leg slip, forward short leg, silly mid-off. Sanderson. In and bowls to Anujdal, who's pushing forward. It goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos, but no edge. 1 ball to go in this over. Sanderson's 25th. 1 for 43. How much he and his side would love to see a 2nd wicket in that wicket column for Ben Sanderson, but he's got 1 more ball in this over. Maybe 1 more ball, 1 more over after this. But he's not exactly herring back to his mark as he was a moment or 2 ago. Polishing the new ball, and now a 7th slip has gone in, with a leg slip and a forward short leg. Here's Sanderson, in bowls, very full, on driven by Anujdal. The ball is rolling up towards the boundary, and nobody is taking a blind bit of notice of it. And that, I think, is that. Time has run out. The umpires obviously have looked at that timing. We'd reckoned it was a little bit later than that, but the umps have decided that that is that, and the match is drawn. 261 for 9 Derbyshire, Terrific last session for them. They were 149 for 7. So the timing's interesting there, because obviously going on a different timepiece, maybe even a different time zone to what we'd reckoned up in the commentary box, but it's their timekeeping that counts. They will, of course, have been in touch with the scorers, and well played, Derbyshire, for battling their way to a draw. Frustration for Northamptonshire. They'll have been disappointed not to finish this off, but nevertheless can take nothing away from Anish Dahl, 31 not out, and Zach Chappell on 72. That century partnership for the I'm trying to work out which wicket it was. It was the 8th wicket, of course. 108 for the 8th wicket, which ended when Zach Chappell just chipped that catch off Liam Patterson-White. Then Blair Tickner bowled by Rob Keogh, his 5th wicket of the innings. But Anish Dahl standing firm, 31 not out off 139 balls. Terrific effort from him. And Dupavalon not out, 0 off 5 balls. Derbyshire finishing on 261 for 9. Applause, and deserved applause, for Anish Dahl from the members in front of the members' pavilion, who were standing up and applauding him, and some also, of course, supporters down in front of the players' pavilion to our left. 261 for 9. Derbyshire in the end batting for 83 overs, so they got basically 2 extra. Bowling figures for those interested in these things. Ben Sanderson, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 43. Luke Proctor, who took the new ball, 4 overs for 15. Siddharth Kaul, 6 overs for 28. Michael Finan, 7 overs for 38. Liam Patterson-White, 29 overs, 12 maidens, 3 for 58. Rob Keogh, 22 overs, 8 maidens, 5 for 62. But 261 for 9. It's match drawn. The points, Northamptonshire take 13 points. Derbyshire take 12. So Derbyshire, I think, will stay bottom of the table. Northamptonshire will obviously have done a little bit better, moved up the table, which is so tightly bunched. It's still not clear exactly what the placings will be, because, of course, Glamorgan and Middlesex is still being played. Middlesex now need 14 to win with 2 wickets in hand. Jack Davies is 21 not out, Tom Helm on 16. So however that one finishes up, of course, will affect the table. Leicestershire, I think, are probably just about going to get away with it against Gloucestershire, because they've now moved ahead. They're 346 for 7 following on, so you would think that Gloucestershire are not going to have time there to take 3 wickets and knock off any runs. But points here, Northamptonshire take 13, Derbyshire take 12. Fletch, what a finish.
Absolutely astonishing. Congratulations to Anish Dahl. Congratulations to both sides on a terrific game of cricket all round. It looked like that declaration was timed to perfection, didn't it, from Northamptonshire, but they just couldn't get the last one out. Zach Chappell and Dahl, that century stand for the 8th wicket, absolutely superb. Derbyshire have to take something, as Mel has been saying throughout the day, have to take something out of this game, because for long periods, not long periods, but for periods in this game, they were distinctly second best. Andrew, it's always a delight. We'll see you at Northampton. Well, fullness of time.
Look forward to it.
Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton. And Melinda Farrell, who's jetting off to the Caribbean. It'll be far too hot, Mel. It'll be far, far too hot. It's been great fun all 4 days with Mel Farrell as well. I'm Dave Fletcher. I'm back on Friday. We're in Bristol. Andrew will be at Northampton. They take on Yorkshire, of course, Northamptonshire on Friday. I'm told Yorkshire have got no bowlers. What a shame. And good luck to Northamptonshire in that game. This one's ended in a draw. It was a real nipper. And I hope you've enjoyed the coverage over the last 4 days. We'll all see you very soon.